Welcome everybody to What's the 411? This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's good? Welcome back to What's the 411 News. And we're going to do some live coverage of the South Carolina primaries. We are supporting Gregg Marcel Dixon for District 6 Congress. So we're going to keep y'all updated from time to time on the primaries here. The polls just closed about 21 minutes ago. And, results will probably start coming in a little at a time. And what we're going to do is we're going to tap in to some Twitter spaces, some live Twitter spaces right now. All right. And try to keep you posted. We'll probably be switching back and forth to different Twitter spaces and other sources to get updates on the primaries support for Gregg Marcel Dixon. All right. So this is What's the 411 News. Let's get it. Welcome everybody to What's the 411? This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. Happy feeling. Ooh, I'll spread them all over the world. These happy feelings, yeah. I'll spread them all over the world. These happy feelings, I'll spread them all over the world. Tell about that feeling, yeah. Tell about that feeling, yeah. Every day, tell about that feeling, yeah. Tell about that feeling, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed, everybody. This is What's the 411 News, and we're doing live coverage of the South Carolina primaries, District 6 updates, results, polling updates, and we're going to tap into a few Twitter spaces as they come live, and maybe some other sources of information to get some polling updates. This is support for Marcel Dixon, Gregg Marcel Dixon, in District 6, South Carolina. All right. So we're going to tap into this Twitter space right now, and we'll be right back.
The precincts have been shut down. They called the two races, so we're waiting for these numbers to come on in. House District 7, if anyone's interested, though that was the Republican race, and I think they're in the 30s, so like 36%, 32%. They kind of like 300 some votes for each person. Not that anybody really cares, but go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
No, I didn't need anything. I just wanted to make sure you got, because I didn't know how to share things in the jumbotron. So I wanted to
basically if you make a tweet, right, there's gonna underneath at the bottom of that tweet, there's gonna be like a line and an arrow. You're gonna hit that, and then you'll hit the room that you want to post it in.
Okay, well, you go ahead and do that for me, please. I just wanted to, so we can go ahead and just do some poll watching. Yeah, loving the space, loving the music. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate.
Absolutely. And if anyone has a request, right, you want to get a request in, make sure you hit me up on the back end. Hit me in the DMs. DMs are now open. We'll make sure we can get your record on, all right? And then what we'll do periodically is we'll open up space for people to talk, kind of fellowship a little bit, put some tweets out there, and just share positivity in this space. We got a few people with their hands up. Let's go to Queen B, and then we'll go to Najee.
Hey, Sir Major. So I just wanted to let you all know that I'm streaming 2 South Carolina stations, ABC News, just to see what happens. So I'll keep y'all informed with what I'm hearing.
Okay,
I want to hear if they're saying anything, if they're talking about anything. So I got a Charleston station and a Columbia station.
That's perfect, because what we'll do is we'll place them at feed 2. Or just let Wani know when you want to when you got some breaking news. Shout out to my guy, man. Whole Live. What's up, Whole Live from Baltimore? Living in Atlanta. What's up?
Fan. What's good? I'm fresh with the Twitter Spaces, so I'm tapping in. But what's good, bro?
Not much, man. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you in the space.
What's good, everybody? Hope everybody having a great day.
Hey, we're doing fine. Hey, I want to know, have you heard about Marcel Dixon prior to today?
No, this is my first time hearing about him, so that's why I came to check.
Let me tell you, this is fresh young brother, man. I don't know if Marcel was ever on Clubhouse, but fresh young brother who is running on a reparations platform, running for one of the highest office in that area. It's a federal seat, but he's running for Congress, 6th district. He's running for the seat of Coon. What's his name? Jim Clyburn. Sorry, I didn't mean to say Coon, y'all. But he's running for Jim Clyburn's seat, and we're hopeful and lifted up in prayers that he'll actually nab that seat and be able to do some good work for the betterment of Black folks. So one of his campaign platforms is reparations, and no other candidate in that state that I know of has really pushed it and drove it home, and he led with that. And so we celebrate that brother for that.
I see now he's running in South Carolina. I'm behind it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Reparations, pro-life. I'm looking at one of the posters or the billboards or whatever. So I don't see nothing that I'm against in there. I like him.
Fantastic. Eric, go ahead. Eric, you have anything? Go ahead.
Oh, hello, brother. This is my first time using the Twitter space after I got banished from the Shadow Realm from Twitter years ago. But salute to brother Marcel. I hope you get rid of the Butter Brigade known as Jim Coon Clyburn. And salute to you, brother. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate that. Najee, you up next. Go ahead. Najee, you got it.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to What's the 411 News. We are live. We tapping into some Twitter spaces in support of Marcel Dixon. Be sure to share this video out to your peoples. South Carolina Primaries, District 6. The polling has closed at about 30 minutes now, already closed. And we're just tapping in on different spaces, looking up some different sources to find out the updates and results of the polling in regards to Marcel Dixon and Jim Clyburn. We'll keep it PG for now. I was going to say some other things, but we're going to keep that coverage going. We are live. We're going to tap in to different spaces and different sources, maybe some live sources from different audio rooms. right now we tapping into one Twitter space here. We'll be listening in, man. This is What's the 411 News, and we are tapping in live primaries. Welcome everybody to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. That's right, folks. We are live. We are live, tapping in. This is live right now. We tapping in, keeping up with the updates of South Carolina's District 6 primaries in support of Gregg Marcel Dixon. We're going to tap into a different Twitter spaces here and let y'all listen in, man. And we check out some other sources. And when I get some information, I'm going to be checking some sources as well. And I get some information, from time to time, we'll be up here, man. All right. So let's tap into this Twitter space and y'all listen in. They're also doing some, they're going to be doing some updates as well. Everybody share these out, man. Share this out. This is live. We're doing it live. Primaries in support of Gregg Marcel Dixon going against Jim Clyburn. All right. Tap in. But remember, all right.
Have you out? That's minutes to the right. Can just feel when you slide. Flip to the right. This type song have you out? That's minutes to the right. Can just feel when you slide. Flip to the right. This type song have you out? That's minutes to the right. Can just feel when you slide. Flip to the right. This type song have you out? That's minutes to the right. Can just feel when you slide. Flip to the right.
Yes, indeed. This is What's the 411 News, and we are live. Thank y'all for tuning in. Please share this out so we have more people checking in. We're gonna be tapping into some live Twitter spaces here in a little bit, and I'm gonna be looking in doing some research on some poll results as well. And so we thank y'all for coming in. This is What's the 411 News. Let's go.
touch so heavy, wow. Last minute trips to the right. Drink just feel when you slide. Dip to the right. This touch so heavy, wow. Last minute trips to the right. Drink just feel when you slide. Dip to the right.
Welcome everybody to What's the 411? This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it.
When you slide, dip to the right. This touch so heavy, wow. Last minute trips to the right. Drink just feel when you slide. Dip to the right. This touch so heavy, wow. Last minute trips to the right. Drink just feel when you slide. Dip to the right. This touch so heavy, wow. Last minute trips to the right. Drink just feel when you slide. Dip to the right.
Yes, indeed. This is What's the 411 News, and we are live. We'll be tapping in here in a few minutes to some Twitter spaces and some other sources here. And I'll be giving you some updates as well when I come in contact with them. All right, so stay tuned. Be sure to share this out. Let everybody know what's going on. We in support for Marcel Dixon, District 6, South Carolina primaries. The polls have already closed about 39 minutes ago. So we're going to keep y'all posted, all right? We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to tap into a Twitter space right now. Y'all can listen in, and I'll be right back while you tapping into a particular Twitter space. And we'll be switching back and forth to different spaces and different other sources of information. Please share this out to everyone. Tell everybody, come on over to What's the 411 News. All right, let's go. Welcome everybody to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it.
Is that for a leak in South Carolina? Yeah, what? The guy look like this woke up.
And GT, I don't know if you know American geography, but I think he lives in Chicago.
Everyone that has been here contributing, being a voice, those who have been amplifying the voice of Marcel through his work and through Twitter. I sound like a white person. Through Twitter. The Twitter. I appreciate that. We are actually just kind of looking at the polls and trying to wait for these numbers to come on in. It'll probably be another hour before we start to see any.
There are numbers coming in already.
Are they? Let me see.
Yeah,
we have results what looks like 2
Clyburn is fucking leading for a long way. I think it's 16% of the numbers are in. It's not looking good, damn it. Clyburn is killing it.
Shit. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Killing it.
I'm looking at, so, yeah, Clybourne's got like 94%, which is 6,039 votes.
But he's it's 16% in. So it's only 16% of the votes are counted at this point. Only 16%. But
it's only 16% in that particular county. We got to understand that we're looking at probably over 200,000 vote totals. So this is not something to necessarily be all that alarmed about.
Right. And then Dixon has about 133 counted. The other opponent, Addison, who has 204 already in. So we're going to be hopeful. We're going to be optimistic.
Of course.
Yeah. So we're not going to concede just yet. We got to do just like the other folks do. We ain't going to concede, damn it.
I'm not going to concede even. I'll never concede.
Yeah.
How many how many have reported in?
16%.
Well, no, I think only 2 of the counties have reported numbers so far, maybe 3. According to CNN, that's the poll I'm looking at.
Okay.
I think it's 6 or 7.
Oh, you looking at CNN?
Yeah, CNN polls. There are 3 different polls pinned to the top. So you can sort of choose which one you want to look at.
Well, District 6, I don't know what the county is for the counties for District 6 is.
Oh, so which news outlet are you using?
I'm using the one that you guys put up in Jumbotron.
Well, that must be the original first one. Because one of, I guess, and I'm pretty sure they don't have 16% of the entire electorate reporting yet. It's too early for that.
Hey. Is this a bad song choice?
No, this is
They push him in. Nah, this perfect.
Curtis Mayfield.
This is all my shit.
This is the Superfly play.
Hey, that Superfly soundtrack right there. 73.
Right. You can play Trouble Man too.
Right.
Oh yeah,
the whole album.
Yeah, for sure.
I like the Coffee soundtrack too. That was good too.
This is the music my mom played when the grown-ups was over and I had to stay in the room.
circumstance. A victim of ghetto demands. These people never stop. And I don't have to trip for a while. Insecure from the past. How long can a good thing last? Got to be mellow, y'all. Gotta get mellow now. Push your man, get mellow, y'all. Happy night, happy sight, making money all the time. My LP and just me for all junkies to see. Ghetto Prince is my name, making love's how I swing. I'm your pusher, I'm your pusher. 2 bags, please, for a generous fee. Make your world what you want it to be. Got a woman I love desperately. Wanna give her something better than me. Been told I can be nothing else. Just a hustler inspired of myself. I know I can make it. This life just don't make it. Lord, Lord. Got to get the mellow. Gotta be mellow. Gotta get mellow.
Over South America and everywhere else. And what do they listen to? What is the cartel listening to? The cartel is far more violent than any street gangs in America. What do they listen to? Mariachi music? Is that
they definitely don't violent? Listen to music talking about killing themselves.
Well, they're violent. They're killing themselves.
They definitely don't.
They're
listen to
killing
soundtracks talking
themselves.
about killing themselves.
They're killing themselves, though. Now, the Jamaicans literally were singing about bananas. Okay? They came over here with the Banana Boat song. And they sang about a bunch of bullshit that was not violent. Don't worry, be happy. Okay? One love.
One love.
What the fuck is that? And they're violent as fuck.
Yeah, but it was known for cutting folks' heads off and then put their balls in their mouth and all that.
Thank you.
Are you saying that to say that?
I'm saying it to say that
killing is normal in our community.
No, I'm saying it to say that you can't relate everything like that because we are the least violent people. You're just going around saying we're violent, we're doing all this. These other countries are violent, and they're not listening to that. They're listening to mariachi music. They're listening to Banana Boat songs.
Okay, another way to say it is like this one. What does the Somalis listen to?
God knows. My God. They listen to belly
I taught you how to troll. You went to my academy. You're not using the right analysis, okay?
Right.
David, what does the Somalis
step your game up, young lady?
You gotta dance to music.
Yeah, why do I think you're getting from TikTok? Okay. What is Al Shabaab listening to? What is Boko Haram listening to?
All right, we're gonna keep it like real 1,000, and there are opposing people that appear to be more on Jim Clyburn's side, and so we're gonna tap into that Twitter space, and we're gonna listen in right now. You know, we'll be going back and forth. All right, so let's tap in.
Or something like this is the most powerful black, politician in the entire country. What were you thinking?
Right.
Yeah,
Twice. I got elected by Congress and by his constituents. Sorry, we just say.
I was in FBA, guys, and that was the point that I was trying to make when they were pushing Marcel. I'm like, guys, y'all live in California, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, New York. I live in North Carolina. I know the constituents because they're my family and my friends. You guys picked the wrong race to invest in heavily. And it's showing now, as I suspected, that Marcel's support was 95% on the internet for people that could not vote in his district. The campaign never made sense. But guys, I did a cute little tweet. You guys know me. I'm always going to windmill. So I did a tweet to Marcel and I said, you got knocked the fuck out with a screenshot. Oh, shit. GT. The space is going to end.
GT, come on, See, we having connection issues.
There are white people that are liking the post, white liberals, guys. So this is going to be a very fun night. Go to my profile, like and share as well. And I'm going to do a screenshot of the Friday scene, and I'm going to post it to it as well. Guys, this space is going to end, so someone else needs to start a space.
Hey, GT, Samaggio or Fred, y'all up? I don't want to waste my champagne. Y'all up?
Yep.
All right, just in case, because we having connection issues. So y'all will start the party on another thread, another space if this one should end.
We got continuous celebration, in other words.
Okay, bet.
Wait. Don't take a fucking nap and shit.
First off, I thought we would at least be up to about 9 o'clock. I didn't expect the guys. Marcel didn't even make it out to 8 p.m. They called the race within 1 hour.
7:40.
All right, looks like they closed that down. So we're gonna tap in to another, because there's probably gonna be somebody else who starts a Twitter space here in a moment. So we're gonna tap into another Twitter space. All right, let's go.
Oh, we're about 7 hours behind the up.
Let me go tap in real quick here, because Twitter's doing something new. Let me put it right there. There we go.
We're about 7 hours behind the update. But as of 12 noon, Clyburn had 94% and Marcel only had 2%. But again, look at the time. The time is 12 noon. That was the last time that it was updated, 11:59, p.m. So I'm hoping that that's them old folks who get out and vote early in the morning. And I'm hoping that the lunchtime crew and what I heard, the after 5 crew, because people are working, right? So sometimes they can't vote until after work. So I hope those numbers go up. And so we're just going to be hopeful, at this time. But this is the election results that I'm looking at right now. But these results, again, they have not been updated since it says updated at 11:59 p.m. So that's what I wanted to report.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks for the live updates and the clarification.
I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby. Yeah, I'm still delivered from you.
Let's go, Marcel.
And that time I went and said goodbye. I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby. Yeah, I'm still delivered from you. Here I am, baby. Oh, you got the beauty in your eyes. Here I am, baby. You got the beauty in your eyes. I've done a lot of foolish things that I really didn't mean. Yeah, didn't I? Oh, baby. Seen a lot of things in this old
Hey guys, real
world.
quick, let me give you this update. It's CNN polls. You hear me?
I'm yours. Ooh, baby, set my soul on fire. That's why I know you're my only desire. Ooh, baby, here I am. I'm still living. I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Whoa, you got the good in your head, baby.
You realize that was Obama's anthem, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That was that coming out. That's when when he won that election. That was crazy. Yeah.
I thought it was that Young Jeezy, my president is black, my Lambo's blue.
Nah, he didn't do that one.
Hey, I wanted to say the polls for the CNN is a little different. They got update from 740. Y'all go check that out. And I think it says something about Clomber was up like 7,000.
Yeah, it shows that on the on the NBC one as well. That he's up by 7. But if anyone wants to put another one in the chat, go ahead and do it and put it in a jumbotron.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fox News and they're covering South Carolina. They're not covering that particular race, but it looks like with the races that they are covering, they only have like 4 or 5% of the votes in.
Yeah. Something that can make you do wrong, make you do right. Yeah. No. That's when music used to be good.
Oh, this my shit right here.
Ride in a 4-door Cadillac.
That's my
Lincoln. That Lincoln Town car. I'm talking about
This that drunk in the bar music after the bar closed it up.
3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Talking about how she can make it right. Yeah. Happiness is when you really feel good about somebody. There's nothing wrong being in love with someone. Yeah. Oh, baby. Love and happiness. Love and happiness. Oh. Love and happiness. Love and happiness. Be good to me. I'll be good to you. We'll be together. Each other. Walk away with victory. Yeah. Oh, baby. Love and happiness. Oh, love and happiness. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Make you do right. Hey. Love will make you do wrong. Hey. Make you come home early. Make you stay out all night long. Oh, love. Wait a minute. Let me tell you. Our love. Hey, hey, hey. Love will make you wrong. Love and happiness. Love and happiness. See, love and happiness. Love and happiness. Make you wanna dance. Love and happiness. Love is, wait a minute. Love is walking together, talking together, saying together. Say I want a moan for love, and the moan for love. Moan for love. I like that record. That's dope.
Thank you, DJ.
Here you go, Dwayne. I got you. We're a winner. I never let anybody say, boy, you can't make it, cause the people mad is in your way. No more tears do it cry, and we have finally dried our eyes. We're moving on up, moving on up. Lord have mercy, we're moving on up now. We're moving on up. We're living proof in all some life that we're two from the collection, and we're a winner. And everybody knows it too. We just keep on pushing, like your leaders tell you to. At last that blessed day is come, and I don't care where you come from. We're all moving on up, moving on up. Lord have mercy, we're moving on up, moving on up. Moving on up, moving on up. Lord have mercy, we're moving on up, we're moving on up. I don't mind leaving here to show the world we have no fear. Cause we're a winner, and everybody knows the truth. We just keep on pushing, like your leaders tell you to. At last that blessed day has come, and I don't care where you come from. We're just gonna move on, moving on. Lord have mercy, we're moving on. We're moving on. You know, you may remember reading in your Jeff Johnson publications, a whole lot of stations didn't want to play that particular record. We're a winner. Can you imagine such a thing? Well, I would say the way I'm sure most of you would say, we don't give a damn, we're a winner anyway. Right on? I got a little strength out there tonight. Putting fire under out of sight. It's all right now. We have just another version that we'd like.
To a few weeks. Anything from a few hours to a few weeks, depending on the size of it. So for something really small, she could probably do that in a few hours. But for something like a full-size basket, they take a few weeks to do that. And if you take a look at my page, you can see how it's got different colors weaved in it. Different colors, different shapes. This is the part about us. This is a part about us. As black people in America, this is the part about us that they don't talk about in the show that. They'll show you a damn Hermes bag, but they're not going to show you things like this. And didn't have no white folk to teach you that either. Didn't have any white people to teach you that either, and didn't need it. So I actually was rather proud to see that. I was actually rather proud to see that. But what I'm not proud to see is what I know is happening. I'm not proud to see my people being pushed aside like that. I'm not proud to see that, the mayor and the city council, and they've all gotten together, and then the corporations have now moved in, and they're like, okay, let's go ahead and divide this damn thing up. Let's go ahead and start slicing and dicing it up, and here we go. So anything that you've seen, like in Austin, Texas, I'm thinking in Austin, Riverwalk in
Hey Jacob, if you're in here, are you referring to the mainstream news not covering District 6?
Charlottesville,
or what? If you can let me know what you mean by that, I appreciate it. All right. Let me know if you mean the mainstream news is not covering it. Let me know.
Like that. Very much like a lot of the places I've seen in San Francisco, without the hills. Very much like that. So that's what they're doing here. So you start seeing this in other places, Austin, Texas, saying that it wants to be the San Francisco of Texas and whatnot. And what it really means is that it wants to be an overpriced, gentrified white enclave. It wants to be an overpriced, gentrified white enclave. And they are well on their way to doing it here. And what the hell are the children going to have? Now, please understand, I know what I'm looking at here. So when they say these places, these apartments and stuff, I know it's got to be going for every bit of $1,400 to $1,800 a month, which for people coming down from New York is going to be downright a steal. But I talked to some of the locals here, and for people from New York, these prices are fantastic. But for the folks who live here, it's outrageous. So they're building housing now for people who don't even live here. They're building housing here and accommodations for people who do not currently live here. They're building it for the purposes of luring those people here. So in other words, you're going to have a whole lot more white New Yorkers, white Floridians, white Georgians, white Pennsylvanians, hell, folks from the New England states. And I ran into a woman from Texas today. White woman from Texas. She came over and was asking about the baskets and things. Californians even. So what I'm saying is when you take a look at that, those are the people this is being built for, not locals, not your children, not your heirs. They're being built for a bunch of out-of-towners from somewhere else. That's who it's being done for. In a city that used to be black folks, and now take a look at it. That's the cost of voting for the Jim Clyburns of this world. That's the penalty that you pay for overlooking that. That's the penalty that you pay for ignoring it. That's the penalty that you pay for saying, at least it ain't Trump. That's the penalty that you pay for that. No one's going to be here to comfort your children when they lose that. No one's going to be here to comfort them when they don't have it. So I came here because I wanted to go ahead and take a look at it for myself. And let me tell you, I've gotten quite the education since I've been here. Because all of us heard about the shooting on the news. All of us saw it happening on the news and whatnot. But now that I've come here and I've been here and I've taken a look at it for myself, this is just the latest place that black people are being hyper gentrified out of. This is just the latest. You will not recognize this place in 10 or 15 years. In 10 or 15 years, it is going to look completely alien now from what it looks like now. In 10 or 15 years, it will be completely alien. Haven't seen the yoga studio show up yet. I'm pretty sure there's something around there somewhere. But I just wanted to let you all know, this is a white folks playground down here. It really is. I saw a bunch of white people just going around. They had their beach blankets and stuff. And I'm like, okay, where the hell's the beach at? A couple of family around here with their inflatable, life preservers and stuff. One dude with his shirt off. I'm like, okay, where are y'all going? I'm not sure where they were going, but I certainly know where they've been. I certainly know where they've been, and it's sobering. This is all very sobering. If you take a look at the video that I posted here earlier, when I went to Mother Emanuel, you take a look at the video there, and you can see at the beginning that hotel across the street. There's a boutique hotel really across the street. According to the gentleman who actually stopped me, because he saw I wasn't from here, so he could see it from what I was wearing and my license plates and things. He saw I wasn't from here, but he saw I was a relatively young black male, I suppose, compared to him. And he really wanted to stop me, and he really wanted me to understand what I was looking at. He just, he kind of ragged me about my Saints cap, but he really wanted me to stop so that I would understand what I was looking at. He wanted me to understand about the neighborhood. He was like, across the street, and I've got more video, by the way, which I'll see about posting here later. I've got more video right next to that hotel across the street at the start of the video you all see here on Twitter. What I didn't get to show you in this video because didn't have enough time, was to the left of it is an oyster house. Now, those are houses over there that they converted into like a restaurant oyster house. But next to that is a school. And he was very upset because he's saying, the oyster house serves alcohol. And yet it's right next door to a school. Now, how many places do you know of where you can serve alcohol right next to a school like that? So directly across the street from Mother Emanuel Church is an oyster house that sells liquor. And right next to that, school. And then right next to that is your boutique hotel. Right next to that. And that's recent, as a matter of fact. That hotel that they built there that you can see the video, according to him, that was since the shooting happened. That wasn't there before. They came right after that occurred. They came in and bought up the property. So that tells you how worried about that they were. You don't think there's a connection between these things? Right after that happened, they came and bought that property up. Hey, let's build a hotel directly across the street from it. Let's build a boutique hotel and parking garage directly across the street. Directly across the street. That's just how worried they are. There's your future. There's a saying that just because you're not thinking about politics doesn't mean that politics isn't thinking about you. But I want you all to be aware that if you think that these things are inconsequential, if you think these are victimless crimes, if you think that these are things that don't really affect you, take a look at Charleston. That's the result of being focused for 5 decades on integration, interracial sexual access, voting for our dumbest and densest, and James Clyburn is the epitome of dumbest and densest. Voting for people who can dance the damn Dougie, or the Millie Rock, or the Tootsie Roll. Voting for your most entertaining, not your most competent and capable. This is the penalty that you pay for that. And don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful country up here, especially when you go there to the waterfront. It's beautiful. It really, really is. It is beautiful, which is why they're making sure you won't have any part of it. You and your children and your grandchildren, and it'll be just like you weren't even here. Now, for those who have accepted their fate, well, I guess it won't really bother them. For those who have accepted their fate. But for the rest of us, it's going to be something different. For the rest of us, it's going to be something different. But I had to come here. I had to come here. I had to come here and see this for myself. I had to come here and see for myself what was going on and be able to report on the ground exactly what I see. And we need to be very, very concerned about this. We have a terrible, horrendous, criminal habit of passing on to our children a lesser world than the one we had. Right above where she was staying at, Trudy, who you can see in the basket pictures that I took and whatnot. She was talking about how the people, she's in a building and her shop is on the bottom floor of the building. But you can see where people live above her in that building. And she was saying all these people who live in the building above her are all millionaires. Now, she's where she is because of some deal with the city. I don't know if they were in a nonprofit or something, but that's why she's in that building. But the folks who live there, she said they're all millionaires. She said all these people, she told me she thinks there's like 49 units and they're all millionaires in there. They're all millionaires there. It's not a victimless crime. But I want to talk to you all about this tonight. I want to talk to you about our futures. I want to talk to you about the fact that who we've elected and who we support, that it's not a victimless crime and it's not something to just ignore. I came here because I wanted to demonstrate to you, not through my words, but through my actions, how important this is to me. And it should be that important to you. We've been very, very passive in a lot of ways. And in some ways I can understand it. The civil rights generation is giving you plenty to be apathetic about and downright cynical about. And I get it. But most of you have children. Most of you have biological children. And while I don't, I'm doing this for them. I'm doing this so that they can inherit a better world than the one we had. At least we have the opportunity to do that. But anyway, you can go ahead and if you want to speak, you can go ahead and raise your hand here tonight. You can go ahead and raise your hand tonight if you want to speak, and we'll go ahead and have you on if you want to have something that you want to say there. And I want to thank all of you for joining us here, because this is not a little thing by any stretch of the imagination. This is not a little thing. Our generation cannot be one that is quiet. Up until now, you didn't have structures that were going to be standing for centuries that they're building around you. I can show you a bunch of structures like these in New York City, all up and down in Harlem, all up and down, and because everybody talks about the World Trade Tower and whatnot, but we can show you similar structures that will be standing for centuries in Harlem, in New Orleans, in Atlanta. You won't be moving any of those. They put those things in place, and then that's it. They've got their marker on that until your great grandchildren are dead and gone. That's a hell of a timeline to be waiting on. That's a hell of a timeline to be waiting on. Let's go ahead and get a couple of folk here. Let me get Kenny, go ahead and unmute yourself. Kenny, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
We thank you, everybody. This is What's the 411 News. We appreciate you guys for coming in. Be sure to share this out while we tap into various Twitter spaces, and we try to keep track of the polls, what's going on with Marcel Dixon. Support for Marcel Dixon, go to marcelforcongress.com. And we're going to continue to tap in and listen to these Twitter spaces and get some updates. Thank you for coming in. Be sure to share this out.
That's all I have to say, B1.
Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Let me get Twizzle. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Jason Black, what's up with you? How you doing today, brother?
Black first, brother. What's on your mind?
I want to touch on what you're talking about with the re-gentrification. I know you're very familiar with this name, Jerry Brown. He was once our mayor out here in Oakland. And I remember when he became mayor, I think it was 1998, the first thing he did was he told the landlords out here not to accept Section 8 or any housing assistance. And when he did that, the rent jumped from $500 a month from a one-bedroom to $1,800 a month overnight. And when he did that, he brought all them transients in from Portland down here. That's how come Oakland is totally regentrified. But what really tripped me out, and I'm going to cut it short, I'm going to make it sweet and short. What really tripped me out is when I was driving, doing my driving for dollars on my real estate thing, I seen an immigrant pushing a little white child. You know what I'm saying? And I knew it wasn't hers because the little white boy had hair like spaghetti and he was blonder than paler than a ghost. You know what I'm saying? So it tripped me out. And then I saw it again, but this time it was a big black man walking with a little white boy. And the little white boy was telling the white black man what to do. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? They bringing these immigrants over here to be their new house servants and everything? Like, this shit is getting serious out here, Jason. You're right. We're at a critical point right now. And that's all I want to say, man.
Well, you know, like I say, between that, Ron Dellums, I'm not going to say that Ron Dellums was necessarily a villain, but I will say that having black so-called leadership that does not lead and doesn't have a mission doesn't help us. He wasn't perfect, but Marion Barry had a damn plan in D.C. And one of the few times that we ever actually made progress was under Marion Barry. He wasn't perfect, but Ray Nagin at least had something resembling a plan in New Orleans. And the only time that you saw black folk at least not get flooded out, because I was in Louisiana when Hurricane Katrina happened. I was there listening to the white folks call in on the radio stations and cheering about it and snickering as 10,000 bodies in the street, snickering on the radio and talking about Mary Landrieu has lost her constituency. I was there when that was happening. So I know what it's like to have leadership that at least stops the bleeding, as well as leadership that gives you a leg forward. I know what that's like. And this is now more than ever, we can't just have people minding the store. We have to have people who actually have a plan and then are going to get in there and do it. We don't need any more people who are trying to get reelected. That's another thing right there. We don't need anybody who's trying to get reelected. We need folk who are going into office as if their first term in office is their only term in office. Now, whatever you do, you got 6 months to get it done, and that's it. That's what we need to have folk on, not people who are like, well, I need to get elected for the next 20 damn years. Forget that. Either you're all the way in or you're not. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Rhonda, go ahead and unmute yourself.
B1 Black family, Jason Black, thanks for having me. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. But, you've always taught us about, what winning looks like. And, Marcel Dixon and what he's doing on the grassroots level and what we all have been doing on the grassroots level, that's winning. And, we have been boots on the ground. And, this is just sentiment of, what's going to happen in the future. As you stated before, Marcel Dixon is just one person, and he should be the example of other future candidates, in New York and Philadelphia and Delaware and Ohio, everywhere. We should be seeing more grassroots candidates running for offices so that we can, put the people in place that we need so that we can get our reparations. So whatever happens tonight, like I said, and like the new black media has already said, we've already won. So I'm just hoping for a change, and hopefully we did it. So B1 family.
Black first, thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Let me get Sister Sean. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, peace, power, reparations, or die. I think you're absolutely right. And I'm looking at the Sister Trudy's shop. When we look around at any type of construction, it's actually a window into the future. And I am in Washington, D.C. I was born in Washington, D.C. And I go downtown every day, work right next to the White House, all down K Street. And I started to begin in my years of working. I asked myself, where are the black people? They literally disappeared. When we would see them every day on the construction sites, in the streets, they were working. They were not shiftless. They were working. But that changed. All of the people, the black people, were gone. And it was Hispanic men and women. So I'm looking at Trudy's little shop with her beautiful, beautiful workmanship and craftsmanship. And I can see them overpowering her and that becoming a Starbucks or something. So we have got to really, really get serious and put on our gloves like Muhammad Ali. And we're going to fight for all the Trudys in all the cities because that is the game plan. And that's what is very, very important for us to understand. And when we have candidates like Marcel, we have got to get out there and vote for them. We're going to vote for something. We're not voting for nothing. But when we have that opportunity, but I think we have some lesson learned. The power, the DNC machine, it's a machine that you're working against. They didn't give him any kind of, only the new black media gave him any kind of voice. He was shut out in every corner. But what we must protect our small businesses, the Trudy businesses, and we must get our gloves on and let's learn. And we have to dismantle the DNC. And the next step is we've got to dismantle the entire Black caucus. Let's vote them all out. We're going to shake them down and we're going to rebuild. And we may not even be rebuilding under the DNC. We may have to really consider building independently.
Well, having an agenda is important. So political parties really become superfluous when you have an agenda. So the most important thing is having an agenda, having a code, and then from there, everything else comes together. As far as Washington, D.C., I spent the better part of the last decade going through Washington, D.C. On a pretty regular basis. And I watched as they used Clark Construction in particular. Clark Construction was used like a military operation. It was used like an army.
Yep.
They were just these locusts that kept coming into areas, and everything they did was huge. There was nothing that they did that was small. Everything they did was huge. When Clark Construction showed up, basically they were going to take over the whole block. They weren't going to just take over one plot of land. I watched as they sat there and went block by block, multiple projects over the last decade. So they were very methodical. They were very prolific. They knew what they were doing. And basically the idea was to make sure that Black folk were squeezed out. And by the way, when I started watching them a decade ago, they were just starting. I am sad to say today, mission accomplished. They've accomplished their job of getting Black folk out of the Capital District. So if you want to know where Black folk in D.C. are, they're way out. They've been pushed outside of the Capital District up into the letter streets. They've been pushed all the way back out there, which was what they wanted.
This is What's the 411 News, and we are live right now. I'm just pulling up Marcel Dixon's Twitter post and then the people who responded as you're listening to Professor Black Truth. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's listening to Jason Black. I'm sorry about that. As you're listening to Jason Black on one of the live Twitter spaces, I'm going to just, scroll down to people responding to Marcel Dixon. You can follow him on Twitter at Marcel 4 Congress, the number 4 Congress. All right. We'll keep on listening in to Jason Black and the other people wanting to speak on the spaces.
Built up a lot of Negroes, and these Negroes got built up and did nothing to give back. I'm one of the lone soldiers that is right here to understand what he gave to us. I don't care what he did in his transitions in his personal life, but he fought for the people, and Clark Construction would have never got a monopoly if Marion Barry was still alive. And I'm a land with the bitch set him up. Peace, power, reparations. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Yes, she sure did. Say things like the Florida Grill, for example. My folks up there in D.C. know what I'm talking about. Florida Grill. I've been there. I ate there. You see the pictures along the walls up in there, the autographed pictures along the wall. This was one of those places back during segregation and civil rights. This was one of those safe places where Black folk could go. Entertainers came to their celebrities, places like there. And they built next when they showed.
All right, folks. Looks like they're trying to mess with Jason Black's Twitter feed. And so we're going to go back to another as I'm scrolling down through different comments that people are responding to Marcel Dixon. You guys can see that live on the screen right now. There's a lot of trolls coming in on these Twitter spaces as usual. Okay, looks like he got his feed back to look sounding decent again.
Let me get Andretti. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Peace. Hi, Black family. What I wanted to say was, what you were talking about reminded me of your Sunday broadcast about Mexico and how like they're buying up properties there and slowly, pricing out the locals. I feel like that's how an example of how white supremacy is a global thing. Like they're doing this to each city. Like even here, I'm from Newport News, Virginia, and I noticed how they started doing the buildings. And like now, a lot of people in the area, they can no longer live there, and you have to move to a different area. And that's all I was just saying. That's all I wanted to say.
We're moving beyond the area, beyond the era of gentrified states. We're moving beyond that now. We're now moving to the era of gentrified states. Florida, this a long time ago, Florida's going to be the first gentrified state. California is almost there as we speak. So we're moving well beyond the era now of gentrified parts of town, gentrified cities. We're looking at places where if you can't pay rent, you have to leave the state. No, you're already there. In New York, for example, you're already there. But that's what we're looking at now. That's what we're looking at now. Thank you very much for taking this here. Let me get your hands out. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Peace, brother. This is Mr. Tex out over in New York. How's the family doing? Peace to the family. I just want to say it's great to hear brothers and sisters being on code. The troll that just called in. It's no wonder that those people who do such research, they spend a lot of time and man hours doing videos on you, Tariq, anybody who's trying to empower the Black people, when they can use that energy to look up racist political figures.
I'm not really sure what happened there.
We thank you guys for checking us out. We're going to still remain live here for probably a few hours, matter of fact. So be sure to share this out to your people. And we're going to continually to go to different Twitter spaces. Jason, look like Jason Black's, his particular audio is getting interfered with, but the people who are coming on his space to speak are coming in clearly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back out of his and then, come back in. I'm going to check out some other spaces here that are also talking about Marcel. There's some other people that are in opposition of Marcel as well. And I'm going to go ahead and tap on that real quick so you guys will know who was in support and who wasn't and what they're saying about Marcel. All right. So let's see what this one is talking about here. We're going to tap in and listen to them.
This is another one of those relationships that lacks reciprocation. Is going to have to end. Just like our people are divorcing from the Democratic Party. Damn it, those of us who think that we are part of the LGBT, you got to divorce from them. You're going to have to. Everything you do, say, or think is going to have to be Black first and really Black only. Because nobody fucks with you. Despite the lie that you may tell yourself, don't let Billy Porter fool you. Billy Porter got a whole white zaddy. And every time you turn around, he's complaining that he's not getting opportunities in Hollywood. He's complaining that he's being discriminated against. But then he has the nerve to put it all on us. Put it all on the Black community. I felt so unwanted growing up.
Who the hell cares? And oh my God, nobody cares. Like, I wish these people understood that when you take that fucking flamboyant ass whatever you add on to you feel me, whatever gender you are, that you are still going to be a melanated FBA individual, and that your lineage still matters, no matter how much you want to act like it doesn't. You feel me? So when these grown ass adults, these sassy ass adults, you feel me, cry and complain every single day, you feel me? I just want to tell you, I want to be the first one to tell you at 23, nobody cares, you feel me? Figure it the fuck out, you feel me? That's what we do. We're resilient people. We never complain. We just adapt to the motherfucking times. So if you can't do that, maybe your lineage is a little motherfucking questionable. I'm gonna leave it at that.
I have to agree with you, friend. I have to agree with you. What's going on, Brother Sonny?
All right, we're going to go ahead and tap into another one real quick. All right.
You hear me? Sonny be coming off you like a motherfucking mixtape cover. What's up, Sonny?
See,
All right, I'm going to take this time to let y'all know that this is What's the 411 News observation, interpretation, and news commentary from a B1, FBA, and BGR perspective. We thank you for coming in. Thank you for tapping in. Be sure to share this out to everyone. We are live. This is What's the 411 News. We're going to be tapping in to various Twitter spaces, and some of the folks will be giving updates and talking and commenting about voting in particular. And definitely support for Marcel. And again, this is What's the 411 News. Let's get it. Welcome everybody to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it.
and I will last forever. We can make it real. When you leave never, we can do it. You and I the world you and I together again. The world choose is alive. It's the joy that people share. Make love day and night. So easy to do when you care. Love will last forever.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah, you popping them out like popcorn corners. You just keeping them going.
What'd you say, Wani?
You ready for the next one?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, Staple Singers, I'll Take You There.
Okay. Hey, you having an old school party up in this joint.
We are. Amazon Music. Anybody got any other?
We need that.
We gotta hear. You gonna play that? You gotta play before I let go. We gotta hear some. I got you. That's next. Oh yeah, this is another song that Barack played.
What?
I'll take you there.
All right, folks, we're going to tap into another Twitter space. Let's see if we can get back to, I think Jason Black. Did he just get out of there? Looks like he might. Oh, no. I don't know. Looks like he might have gotten booted out. We don't know here. Let's see what's going on. We'll kind of go through some Twitter feeds real quick, Twitter posts, and see what's going on real quick. Looks like Gail Bellinger, shout out to the FBA, was good. It looks like at the voting poll today, my brother, by a different mother, Marcel Dixon for Congress. All right. Let me just scroll down here, of course. It's my day. All right. Hopefully your family went to the polls and supported Marcel Dixon. All right, we're going to get out of that. Let's see what else is going on here real quick. Let me see what Jason Black's got going on real fast. Okay. Yeah, let's tap back into this live real quick. Before we do that, let's see what's going on here. Marcel for Congress. This is Marcel Dixon's Twitter page. It says, update, there were 36,000 early votes in his district. I'll read it as he typed it himself. All right, let me tap on that real quick. And Marcel says, update, there were 36,000 early votes in my district. So they are counting those before they get to the votes from today. Okay, there you go. I'm going to have to tap into Marcel's Twitter page because he's the one that's running. So he would have all the information, I guess. Just breathe, everyone. Look at what we did in barely 6 months. With my reparations platform, we are just getting started. Trust me. All right. And we'll check out what everybody's responding. And somebody's highlighting Marcel's numbers right now. And let me see. It looks like they're trying to declare Clyburn as winner. But this is far from over. We're going to keep our hopes up. And the counting has just begun. That's only 3% of the polls. You know, things always change as time, continues on and numbers start changing. So that's nothing to be worried about. All right. So that's I don't know who this Michael Addison. He's also running, I think, as a Democrat as well. Let me see something here. Okay. And of course, people are with their clown post trying to make fun of the results. MSNBC not talking about your race. Got a feeling that's a good sign. All right. Yeah, because I'm pissed about them counting up 5,000 vote for Clyburn, but only you got 120. I'll make sure to breathe. All right, let me see here. As we scroll down. Brother, you inspired me to take a deeper look into the political scene in my city and state, and I thank you for that. Keep pushing, brother. From millions of Americans lack health, I am very proud of you and everyone who worked on this. You have come a very long way in a short period of time. Rhonda Renee says, we got you, brother. We got your back, brother. Duck God with a suspect profile picture says, where can I find more details about the reparations platform? All right, as we go down here. I'm saying it now. Congratulations, Marcel. That's from DD Phoenix or DDSA Phoenix. All right. So a lot of love for Marcel Dixon. That's what's up. Earl James says, good luck, Mr. Marcel. More Black Thread said, rooting for you always. Black First Gorilla says they already doing propaganda. And I guess this is an article here. South Carolina election news and update. Let me just click on that real quick and see what's going on with that. Okay. So they're already doing propaganda, huh? Okay. ABC Columbia is tapped in. All right. Looks like Election Alert is tapped in. They all claiming Clyburn as a winner, but we're going to still keep our hopes high and still continue to show our support for not James, excuse me. That's crazy. Marcel Dixon. We're going to show our support for Marcel Dixon. All right. And what's sad is that it's a lot of the older Black people. They just don't, either they just lost and don't want to fight anymore, or they just don't see the nonsense that they have been getting played. And they're just kind of, there's a lot of the civil rights generation folks that continue to vote for this clown. And he's actually done nothing in 30 years. Marcel had did some research on, I guess, how long, something about South Carolina to so many years. It was like way, way over 30, and stating, I think even going from slavery to now, and that nothing had changed in all those hundreds of years. And then Clyburn getting into office in his 30 years, and still nothing changed for South Carolina, for that particular district. So, but it's unfortunate that the older folks, the civil rights generation, just doesn't, either they don't get it, they don't see it. Maybe they don't have the fight in them because of their age. You know, it's just very few of them still have some fight in them, and they understand what's going on. The other ones, I guess, could be also getting tricked and thinking, because Clyburn had a fish fry and Kamala Harris came out and talked about collard greens. Very disrespectful. She's talked about collard greens, but when they talk to other groups, Hispanics, LGBTs, Ukrainians, Afghans, other groups, other racial ethnic groups, they always talk policy. But when they talk with Black folks, they always talk about collard greens and hot sauce and fried chicken and watermelon. And a lot of these old folks go for it, and they go voting for them again. So that's unfortunate. All right. So yeah, there's a lot of tapping in here. We're going to get to another Twitter space here in a moment. All right. So yeah, here's some I'm scrolling down the different looks like results. Tim Scott. That's another sellout. All right, let's go back and see what we can find and tap in. All right. And there we go. Let's hit that space and see what's good with it. Oh, okay, it's already gone, or is it?
Hours
there we go.
Where you're at to South Carolina. Also, I wanted to say I have family in South Carolina, and a lot of family left down there. And I'm from Brooklyn. Last I checked, you were the man that made the documentary Gentrified. How much time do you think that we have left in South Carolina before they price us out?
Tara Frazier, what's up? What's up? What's up? Thanks for coming in. Be sure to share this. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, man, and tell other people about us. All right. Thank you for tapping in with us.
The Carolinas wasn't really on anybody's plate of anything. Myrtle Beach was just a place that college students went to alternatively if they weren't in class in New York or if Florida wasn't available. You've now got a situation where, because of the outrageous overpricing of New York, their overpopulation plus overpricing, a bunch of those people filtered down. Now, the folks who were retirees and had their money straight, they just leapfrogged all the way from New York City all the way down to Florida. Now that Florida is built out and gentrified to hell, you started watching a bunch of them. It's like filling up a pitcher. It's like filling up a jug. It filled up in Florida. Now it's filled up Georgia. You have a bunch of New York transplants all over Georgia, particularly Atlanta. A whole bunch of New York transplants there. But the Carolinas have been a place that have been particularly targeted by the New York people, especially a lot of Black folk from New York. They see it as a safe haven. You know, they can sell their brownstones in New York for a couple of $1 million, and then come to the Carolinas, they'll have reasonable proximity to a coast. It's warmer than what they're used to in New York City. It does snow there, but it's not as brutal as it is in New York City, for example. So you've got a lot of people who are fleeing from that New York area and now increasingly fleeing from Florida. So whereas Florida only got hit from one direction, New York coming down, the Carolinas are getting hit from two directions, New York coming down and Florida coming up. That's what's happening. By the way, I've seen plenty of New York and Jersey and Florida license plates here too. By the way, I've seen plenty of them here. So that's what's being hit. So how much time do we have? Brother, I can't go on at this point right now. With the amount of building that I'm seeing, we are in full swing. I would be lying if I told you that you had a time clock available. I will say that you have the ability to do something. I don't know how much time you have. You have the ability to do something. So efforts like Marcel Dixon and efforts like, Black folk establishing themselves in places like Charlotte, Fayetteville. Look, the bottom line is you'll have as much time as you make. It's going to take a significant number of people to get damn serious, to get their money together, their credit together. None of the single motherism or other foolery, none of the playing around with the other garbage going on. You need to get really, really serious about financially building, community building, partnering, working together. Not a bunch of jackasses sitting off here trying to be individuals or freestyling. That's the thing that got you in the trouble. We don't need any more folk who are, well, I'm doing okay. Because the problem is you're by yourself. I see a bunch of white folk here working together. I see a bunch of them collaborating. That's what you'll do with it. So I think of it less in terms of how much time you have and more in terms of how you use the time that you have. But if I had to give you a time scale based on the incredible amount of building that I've seen, the outrageous number of transplants from other states, the tsunami of illegals they have running around here now. The Carolinas have been particularly targeted for illegals. They have been dropping them off here literally by the train load, literally by the bus load. I'm going to give it another 15 years. I'll give it another 15 years. You're going to first keep your eyes on Fayetteville. If I had to name a place in particular to watch, I'm going to say keep your eye on Fayetteville. When you see that population begin to turn, you've crossed the point of no return. So if I had to say that for the Carolinas, I would really be looking for Fayetteville and I'm really looking for Fayetteville. I think that'll be the point of no return for both North and South Carolina, in my opinion.
And lastly, I just want to add, everything that you said about Harlem was absolutely correct. Harlem used to be all Black, but again, I drove through Harlem today. It's not the same Harlem as it was when my grandparents first came up to New York from South Carolina.
Not at all. I mean, Harlem as we knew it is gone. I said that 5 years ago. Harlem as we knew it is gone. It's like a cultural anachronism at this point. Hell, Bedford-Stuyvesant, as you all knew it, is gone. My folks in New York know that, the days of Biggie Smalls and stuff like that. It's like, man, that's not what Bedford-Stuyvesant is anymore. You got a bunch of white college students and yuppies running around Bedford-Stuyvesant. You like, Bed-Stuy? Yeah. Yes, they are. That's what's going on today. Bedford-Stuyvesant, as we knew it, is already gone. So you're entering a situation where the cameras go home, and when the cameras go home, the builders move in, and then they start renaming it. The builders come in and then they start renaming it. By the way, down here off of East Bay, and when you go down there where the riverfront is, back behind the Custom House, over the street signs, they got little signs over it that say French Quarter. I took pictures of it. They got little signs over the street signs that say French Quarter. Not really sure what's inspired that necessarily, although I have a feeling it's kind of a backhanded reference towards us, but yeah, that's going on. So keep your eyes and your ears open. The bottom line is, at some point, if you do not move, it's too late to do anything. So if I had to give a timeline, I'm going to give it the next 15 or 20 years, but particularly watch that population balance in Fayetteville. I think that's a balanced place there, military base and everything. But when that one falls, I don't think there's really any fallback position from there. Not Charlotte. I see too much foolery going on in Charlotte right now. I don't like it. Not Durham. Durham is totally out to lunch. Durham is hood as hell. Durham is ratchet as hell. They are not taking the threat seriously at all. When they will get pushed out of Durham in a weekend. They don't even know it. They're going to get pushed out of Durham in a weekend. They are bull jiving around just that badly. They're going to get pushed out of Durham in a weekend. They won't even see it coming. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get Brother Moko. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing, TBA? What's up, back B1 fam? TBA, you made a real good point, because I'm up here in Baltimore, and they just gave the Orioles something over the amount of $24 million to revitalize Camden Yards and the Ravens Stadium. So I see what you're saying about them putting their sports complexes up to gentrify side of those neighborhoods and to raise the rents, the property values, so that we can't live in them. And
what you do is you utilize this. Those are things that you can take public funds for, which really you shouldn't be doing. You should not be taking taxpayer money to help a private enterprise to further grow and cultivate what they're doing. That private enterprise needs to go to a bank or investors and get them to do that. Instead, they're robbing the poor corporate coffers to be able to do that. What they do is, by building up the sports, if you can't build an industry, what you do is building the sports complexes creates a draw. That's what you're looking for. So it gives you a way of putting public money into a private venture to create a draw to bring in and entice more people to come into that area. So if you haven't been able to legitimately get business to build, this is a way of artificially supplementing business, and then it cultivates interest in people coming to the area. That's how you start the gentrification process. So think of this like priming a pump. So when they closed down, the boxer, I forget his name, Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, and then had the Little Caesars Pizza people build theirs and whatnot at this huge size and this huge cost. That's for the purposes of enticing your white suburbanites and yuppies to come to the area. And that's a 10-year, 15-year strategy is what they're using. So, and this is everywhere. The San Francisco 49ers stadium that they built, it's everywhere. They're using this all. They started with the Cowboys. Cowboys Stadium, almost 30 years ago was their proof that they can make it work. Remember, that was $1 billion when they did that. Back in 1992, $93, it was $1 billion to do that. They proved that it could work. They proved that could work. And now every other city is like, hey, if all else fails, pump a bunch of money into it.
Right, and just like you said in your last broadcast, Clark's Construction is everywhere. They down there already. Before they even gave them the money, they was down there.
Yeah, they're mobbed up. They're mobbed up with the city. They're mobbed up with the government. They're like the Blackwater of construction in DC. They're like the Blackwater Corporation. Those are the guys they call in to do the down and dirty work of ethnic cleansing and clearing the area in mass levels. This is why it is so important that we are tuned in. It is incredibly important that we are in tune with what's happening, that we make sure that our politicians reflect our interests. No more voting for vote because they're popular. No more voting for them because your mama and your grandmama did it. We're in trouble in the Carolinas today because of voting the way mama and grandmama did it. It's time to do things differently. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Afro Elite, go ahead and unmute yourself.
TBA, can you hear me? I'm outside, so I just want to make sure you can hear me clearly.
Yes, what's on your mind?
Okay, I definitely want to give you your props. Tip hats off to you for making the long drive to come out here to support Marcel. From what I've seen being out here, Marcel has been shadow banned, so to speak, for lack of a better term, by the media, the local media and the mainstream media, because most of the people out here didn't know who Marcel was until I told them about it, but they hated Jim Clyburn. So that leads me to believe that the dominant society is forcing Jim Clyburn on the local residents here, which is no surprise to anybody. The dominant society is doing that by shadow banning all the better alternatives, all the better options. So
well, that's their job. Their job is, he's their puppet. So, that's their boy. That's their puppet. I want us to be in tune with the fact that that's the way things are going to be. Look, there's not going to be anything, easy about any of this. There's not going to be anything easy about this. They are not going to give us anything. They're not going to give us anything. They're not going to hand us anything. That's not going to happen. All of that having been stated, by the same token, they don't need to. Let's be very, very clear. Black folk can get done what they wish to get done. But before we can get anything done, we have to have everybody else on the same page first. And that's a process. We're not going to just look up overnight, over 5 years, and everything is going to be where it needs to be. We didn't get in this situation in one election cycle. You're not going to get out of it in one election cycle. It's going to be a process. It's going to take a whole lot of legwork and a whole lot of room. But by the same token, we weren't even discussing these things a decade ago. A decade ago, folks were talking about praying and going to school. Now we're talking about something totally different. You have an agenda that's totally different. You got Clyburn trying to pretend to be one of us for a little while, which is not going to work. So what we're really working on is a communication agenda. Don't be deceived. We're really working on a communication agenda. And the more we can talk about this kind of thing, the better. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Let me get, okay. Stop unmuting yourself, sir. If I tell you, if I put you on mute and you unmute yourself, I'm going to think that you're up to trolling or something. I suggest you don't do that. Tammy, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jason and B1 to everyone in the room. I just want to speak on New York being gentrified. You've spoken about Brooklyn and you've spoken about, Harlem, but I live in South Jamaica, Queens. About 40, well, not even that long, maybe about 25 to 30 years ago, where I lived at, there's a section called Arsdale Park. That was like the main hub of all Black musicians, specifically jazz musicians. Our friend, our B1 friend, Tanisha Arnold is from over there. James Brown's house is over there, beautiful houses, big backyards. And we're being gentrified all because of white people from Long Island not wanting to pay their taxes and not wanting to drive because of that. So now, I don't know if you know about Jamaica Avenue. Jamaica Avenue has turned into a high-rise city. You barely can see anything. About 5 years ago, they started the construction. Now it's like nonstop. The rent is going up. People are coming in the neighborhood trying to buy out houses so the white people can live here. And it's sad because they're migrating from Long Island, but people here can't afford to move to Long Island to live there. So I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people from New York is migrating down south because, The cost of living down there is much better than here.
Well, let's be clear. They're not moving. They're having to make a run for it. They can't afford to stay there. They're basically being evicted from the city, not evicted from a borough. Not evicted from a borough. They're essentially being evicted from the city, which in the case of New York City means you're being evicted from the state. Because here's the real problem. The real problem is upstate isn't any better. So Westchester, Tarrytown, hell, Valhalla. I can go down the list. If y'all think I don't know my New York areas, even going up into there, hell, Spring Valley even. That used to be the damn hood. So like I say, it's one of those, and it still is, but the problem is even living in the hood now costs a bunch of it. You know why? Because we don't actually own those properties there anymore. So when you don't own the properties anymore, somebody else owns them, and they won't make them nice, but they'll damn sure charge you out the ear for it. So essentially that's what you're witnessing now. They're being evicted not from the city, but from the state.
Yes, you're definitely correct on that. It's just weird because like our mayor Eric Adams, he's from Queens, and it's funny that it's a whole bunch of things going on over here that he has not even addressed or discussed. I live close to a street called Merrick Boulevard. It is a 2-lane runway. It goes from Jamaica Avenue all the way to Long Island, and they put a bus lane there. They obstructed we have a lot of auto places that fixes cars. They're mostly black owned, maybe about 85% black owned. So that's obstructing their business because it's not like in other cities where the bus lane has a time limit. Like, okay, during this hour and this hour you can't use the bus lane. They don't want us to use the bus lane at all. But you can tell which neighborhoods he's more interested in, because when you get further down Merrick Boulevard to the area where it's a little more high class black people, there's no bus lane. This is why I'm loving Marcel, because
Slim Della 87 says, this is the sad truth. The only way for the younger generation to fight white supremacy, we have to wait until the old generation transition. That is incorrect. All right. You don't have to wait for them to transition. You got to continue finding those who are like-minded to yourself, and you keep growing from there. Because I'll bust it out like this. There was, remember when Obama ran, and at the very beginning, when he was running for president, a lot of black people were saying, man, this guy going to get killed off, man. They're going to kill him. And then once they seen people voting for him, it was some white people, but then some black people started getting on board, and it became more. And then they started reporting how many black people were voting for him. And then it's kind of snowballed. Once people were seeing like, well, these black folks are voting for him, I guess I'll go and vote for him. And this is beside the point of him not really doing nothing for blacks, but just to make the point that you still can get things done. Because a lot of times what is happening is that people are just waiting for others to make a move. And once they see that a lot of people are making the same move that they want to make, but they're a little bit afraid because they thinking nobody else is doing it, people will follow suit behind it. So you don't have to wait for them to die out. It's not even like that. You just got to find people who are on code and continue to make sure they stay on code. And every now and then talk to some of the old folks and show them receipts. That's another thing as well. Show them the receipts of what's going on, because a lot of times they might just be getting hoodwinked from whoever they've been voting for years, and they're not really looking at the facts. So sometimes you just got to show them what's really been going on, and you're not going to get every last one of them to go on to the other side and make the right decisions after that. But some of them are going to come to and be like, oh, okay, they didn't like to be hoodwinked and tricked and stuff like that. So that might cause some of them to change their mind on certain positions. And then they might be able to influence their own peers, and you might get a snowball effect like that. So you don't have to wait. Nah, you're going to keep on fighting. If you're FBA, you already know that spirit should be in you. So you shouldn't even have that mindset. All right. So nah, don't give up on that. Let's continue listening.
Let me get Stepper. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yo, what's going on? I definitely wanted to also piggyback over the things you guys were saying.
By the way, thank you for also coming in to What's the 411 News. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. All right. Be sure to subscribe. This is the new black media, not the old and worn out and sell out black media. This is the new black media. What's the 411 News? News, observation, interpretation, and commentary. All right. From a foundational Black American, Black first, and Black grassroots perspective. All right. Let's continue listening in. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick and just see if there's any other spaces. Yeah, it looks like the same ones. Let's tap into this one real quick. We'll come back to Jason Black here in a second. Let's tap into this one.
By making sure that people are limited. They're boxing people in to particular neighborhoods, and then after they box them into those neighborhoods using policy. Now, this stuff is being done by black people. We have predominantly black women in council, and including Eric Adams, like you said. But Eric Adams is a guy who actually used to be. I tell this story all the time. He used to actually try to support police brutality, black people up when he was in Brooklyn. Now he's running on the campaign of police and what's it called? The public safety agenda. And he is actually breaking a lot of these deals. They actually moved to increase the police budget in New York City. They did that yesterday. They increased the budget of New York City and defunded the school system. And they actually, I think that's going to be a trend nationally to invest into more policing, unjust policing, and more controlling and inhumane policing. Because here in New York City, I always tell people in this space that they're still beating the crap out of people. It's just that they have a little bit more control over the body cam footage and their cover-ups.
Well, Eric Adams is a police officer,
yeah.
So certainly, his idea of dealing with things is going to be police-centric. I mean, Tom Bradley became the mayor of Los Angeles. So he wasn't elected for no reason. He was elected because they know exactly what they were going to get or what they're expecting to get. And of course, if you have a black face doing it, it makes it all that much easier. This is all the more reason why, for black folk everywhere to understand what they're getting, what they're really asking for. Don't just vote for a black face. And you have to actually have an agenda, because the bottom line is, unfortunately, in that New York area, black folk have kind of been devoid of an agenda now for a while. And what that does is it leaves you as a voting block, but it doesn't leave you as a voting block that can actually articulate what's being voted for. So you end up voting for a candidate because they're not somebody, or because they're not somebody else, or because it's the family tradition to vote for them. But if the candidate has actually expressed anything that's in your interest, let's be clear, Eric Adams, like all the rest of them, he never said one word about what he was going to do for black people. Never. He said more about Bitcoin than he did black people. And I'm serious. He said more about Bitcoin than he did black people. It shouldn't be surprising. So all I can tell you in New York right now is keep your eyes and your ears open and your head on swivel. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Let me get Joel. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Mr. Black, can you hear me?
Yes, what's on your mind?
Hey, I actually, let me turn the truck off real quick. I had actually sent you a message on the Patreon about my uncle, because I'm here in Charlotte, and what you're saying about the Carolinas is absolutely true. And when it comes to that gentrification, I literally saw it firsthand while I was growing up, going through elementary and everything, because I used to walk, that Plaza Midwood area. That's where I went to elementary school at. Now it's totally different. You got, borderline high-rise condos and apartments over there now, and the tactics they use are very dirty, very, very dirty. And some of the tactics that they used, my mom still owns her home. She owns it outright. She got it about 29 years ago. Habitat for Humanity, of course, right there near uptown Charlotte. But of course, gentrifying, they're trying to take it all back over again. And what they'll do is they've bought up, I want to say probably like 70, 80% of the neighborhood. There's only a handful of people still staying. And I went to survey the neighborhood about 5-10 years ago when I was still in college. Before that, after that, I want to say back in 2020, I went back there and walked around the neighborhood, the backside of my mom's house, and I've come to find out that some of those people had already sold the houses, but they were still allowed to live there because the contractors or whatever, they weren't planning on doing work then. And now they're what they've done is they've kind of buy the properties, hold them for however long. Some of them they'll keep vacant to run down the property value because vacant houses can run down the property value in certain neighborhoods. So sometimes that's what they did farther down the block. And then they tore down the houses down the block, made them into townhomes, resold them, and now that they started that project, now I'm seeing them. They've come to her neighborhood with the guy with the suitcase. Came to her trying to offer her a significant amount of money. Her neighbors and them sold. The property is now worth even more. And then they did this thing not too long ago where they made her pay property taxes from years ago that she had already paid, but they said the county or something went back and was like, okay, we did a wrong adjustment 5 or 10 years ago. So they literally raised her property value in the past and made her pay the current on those property taxes today. And of course,
right, they retroactively, they charge her retroactively for her taxes. Now, like I say, those things you can fight, but you have to have an attorney to be able to do that kind of thing. So, because you can fight them, but, you have to have an attorney for that. But look, this is all the more reason why, when we talk about coming together, that really means community. And community means a bunch of people who have similar interests, a similar code of conduct, and have an agenda. It is not enough to just be some big-headed person buying a house. It is not enough to buy a house because you want to get away from your mama or your daddy. That's not a plan. You have to be a person who says, okay, I am a property owner, not just somebody to buy a house so I can get away from rent. There has to be a plan here. And once you have the plan, then that's when you have heirs so that you can keep these things in the family. That's how you have roots. That's how you build a community. That's how you go from one property to more than one. That's how you do that. That's how that thing works. It can't be haphazard because what we're witnessing right now, long story short, what you're witnessing is the disorganized versus the organized. Now, you can say they're evil, crafty, or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But there's one thing you definitely have to call them: organized. And that's what they're doing. So as Black people, it needs to become very coherent, very organized, very disciplined, because we're up against very coherent, organized, and disciplined entities, outrageously well-heeled, outrageously well-financed, and all of them targeting us in their crosshairs because we're sitting on the cheapest property. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Let me get I Am Woke Melanin. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Peace, TBA. You and Joe was right and exact about Charlotte. Not even a month ago, they just cleared out a whole Black neighborhood, just gave them the boot. And the mindset here is like 2 days off.
We're going to transition real quick to another Twitter feed, Twitter live spaces. And we'll be back here with Jason Black in a moment.
Commercial space for my business. And, I had read in the local paper that
all right, so this is one of the Twitter spaces that's live right now. And they play music from every now and then, and they'll come back with updates. So it looks like they're just taking a break, and it looks like Marcel has posted a comment on his post where it's saying many precincts are still opened, and the votes uploaded first will be the early votes and absentee votes, not the ones from today. Those should come around midnight. I'm hearing good things. Let me see. Maybe I could tap on it. There we go. I'm hearing good things, but whatever the outcome, we are already victorious. That's directly from Marcel. All right. That's directly from Marcel Dixon. So what we're going to do is we're going to get back with Jason Black's live here. And again, this is What's the 411 News. Be sure to subscribe to this channel. We also go live on Twitter and Twitch. All right. And you can also, sometimes we go live. If we're not live on Twitter or Twitch, we are live on other platforms. But we try to keep it in sync and be live here on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, which is our pages. We'll soon be having a Facebook page pretty soon. And you'll be able to tap into those as well. You can also go to Facebook at Blog World International, and you can catch sometimes you can catch us live, or you catch the replays. All right, or you can catch the post where you can click on a post and it'll take you to the news post. All right, so what we're going to do is go ahead and tap in. Let me just tap this video real quick and see what's going on with it. All right, just somebody with some flyers. All righty. So let's go back to Jason Black's. Let's see, there we go. Let's go back to his Twitter Spaces live. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate y'all for coming in, tapping in. We are live on Twitter, Twitch, and here on YouTube. All right. This is What's the 411 News. Let's get back into it, man. Thank you for coming in. Please subscribe to the channel. We are the new Black Media. Welcome, everybody, to What's the 411? This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it.
To remember, it's these people's job to be informed. It's their job to be informed. It's their job to know. It's their job to be on top of these things. So they don't miss any of this by accident. It's not accidental. They never miss any of that. They're just letting you know, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what we're on. This is how we're moving. And just remember, when they start doing things like that, which refute reality, they are exposing the most dangerous but most reassuring thing of all. They're afraid. Under these circumstances, you're scared, and you should be scared, because here's what they're concerned about. A decade ago, when Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin and black folk took to the streets, the media was thinking it was going to be 1992 all over again, 1991 all over again. Rodney King riots, going to be the same thing as always is. Black folks are going to take to the streets. They're going to burn some things up. They're going to vent, and then they're going to go home. A decade later, remember, it took the better part of a decade for them to get the point. It wasn't until George Floyd that they finally accepted, yeah, this isn't a fluke. This is the new normal. So understand, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Regardless of whatever happens, it is our attitude and our agenda towards these things that they are gauging anything. I want to know, is this going to be a one-hit wonder? You're just going to keep coming back every year, every 2 years, and we're never going to let it go. And unfortunately for them, yeah, just going to be back every time, every single time. If our agenda's on the table, we'll be back every time. And they're not worried. They're not so much worried about this year. What they're worried about is next year and the year after that. Because then they're going to be able to start tracking trends. And if the trend starts going against them, Katie barred the door. Thank you very much for checking in with us tonight. Let me get Hunter Green. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
How you doing, brother?
What's on your mind?
I just wanted to tell you, you got New York. You know every little area in New York, like my heart. And what I'm learning is like, what is the end goal? Because I think you're right. I mean, I work, and I deliver like all types of stuff to people that are building and stuff. And I'm always watching. I got my boots on the ground watching. So what's the end goal? What's the end goal? I mean, in one breath they're talking about their population is decreasing, and then the second thing they're building up for that. So what am I missing right there and there?
Okay, they're telling you the population where is decreasing.
You remember they said that they're having a population problem. People were saying like a couple days ago that they were having babies, and that that's why they did the thing with the abortion thing. They made the law where they like can't have abortions, whatever. In Texas, they said because these people are claiming that they're not having babies. So that's what I heard. And I'm just
brother. Well, right now, let me go ahead and mute him. He's making the drop right now. You are seeing basically the overall population is growing. The white population is reaching equilibrium, but America's population overall, particularly, this is why they keep trying to bring as many illegals as they can. So, because they want to make as much money as they can. The more people they have, the more money they make off of it. So, right now, you've just got a situation where they keep trying to feed the beast, is what they keep trying to do. In your major cities, New York, Los Angeles, you've got all these mega structures, you got your Billionaires Row and whatnot. And I said this in my film Gentrified. What you are going to see is a rabid effort to depopulate the cities, to clear out those major urban centers. That's what you have. You have a major effort to clear out those urban centers. That's what you're looking for. And when they clear them out, ironically enough, you're not going to see prices go down. This is what I talked about in Detroit. When they clear out places like New York, or should I say when they start depopulating it, which they're doing right now, as they depopulate California, the prices are not going to go down. What's going to happen is it's going to simply make more room for the affluent, for the rich. And they're now, instead of having to squeeze into areas, they're going to have all these skyscrapers and these major thoroughfares all to themselves. Because let me tell you, I remember watching videos of Los Angeles from the 1960s. I'm not saying I was there in the 1960s. I'm saying I remember seeing videos years ago showing the traffic on the freeways in Los Angeles and in Hollywood back in the 1960s. And the traffic reminded me of Shreveport, Louisiana today. And I'm like, wow, with only 1/8 the population, 1/5 the population, it must have been on and popping back then. And it was. And just trust me, the place is richer than it's ever been. It's got more wealthy people than it's ever had. If they can just get rid of most of that poor working class population and have all those skyscrapers and all those affluent neighborhoods of themselves, it will be more expensive than it has ever been. You will see the prices more tremendous than you have ever seen them. There will be lower populations, fewer people, and higher property values than you've ever seen in your life. Think of it as one great, big, huge country club. Think of it in those terms. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get B-Boss. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, brother. On the Marcel Dixon topic, they trying to delegitimize that, bro. They won't give him no major airtime. Like the man said earlier, they're showing everybody else on the ballot on TV, and they don't even show this guy. They just showing him at the bottom, like 4% or whatever. But they don't want his message to get out to the masses because they know most people will rock with him on the message that he's speaking. Secondly, on the Eric Adams topic, I don't know if you listened to Tariq's broadcast. I don't know if it was yesterday or the night before, but he spoke to allegedly Eric Adams' brother, and he's supposed to have a little sit down. He's supposed to orchestrate between Tariq and Eric Adams. Hopefully that takes place, and then Tariq let us know something on that, because I'm in New York, so I don't know what's going to happen with the dude Eric Adams. I didn't vote for the dude just because I already felt he was going to be like the rest of black politicians that get in and look out for their crew. Thirdly, as far as black Americans in America, they're replacing us in every level. Whether, like I said, I live in New York City. You used to have a couple of black communities here, Harlem, Brooklyn, wherever. Harlem is infiltrated and gentrified. The Bronx, even in the Bronx, you have the Jamaican area that's being infiltrated by the Albanians, Ukrainians, Yemen cats, or whoever. And then you also have, like I said, in Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying? They gentrified all that. So you don't have any more black communities here. You got Dominicans coming in, everybody else. So we ain't getting nothing. Then we go all the way up to the top. Hollywood, sports, whatever. They got all these European players coming into the NBA, so they're replacing them there. In Hollywood, you got all these other London cats from Africa, wherever, replacing all of the entertainers and things of that nature. So they replacing us, at least they trying. And with black people, man, there's stuff that we be doing to each other. I'll be looking at the drill music cats. That shit is not, it's not like just music. You know what I'm saying? These cats is making music and people are dying after the song, or Facebook post or whatever. So it's like, brother, you're not uniting on that front. And, we could say, oh, this person is doing this and the government, this, that, the other. Yeah, but, we got to look out for ourselves too. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, you certainly can't have politicians that you did not choose. Eric Adams, we're getting into the point now where we're accepting the reality that you have to have policies built. Eric Adams is not a politician that we built. We didn't build Eric Adams. Right. Barack Obama was not a politician that we built. We didn't build Barack Obama. Right. These are individuals selected by the white power structure and then dropped off and told to us, okay, here's one of your options. So the big thing now is to have a reflexive reaction. We're not really going to deal with anybody that we didn't select from the ground up and we didn't build. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Let me get Brooklyn native. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, what's going on, brother? My name Jason too, man. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm also a plumber. I heard you said you was a construction dude. I'll be 44. But to let you know, I remember driving down. I got relatives in South Carolina, Charleston, like you said, you'd out there. Near 8 Mile, 7 Mile Road. I don't know if you Mount Pleasant area. I don't know if you're real familiar with Charleston, but that's where
I drove through Mount Pleasant. I drove through Mount Pleasant on the way getting here today.
Okay, so you familiar? You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm actually a plumber, so I seen the cranes on the side of the road. I remember going back and forth from Brooklyn down back and forth. My moms would send me down there every year. Back in the days. Like 80s and all of that. But it was, was straight country and all of that. But this time I went down there about 2000 and my son is 11. He was 1 about 10 years ago and I seen them cranes going up. I said, oh man, they in trouble down here.
So now for those who don't know, tower cranes, for example, you all just see them when they're put up. I'm sure you're probably familiar with this. It can cost $100,000 to transport one of those things. It can cost $100 to break it down, put it on the trucks because they have to bring it in pieces. It can cost $100 for the crane. What's it? The cab, the boom, the counterweights. It can cost $100,000 just to transport one, not 3 or 4. One.
They have both sides of the roads loaded up. Both highways going through Mount Pleasant loaded up with cranes. I said, oh, man, I can't imagine. First thing I thought being from New York was, damn, there's a lot of money down here. I could come down here and wipe up. But then I thought, damn, they going to change this out.
Yeah, the developers in New York back in the 1990s, they way over to California. They brought a bunch of money out there. They got the laws changed, Ellis Act, so on and so forth. You can go take a look at those. Then they leapfrogged back over. Go look up the history of Nations Bank. That was a good one right there. Nations Bank was one of the banks that wanted to get established outside that New York, not being one of the New York banks. So now you're down in Carolina. And yeah, the developers, they see it's Carolinas. Now you're just seeing it starting to develop because first you have to buy the land, you have to get the permits. But these are plans that have been in place now for decades.
For a long time. So when people see it, people just see things, but these are, like you said, been implemented. And as far as the gentrifying, we helped as far as killing each other off. They put the poison, even though it was a big black operations and everything. At a certain point, we were supposed to catch on. We seen so much, but now it's like we repeating all over again, as far as not teaching the little ones and actually showing them, putting them on the stroll with them. The dudes got the kids in the cars, loud music, suck this, do that, do this. So it's like a whole mental. In order for us to beat gentrification, we have to be united. And in order to get united, I don't see us being united alone. I see it getting worse. The celebrities is pushing it, and they hiding off. And it's just like, damn, where do we go?
Well,
like the other guy
here's
said,
the thing. I think that's
go?
a good thing. I think that's a good thing. We don't need to be led by celebrities. No other group of people is led by
looking at them
celebrities.
as role models, and they too much into their business.
The failure of them is the important part. The celebrity class as a leadership class is failing. And
everybody pimping us. Everybody pimping us. The culture. The culture. Look, we could get the black people. The code. They like Gucci. They like a dance. They like a good rap music. They like good jewelry. Meanwhile, they implementing this. So how do we? I still talk to this day, but as I talk, people like, yo, nah, look at Beyonce and Jay-Z at the game.
Well, so that's like I said, we have to stop being preoccupied with that in particular. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Noticing is that we're having conversations now that do not include the celebrity class, and certainly do not include the celebrity class as influencers, as that they have any serious influence. The more we go along, the civil rights generation had more camaraderie with them than we do. We see the celebrity class, increasingly you see them more as just that. Yeah, there's some slow bus kids who actually take them seriously. I mean, who think Cardi B's views on politics are actually something you should listen to. But for the rank and file, pretty much your celebrities are just that, entertainers. Shantae, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason, how are you?
Black versus always, what's on your mind?
All right. I really didn't have nothing to say. I don't know why I raised my hand, but I'm being honest with you. When it comes down to celebrities and things like that, that's the farthest thing off my mind. I don't know why we go to people that we think okay, that we look up to. I don't look up to celebrities, nor do my children, nor do my family. Family is first. So when that comes down to it, we always gotta get ourselves back together and get back off our feet. If ain't nobody gonna help us, why would you be sitting up here looking for outside forces to help us? I don't know how to say that, but this is what I teach my children all day, every damn day.
This is why it's important for us to have national conversations like this, because what it really does is it reinforces to you that A, you're not crazy, and B, you're not by yourself. You're not the only one who sees these things. You're not the only one who recognizes it. You're not the only one. So that's very, very important for us to keep in mind as well. You're not crazy. You're not alone. You're not the only ones who see that. That's very important. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Let me get Marcus Garvey. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
B1 family, how you doing?
Black versus always, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I am from Fayetteville. It's kind of ironic that you mentioned Fayetteville. I really believe what you just said is correct because the Latino population is exploding here. Not only are they monopolizing, they're getting actual GS jobs on post that were normally held by a lot of, our brothers and sisters. But now we're being squeezed out of not only a lot of Fort Bragg here's the actual post here. We're being squeezed out of a lot of high-level GS jobs, GS-12, GS-13 jobs. And also they're working in the state government. And a lot of them can barely even speak English, but you see them working in either the prison system or Department of Agriculture, whatever. And it's amazing. And they're on a lot of the mom and pop construction companies as well. So I just kind of wanted to touch on that. I didn't want to take up your time. And I also noticed that it's 90% of the vote.
What's going on, everybody? This is What's the 411 News. We'll tap back in here in a few seconds. Back to Jason Black's live Twitter space. We want to let you know that you can, for those who are interested, you can subscribe to the Pandemic News Report. All right, the Pandemic News Report. And we're going to get you the links right now. All right. This is being censored by the mainstream and the social media platforms. They don't want you to report on things like this. And so we have it available for you to subscribe to the Pandemic News Report, as you see at the bottom of your screen. The link, it's what's the 411.gumroad.com/L, small L, /pandemic news report, in case you guys are interested in that. We definitely keep ourselves abreast on what's going on in that type of world where you have the bacteria, the viruses, and things like that. There was reportings of the hepatitis A supposedly being reported in some of the foods. They was mentioning Walmart strawberries and Target. I'm not Target, Walmart. There was a few other stores here, but we have that available as well. And again, this is something that social media is going to ban us for reporting to you guys on any of the social media platforms. So we got to put it in a subscription. If you guys are interested, the link is on the bottom. You don't have to use the HTTPS there. You can just type in what's the 411.gumroad.com/L/pandemic news report, in case you guys want to be keeping up on that and knowing what's going on in the world of bacterias and viruses. And also there's some other things going on. There's some other things we're going to report on. I'm not going to say too much here because, you know, we could get shadow banned and censored. So please definitely subscribe to this channel. Tell other people to subscribe, because I think we are already under a shadow ban where they're not letting you know what's going on, or they're not, you know, telling other YouTube people who watch YouTube to tap in to our channel. So because we're trying to keep it real, we're keeping it real, and we're reporting things from a Black perspective. All right. And the powers, the so-called powers that be, don't want you to know that, don't want you to know information. All right. So again, subscribe to the Pandemic News Report. And this is what's the 411. All right. We're going to continue staying live here, and we're going to tap in to a few Twitter spaces. And I'm going to tap in on Marcel Dixon's Twitter account to see if he has posted any updates as well in regards to his run for District 6 in South Carolina. All right. This is what's the 411 news. Let's get it. Welcome everybody to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it.
Some points on the board. From here, we get to deal with the messier business, because this is a process. But from here, you get to deal with the messier business. When you have an agenda, you first have your economics, and then your political class follows. You first have an agenda, and then your economics and your political class follows. And now we're beginning the messier business of aggregating everybody and saying, okay, here's what you actually have to do. You have to actually stick by this. You have to actually be on point with that. That's why I tell people you have to actually have your personal finances together. You can't just be somebody who's getting pushed around and pushed along. You've got to be a force to be reckoned with in your own right. It is not enough to just be Joe Lunchpail out here. You have to actually have means of your own. And from there, you start building. Once you get together with other people and you all have the same agenda, whether you all establish that agenda independently or in concert with each other, then you start putting everything else together. But more than anything else, it's gotten people's attention. It's gotten people's attention. It's let them know that, yeah, you know, that really is serious. It really, really is. And don't let anyone deceive you into thinking that these are minor things. It is not minor at all. It's not minor at all. Their job is to deceive you into thinking that everything is just fine. I am telling you, everything is not just fine. There are real problems. They are worried about the future. They're worried about where the young are. Let's be clear. My audience isn't made up of a bunch of civil rights generation folk. Those folks are dying out. The civil rights generation, their answer to white supremacy is let Jesus take care of it. That generation is just about gone. What the political establishment is worried about now is what comes next. And right now, the generation after the civil rights generation, what comes next, a hell of a whole lot of distance. That's what comes next. You will not see future generations as enthusiastic to support the usual political puppets like Jim Bojangles Clyburn as you've seen in days past. You won't see that. Let me get Lloyd Kelly. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
How you doing, sir?
Okay, what's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, what is on your mind, sir?
Well, first I want to say that I worked very closely on Marcel's campaign, and I'm not speaking for the campaign or Marcel. I'm speaking for myself. I hear this. What I've heard so far tonight, I hear a tone that is defeated or down when we should be up. We should be, as a community, and we should be excited because what did we get from this? We got the blueprint that we needed to run 55 other candidates in 2024. We did not win the seat, but we certainly did not lose the game.
Oh, well, absolutely. You won't hear anything that even sounds slightly defeated from me. Because I understand how these things work. If this were the last election of all time, maybe I'd see things differently. But that's not what's going on. What you are seeing is that this is us, at something. Think about this. We're really a bunch of novices at this. There's nobody here is really just some savvy political operator. You've had them use every tactic in the book. And the bottom line is it hasn't worked. We are where rap music was in 85, 86. That's where we're at right now. And the real thing is wait till you get to 1989 and 1991.
What did we learn? There was the biggest problem that Gregg Marcel Dixon had was a lack of money. People do not understand how expensive it is to run a campaign. So now we have 2 years to raise the money to go back in 2024 and not just take out Jim Clyburn, but take out the other 54 members of the Congressional Black Caucus that do nothing for us, that allow all the stuff that you've been talking about for the last few hours to happen to us. Because if we had three Senate seats and 52 House seats, look at what Joe Manchin does as just one individual. Now, let's say we had 3, we would be able to move mountains. And so we've learned how to do it now. We need to start tomorrow, not next week, not next month, but tomorrow. We need to start putting in the infrastructure that we need that will allow us to win anything we go after. And I
couldn't agree with you more.
And so I want to say to Marcel, congratulations, because you have changed the trajectory of what we can do politically in this country now. So win, lose, or draw, you created the blueprint. I mean, you had people in this campaign, you had not tens, but hundreds of people from around the country calling into South Carolina. That has never happened before. If you look at the end of the day, if you look at what Clyburn spent versus what we were able to spend, he's outspent us 10, 20 times.
And shouldn't have to. And shouldn't have to. There's the real issue. He should have just been able to show up his fish fry and been done with it. And it's not that easy.
Exactly. So that should tell you and me that we don't need to get defeated. We need to get working even harder. And build that infrastructure, because the one thing you can't deny Clyburn or the or the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, is they have an infrastructure. They have created a machine. They don't just talk about the problems, they put the people into place that to create the problems. So we have to start putting our own people, create our own machine and start placing our own people. And that means we all have to come up off $1, $10, whatever you can do on a consistent basis, so that when 6 months from the election for 2024, we go in and take those people out because we have the infrastructure and the resources to do it. And I say, Marcel, thank you so much for doing this. I know what it cost you, but your community will always be grateful because when the win comes, Marcel, you played a huge part in it happening.
Absolutely. This is not the end of the beginning. This is not the beginning of the end. This is just the end of the beginning. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get Scorpio 82. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason, how's it going?
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm disgusted, actually. You get me. Supported Marcel. I just gotta say, all I gotta say is, we just gotta keep pushing hard, and I'm not FBA actually, but I would say, I support Marcel's campaign. All I gotta say, we just gotta keep going. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. Certainly, like I say, this is not the beginning of the end. This is just the end of the beginning. And we are in this for the long haul of it. So to anybody who is telling themselves, there's the issue that you have is you don't want to fall into the trap of the civil rights generation. That becomes very, very easy to do. It becomes very, very easy to fall into the trap of the civil rights generation. The civil rights generation wants to have everything solved. They want to have everything solved like a 30-minute sitcom. They want to just go out, maybe show up at one rally and then go home and everything's fine. And that's how we ended up in the mess that we're in. They showed up, they were offered integration, they said, okay, we'll take it, and then they went home. We are the generation that is not going to go home. We're the generation that is not going to sit up here and, okay, we showed up for one weekend and then we're going home. That ain't us. We're not doing that. We are here. We are camped out. We're sticking here. We're not leaving anywhere until we get exactly what it was we came for. But they're not going to give it to us. So this is going to be a war of attrition. This is going to be a battle of wills. More than anything else, this is going to be a battle of wills. This is going to be about who wants it more. This is going to be about who needs it more. Don't be deceived into thinking it's something else. This is a battle of wills. That is what it is. We have to make sure we understand that. We have to make sure we understand that. This is not just something that happens just one time. We are going to have to show that we are determined to have what is ours. But anybody who sits up here and says or behaves or acts like, there's only one election or one night. No, I don't know where you came from with it, but it's not just one. It is not just one. Let me go ahead and get Kenyatta. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
How you doing, B1 family? I'm going to be really quick. I think that the most important thing that we're going to have to do is to buy in. We're going to have to start putting our money up. There's no way out of it. Excuse me. That's pretty much all I have to say, Jason. We have to buy in. We have to start putting our money up to back our politicians. That's the only thing. B1.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here. And certainly, like I say, we're gonna have to have people that we build. The good thing is, like I say, these are good test subjects for us to use. It shows you can get organized. It shows you can begin that. We don't have anything to feel bad about or sorry about. We don't have anything in that regard because it's been successful. And what you do is you start building on that. Remember, if you want to compare this to something, it's like rap music back in 84, 85. Our job is to recognize where we're going. It would be different if this was the end result. This is just the maiden voyage. I'm not going anywhere. How about you? You got somewhere else to be? You have something else to do? I'm going to be right here. I'm going to be right here. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to say it's been great coming up here. It's been glad. I've been really, really glad to be able to walk around and to see the area, to get in touch with it, to be able to see it from the ground, to be able to connect with the people, and to be able to get acquainted with the events actually on the ground going on here. It's good for me to have that repertoire under my belt. I want to say, Marcel Dixon, what you've done has been nothing short of incredible, and we are going to be building on this for years and decades to come. I'm very glad to be a part of this. I'm very glad to join you all. Very glad to have you all as my brothers and my sisters in arms. And let me be very, very clear. This is not the beginning of the end. Hell, it's not really the beginning. This is just the beginning of the beginning. And I want to thank all of you for joining us on this journey. We are just getting started. Let me be very, very clear about that. We are just getting started, because regardless of anything else, we would still be right here, regardless of anything else going on. It would be the same no matter what. We would still be going to work at these things no matter what was happening. We'd still be doing it. So thank you all very much for joining us here tonight. I will be in touch with you all, and this concludes tonight's Twitter space. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant.
All right, that ended that live. We're going to tap into another Twitter space here in a moment. We're going to continue the coverage for District 6, South Carolina, in support of Marcel Dixon. Check out his website, marcelforcongress.com. And we are What's the 411 News? Support Black media. This is What's the 411 News? Let's go. Welcome everybody to What's the 411? This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. All right, we're going to tap into Tariq Nasheed's live. I think he's live right now, if I'm not mistaken. So let's tap in. All right.
About that. We're on this. Listen, there are over 600 people in this space, and you hear a lot of, when Tariq talks, I, and we.
But there's 1,300 people in here now, but go ahead.
1,300, 600, there's a lot of people in here, and it's not that it's a voting block. Everybody has an individual mind to vote how they want, but it's like you're saying, if we don't go left or right, we're gonna sit out. That's not good for my family or his or her family. Tariq's family, yes. But you don't know my situation. You cannot say, if we don't get this tangible, not going to vote.
Then why vote? If you're not going to get anything as a specific group, why vote?
Sir,
she can't answer that.
You have to vote to say what it is you want. And
if they tell us, I can't do nothing that's gonna only benefit Black people, no.
Exactly. I'm gonna cut in on this real quick. Kamala Harris actually did say that we can't do, and Stacey Abrams alluded to that as well. Stacey Abrams from Georgia. So there's a big point in what he's saying. Everybody's here to vote and vote, but every time you vote, you're getting things like Maya Angelou on a quarter. You're getting things like being offered to have Harriet Tubman on a $20 bill. Every time we vote for somebody, like a lot of you voted for Biden, I did not. Y'all voted for Biden, and guess what he did? He gave Afghan people money. He gave Ukrainians money. They're putting in money. I understand it's 1.9 billion, and don't quote me on the number, for the Hispanic immigrants that's getting ready to come across this border. He's constantly giving money to everybody else, or this administration is down for giving money to everybody else. But Black people keep voting for them, and you're gonna vote for them to give their money away to somebody else again. Y'all better start thinking and using your head and keeping your eyes open on what the game is around here. They're trying to put you out of commission, not physically, maybe not like in a physical sense, but they're trying to block you out and make you a permanent. And I think we already are a permanent underclass, but we won't claim that. But that's what they're trying to do. Put black people as a permanent underclass. Let's tap back in.
Of the benign neglect of the political party, ma'am. Turn your microphone on.
It is on.
Okay. Before I go further, ma'am, where is your family from?
Georgia.
Are you and your family foundational Black Americans?
Define that for me, please.
Are there any immigrants in your background?
Are there immigrants in my background?
Uh-huh.
Of course.
Where are they from?
Hades.
There you go.
That's the problem.
And what's
there
that?
you go.
What is
there
that?
you go.
There we go.
Now,
You're
now
not
that's my maternal. You didn't even hear my paternal. That's my maternal, sir. You've made a conclusion based off of one side of my dynamics.
You are an anchor baby. You are an anchor baby, ma'am.
That's my maternal side.
And you are an anchor baby, which explains everything.
And where are you from?
I'm from here. Everybody. I don't have no immigrants in my family. I am full 100% foundational Black American. My family built this country, never fled, never ran, never will. We came from nowhere else.
No. Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Nobody immigrated here.
This.
What you mean?
Get this.
No.
Get this. You can use that, but I'm quite sure if you trace your lineage,
which I have,
somebody came from somewhere else.
Oh no, nobody immigrated here from nowhere else. No, they didn't. You can. Ma'am, you can't tell me about my lineage. I've already traced it. Nobody immigrated here from anywhere else. My family built this country from scratch. I have zero immigrants in my family. No immigrants. There was no America when my family was here. They had to build it from scratch, ma'am. Turn your microphone on.
Point taken, but how do you clarify that? My grandfather was brought over here. His family was brought over here against his will.
From where?
From Africa.
What part? And what year?
Now,
you don't know. You're just saying stuff, ma'am.
Exactly. I can pull it up.
What year was he brought over?
But here's the thing.
What year was he brought over?
Here's the thing. Okay,
ma'am. Okay, the fact that you are deflecting from that question, you're just babbling, ma'am. You are from an immigrant background, and this is why you're caping for the Democrats.
Exactly.
Don't nobody cape for the Democrats like that except immigrants, people from immigrant backgrounds, ma'am. That's why. So you have a vested interest in caping for them because they help people from your side of the family. That's why. That's why your arguments are in bad faith. That's why I knew when you were talking and caping for Kamala.
You can't explain it. You can't explain it, can you?
Ma'am, I knew that you came from an immigrant background just for the simple fact you were caping for these people who don't do anything for foundational Black Americans because y'all have no problem replacing us and we not getting a damn thing.
The only way the people in this space will not hear the truth is because you have control of the mic.
And you damn right I do. You damn right. And ma'am, and you, ma'am, who come from an immigrant background, you are not at liberty to speak on what's in the best interest of foundational Black Americans. So you need to sit this one out. You're already getting benefits from our lineage. So you trying to tell us to do something that's not going to benefit us. And you're coming up with these cockamamie ass justifications that you know makes no sense. It's further reason why we don't need non-FBA people in our mix or anchor babies in our mix, ma'am. So you have a good day.
Facts.
All right, because I don't want to hear no more tether babble. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. I am not trying to hear tether babble. No, thank you. I knew she was from a non-FBA background. Those are the only people who sit up there with these janky justifications to cape for Kamala. That's why she has a picture of Kamala on her profile. Kamala's comes from an immigrant background like she does. They like the fact that the Democrats are trying to tether us out of existence.
Facts.
No, you're not going to come here and try to come up with these cockamamie justifications for them trying to.
That's just what I said about a minute ago. That's the plan. They're getting these immigrants from across the border. They're bringing black immigrants from other places to try to phase the black Americans out the country.
What's FBA? I heard about it. I don't know what that is, though. What's FBA? What does FBA mean? What's that supposed to be? They know exactly what it is. They know what it means. They know what the lineage is. They know. They know, and when they come in playing dumb, I said, okay, here they go. So I was waiting on her to stop babbling so we can verify that she was a tether, and that's what we did. Let me get this other brother on here. Petro, hop on, brother. We in here heavy right now. We almost got 2,000 people in here. What's up, Petro? All right, Petro, what's up, man? You gonna turn your microphone on, brother?
What's going on, boss?
What's up, man? How are you, fam?
I'm good. I can barely hear you, man. I'm in the store making me some coffee right now, bro.
There you go. Let me get some more folks on, brother. Okay. I don't want any technical difficulties going on here. Let me get Moist Owlette in here. Let's get Moist Owlette in here. All right. Moist Owlette in here. All right. You want to turn your microphone on, Moist Owlette? All right. Moist Owlette. I'm going to give you one more chance to turn your microphone on. All right. Let me get you out of here since you don't want to turn your microphone on. Then I will get Riviera, whatever your name is.
That is me. How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you?
Oh, not much. I'm upset about the Marcel loss. I didn't know that happened until I came in here.
Yeah.
I think that's bad. I'm glad you put some clarification on it. That's all I want to say. Real quick, though, y'all know Juneteenth is coming up. These assholes going to be out there. They're going to be out there. We seen this stuff with this Patriot Front stuff. Y'all keep y'all head on the swivel. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. All right, man. Thank you so much, brother. All right. All right, let's get some more folks in here. A lot of folks in here. A lot of people in here. Let's get who's this person? Let's get Bradley in here. Brother Bradley. Let's get Bradley in here. And then we'll get Miss Caddisfine.
Just real quick, for those who aren't on Twitter and you would like me to broadcast some of these Twitter spaces in the future, just let me know in the comments, man. I'll either do it here on the news channel if it kind of pertains to something newsy, if you know what I mean. If not, if y'all look in the on our page here on YouTube, you'll see Thoughts of the Week podcast. I'm also do that podcast show on that channel, Thoughts of the Week podcast. And sometimes I might go ahead and broadcast some of these Twitter spaces live over there as well. So be sure to subscribe here to this channel for news. All right. And then go to Thoughts of the Week podcast. And I also will be, I go live on there as well and do podcasts. And while I'm here talking about it, right quick. And now, here is your pandemic news report. Yeah, it looks like a lot of issues with that, but be sure to check out the pandemic news report. The pandemic news report. Since they, how social media is with banning any talk about the jabs or any other emerging viruses or things of that sort, bacteria that might come across the countries. They don't want you to talk about it freely. They're always banning and censoring or removing videos in the name of they're so-called putting out, saying we put out misinformation when it's already been proven now. We got the information that they have been doing misinformation, but since they are banning or getting rid of videos that talk about anything in relation to any emerging viruses of any sort, you guys can subscribe to the Pandemic News Report, and you can check out the link right here on the bottom of the screen if you guys are interested in getting that. All right, you gotta subscribe to the Pandemic News Report, and there's a lot of stuff going on in that world as well that's really being kept on the low. And so if you want to know, subscribe to the Pandemic News Report. All right. And this is What's the 411 News. We're going to tap back in to the Twitter space of Tariq Nasheed live. And this is What's the 411. Let's get it. Welcome, everybody, to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it.
You got a foundational mulatto American.
Okay, well, you got a foundational meth pipe, so
I'm Italian.
Why are you not tending?
What's wrong with all that?
Why are you not tending to your meth pipe?
Why aren't you tending to your fucking nigga wife, huh?
Well, my nigga wife is better than your mayonnaise encrusted headlights.
So guess what? You're not. You got.
Stop it, sir. Go tend to your Mexican pussy that you got laying up, because you white supremacists love spicy Latino boys. So why don't you deal with that? All right.
I got you.
Get your ass out of here. All right. Go eat you some boysenberry or something. All right. Let's get some more people in here. All right. Let's see where we are. A lot of people in here right now. Where we at? A lot of folks in here. Let's get some of these folks. Let's get Brother Sean in here. All right, Sean. We're going to get Sean in here. All right. Sean, what's up, brother?
Oh, Reek. I just want to say, man, I'm very glad that you putting yourself out there as being the forefront, speaking for us foundational Black Americans. I'm a little younger, but I just see how ignorant a lot of the people in my age group. I'm 25, especially the ones that's not from here. They feel that their voice is a little bit stronger and they know a little more, but they don't understand what we go through. And I'm excited for the next people that run for election, and hopefully it doesn't stop with Marcel.
Yes, indeed, man. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. All right, let's get Marcus Garvey in here. Brother with Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey. What's up, man?
What's going on, Tariq, man? I'm gonna make it real short. I had a quick question. Out in your area where you're at, Maxine Waters, her district, is she up for re-election? Is there a real contender out there to actually challenge her? Have a good one, man.
I know they got Karen Bass. She was just running out here. But as far as Maxine Waters, I got to look into that. It's the political scene out here is just all over the place right now, man. But I got to look into that and see if she's up for re-election. Okay, let's get they were out here trying to shame Black folks for supporting this white guy. If Black men, if they didn't want to support Karen Bass, who hasn't done anything for nobody, they're trying to shame Black men, talking about it's the Ice Cube effect and all of this nonsense. Okay, let's get some people in here. Let's get Hey Wooty. All right, what? Hey Wooty. Let's get that person in here. Hey Wooty.
Good evening, Tariq. Blessings to you and your wife and your babies, all your kids, and all of that. Keep having more of them. We need them.
Yes,
we need them. I wanted to say that Marcel just tweeted about 9 minutes ago that they're still counting. So, and he said that also the numbers for Clyburn are going down with that. So we're not through the finish line yet. I just wanted to add that.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, some of the numbers are going to be coming in. Yeah, help me out, because while I'm live right now, what are the numbers right now? What are Marcel's numbers right now? If y'all can look that up while I'm live, I can't look at it while I'm talking now. What are Marcel's numbers now? Because I know that a lot of the mail-in numbers come in, and then by midnight they should have all of the numbers in, and it's 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 o'clock is like 10:30 on the East Coast right now, almost 10:30. So there's a couple of more hours for all of the numbers to come in. But what are the numbers now? If somebody can look the numbers up real quickly and hop in the room and tell me, that would be great. If anybody knows what the numbers are, can you raise your hand real quickly? If anybody knows what the numbers are, okay, Tavant, let's get Tavant in here real quickly. Brother Tavant, where you at, bro? Hey, Tavant, how are you, sir? Okay, what's the numbers right now?
I don't really know.
Okay, so you just raised your hand for attention, huh?
No.
So why'd you raise your hand when I asked people to raise their hand if they knew the numbers?
I already was raising my hand before you said that.
Okay. You just wanted attention, didn't you, brother?
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
All right, but if you're a big fan, you know I don't like moist bitch-made stuff like that, though, right? If you're a big fan, you already know my get down.
How's this moist?
It's moist because you're trying to get attention like a bitch.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, man. And if you want that, go to Lil Nas X's live space. But don't do that here. We're trying to talk about something constructive. Now, take that hand, fingers in your pussy, and go on about your business.
Sure.
All right, let's get some people. Get your ass off here. Now, let me raise your hand if you want to give some real numbers here. We're trying to be constructive. These attention whoring niggas. Damn all that, man. Lee. All right, what's up, brother? What's going on? The hard black truth. What's up, brother? All right, man. Do you know what the numbers are right now?
Yeah, as it stands right now, we got Jim Clyburn sitting at 87.9% with just over 40,000 votes. Gregg Marcel's at 4.33% with 2,008 votes.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you for those numbers. So, yeah, more numbers are going to come in. So probably by the end of the night, Marcel might have about, 4,000 to 5,000 votes. And let me tell you something. Those numbers are nothing to sneeze at. See, this is why they're looking at this. This is why I'm telling you, this is a win for the family here, because if about 4,000 to 5,000 votes come in for Marcel, you better understand elections can be lost on a margin of 5,000 votes. Do y'all know that? Several elections, they've been lost by a margin of 4,000 or 5,000 votes. You can lose an election based on those numbers. So somebody peeling those numbers away from you, that is very significant. Don't let them fool you to make it seem like they're just having this big victory party, whatever. They're nervous about that. They are nervous about that. Those numbers are nothing to sneeze at. That could win or lose an election, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get some more people in here. Let's get T Watts 1. T Watts 1. All right. T Watts 1. Hop on.
Big, thanks for taking my call. I did want to add to the numbers. I'm actually looking at NewYorkPost.com, and they're saying that 37% of the votes have been counted. So I think that's a significant thing to look at too. So they're not even at 50% of the votes. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thank you so much, beloved. Okay. So yeah, the numbers are still coming in. Again, I want to see what the final numbers are going to be. But man, I'm telling y'all, there have been cases where people have lost with really less votes than that, or won by less votes or more votes. But yeah, numbers like that are very significant. And somebody can peel away those votes from a candidate. That's a problem. That's why disrupting is a very good strategy within the political sphere. All right, let me get Philly Joe in here. Let's get brother Philly Joe in here. Let's get Philly Joe. What's up, Philly Joe? Philly Joe, where you at, brother?
Here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. What's
all
on your mind?
First of all, I want to say thank you, brother, for holding the space.
I look at it like this, where, like you said, you made very good points about those numbers. And whether he win or lose, I think what we need to be talking about right now is let's start raising money for Marcel to run again. Let's give him, let's start right now, because what he done in the short time span that he had to work with is unbelievable. It's remarkable. And he's right.
Real talk.
He's right. To fix America, you gotta fix Black America. You done paid everybody else, and you don't want to pay us. Now that lady, come on. I'm gonna add Skip to the end of that. Come on, Skip. You just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? The days of voting and not getting nothing is over. I came across Marcel and I was very impressed. I was like, wow, this brother is on it. He had facts, he had documentation, he knew what he was talking about. And Jim Clyburn is a bum. I used to live in South Carolina, and I'm gonna tell you, you want to see some real poverty, you go down there to Jim Clyburn's district in a lot of parts of South Carolina. And I mean, you would think that some of them people are still slaves. That's how poor it is. He made a point about having something in his plan for car assistance for people down there. He is absolutely right. I walked them long country miles when I was down there trying to find a job. I went to this nursery, and this white lady called the cops on me for applying for a job. She called the cops on me. Then there was 5 positions that came open at a McDonald's. 1,500 people put in for them 5 positions at a McDonald's. Now that tells you, and hey, I've been to Memphis. Anybody in here from Memphis, Tennessee? Go over there off of Chelsea Avenue and hit Firestone and Breedlove. You want to see poverty? Place look like a bomb hit it.
There you go. Now, I gotta land your plane on that one, brother, because I gotta get some more folks in here. But thank you so much, family. Y'all don't be too long-winded now. We got to get to the point. My brother did make a good point, made a very good point. Our brother Marcel, he wasn't campaigning that long. Marcel wasn't really campaigning that long, and he made this much of an impact. This brother was really campaigning real heavy, really within the last few months. A lot of y'all got up on Marcel really within the last few months. This brother got all of this momentum really in a few month time span. So you're getting your campaign running with momentum in a few month time span, and you're going against a guy who has a 30-year head start with 30 years of momentum over you. And you got him and his other constituents nervous. And this dude had to bring the damn vice president down to help his ass. You think that this don't make a damn difference? You better believe that this is very significant. For them to have to do all of that work and for them to get that nervous off a little guy popping out of nowhere who's an educator, no corporate backing, no media backing, no mainstream media backing, only the grassroots, and making this much of an impact and has these people sweating like this. Oh, they're looking at this. They know that this can be a problem. So now they're going to start talking more about our message. And be clear, I saw some video of Clyburn campaigning earlier today. Clyburn, I thought he was going to put on the goddamn kufi. He was kind of trying to talk radical a little bit. But he wouldn't say black, though. He was right on the cusp of... He's still a bootleg sellout. But he started talking about issues of poverty. Oh, there's a lot of poverty, and we've been locked in this poverty. Oh, Lord, this poverty is something else. We're just going to have to do something to get out of it now. Because of discriminatory practices. He was right on the cusp of saying black, but he wouldn't say it. But we forced that dude. He put on some J's. He had on some Jordans and some grandpa pants and looked like he had on a button-up dashiki. Looked like he mixed some of that fried fish with some jollof sauce. He was really blacking it up today. He was he was kind of trying to talk a little radical today on the campaign trail. He had to wipe the butter biscuit crumbs off for 5 minutes and try to talk semi-black. He just wouldn't say black. He wouldn't say it though. All of this poverty out here, all of these disenfranchised communities, all of these peoples of color, all of these aggrieved groups, Lord, we're gonna have to do something about that. He said he just got close. Black was at the tip of his tongue, but his cooning wouldn't let him say it. But just the fact that we got him there, that right there is significant, ladies and gentlemen. That is significant. Let's get involuntary immigrant. Let's get him in here.
Brother Tyree, what's going on with you?
I'm good, family. How are you?
Hey, man, hey, much love to what you do, brother. I mean, ever since that butt-breaking documentary, goddamn, boy, you choked them motherfuckers with that. But look, I just want to say, if a motherfucker work at McDonald's for 30 years and can't make a Big Mac, he get fired. So, with the numbers they got going on for Claiborne, that's some bullshit off rip. But I had Brother Marcel on my show last week. And just the knowledge he was dropping off rip when that brother started talking about SFO, which is Special Field Order Number 15, I said, I ain't never heard a motherfucker run up for office that talk like that. So, off rip, any politician that come after that, brothers and sisters listening, like, if you ain't on that same grind, you're fucking up, that's not even worth listening to.
Right.
So,
thank you so much for the call, brother. Let me get some more folks in here. Thank you so much, brother. All right. Let me get brother Black Alpha Network in here. Black Alpha. What's up, brother Black Alpha? Black Alpha, hop in, brother.
Hey, salute, brother Tariq. Hey, shout out to the whole family.
Yes, sir.
I just want to answer the question, man. I'm gonna definitely go ahead and land. Yes, this is a major victory for foundational Black America, and it's a massive L for the Democratic Party. They may not say it, but they know it. The fact that Clyburn has been a politician for 382 years, and he spent millions of dollars. And Marcel is pulling off 4% of the victory. That is massive for us. And I'm gonna add one more thing. What you brothers are doing out there in California with the reparations, on top of this, on top of the new Black media, foundational Black Americans, we can go to sleep good tonight, and they'll be waking up in a fish fry cold sweats. That's all I gotta say, friend.
Thank you so much, brother. Real talk. Yeah, man, don't let them run around trying to do victory laps. They know this is not a win for them, for real, for real. The fact that they have to put all that money into this, the fact that they had to put all that money into it, the fact that they had to bring Kamala Harris down, they know that's not no win. Oh, they had to double down on their campaign spending because of little old Marcel. They know that's not a win. They know that. All right, let's get Dragon Tat. Let's get Dragon Tat in here. Dragon Tat. All right, Dragon Tat, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I know you wanted numbers, and I hate to tell you, Clyburn has 87.9% with 41,176 votes. Dixon has 4.3% with 2,183 votes.
Yeah, somebody read those off earlier. Somebody came in about 10 minutes ago and read them.
Yeah, I was listening, but I didn't hear that. And you asked for numbers, so I opened up my laptop and just to give you the numbers. I'm very disappointed. Clyburn really let us down during the 2020 primary. And for them to continue to vote for an 82-year-old man over somebody who's younger and obviously more progressive for all of us really makes me sad. I'm an old white woman from California, but I'm rooting for all of us.
Yeah.
And I appreciate this is the first time I've ever listened to one of these things on Twitter, and you are just absolutely awesome. I thank you so much.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's see who else. We got a lot of folks in here. We are in here heavy. We almost got 2,000 folks up in the trap right now, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, click on my profile link and get involved with the new movie American Maroon on Kickstarter. Hit that link and get involved with the new movie American Maroon, ladies and gentlemen, on my Kickstarter page. If you click my profile, you will see the link pinned. It's the pinned tweet, ladies and gentlemen. So please get involved with that. Let's get Shantae Holt in here. Let's get Shantae Holt in here right now. All right. We're going to get Shantae Holt. Where you at, Shantae Holt? And then we're going to get Jay. We get Jay. We'll get Shantae Holt. Then we get Jay. And then we'll get Your World, Our Views. All right. So let's get a Shantae. Shantae, you here?
Yes, I'm definitely here. Hey, Tariq. Only thing
I'm good. How are you?
Lovely, Tariq. How you doing? I can't wait to the baby. And be honest with you, I was pregnant with my son over 2 weeks, so still be patient, okay?
Oh wow, damn.
It's okay.
You was born 2 weeks after the date?
Yeah, I did. It was okay. Oh. He came out healthy. He was smart as shit. So be grateful.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And be patient. But anyway, yes. I'm gonna get back to this right here. Clyburn, he was a shield. He been there. They used him long enough for what he needed, and I'm surprised that he's still sitting there being abused the way he is. And he's allowing it. That's his position, and he's gonna die with that position. So rest in peace.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, dear. Let me get Jay. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, Tariq? How you doing, bro?
I'm good. What's on your mind, fam?
I just want to drop two things, man. Hey, I'm very proud of how Marcel ran, man. He put in a good campaign. It didn't come out the way we wanted, but your boy ran a great campaign, man. Yeah. And the second thing, man, we all need to get involved in local. If you have to run yourself, we all have to get involved. That's all I want to say, man.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because real talk, let me tell you something. This is setting the precedent, and I hope some of the other family in other cities, y'all run on the same type of campaign. Our brother Marcel just gave you a template to use in order to get grassroots support. All of these cities don't have old, decrepit, butter biscuit eating Negroes that's running the show. You got some younger black folks out here who want to see change, and they can really galvanize and really, really take that thing over the top. So this is a great thing right now. Let's get Your World, Our Views. Hop on.
Hey, good evening, Tariq. Some peace and blessings. So just some real quick. Whether Marcel Dixon win or lose, it's a win for us. He's shown us the blueprint for any up and coming politician to get get support from the grassroots. And if Clyburn wins, I kind of look at it, kind of view it as from the election from Joe Biden. So the people who voted for Clyburn, the proof of burden is going to be on them, on why they chose Clyburn, or this is the play. If he wins, the proof of burden is going to be on him why he's the play. But we got to look at this long term. I would love for Marcel Dixon to win. That would be huge for the grassroots. If not, just doing what he's just did in a short amount of time has already sent them panicking. Yes. And we got to think about this long term. Yes. Just imagine if Marcel Dixon had maybe 6 months in a year some of the campaign, and imagine what kind of damage he really could have done with more time.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the call, brother. Listen, man, real talk. This same momentum can go in other cities, man. What if there's a brother or sister somewhere in a place like Atlanta? What if there's a brother or sister somewhere in Dallas? What if there's a brother or sister somewhere in D.C. who run on the same type of grassroots campaign? You dig? What if there are multiple people who are running simultaneously on the same agenda? Reparations for foundational Black Americans. We're not doing any type of immigration policy. It's all about tangibles for us. What if multiple people were running now? You see? So you have multiple targets. See, they can't target multiple people. See, this is another lesson we have to learn here. We have to look at this from this perspective. We should have had multiple, and this is why I've been talking about this for a long time. having multiple black folks running on the same campaign as our brother Marcel is running on, have him in multiple cities. The Democrats would be shook. They can't send Kamala to cape for everybody everywhere at the same time. If we have multiple people running on the same agenda, they would have to go along with the program. There's nothing they could do to stop it. They can't do their little dirty tricks. They can't exhaust all of their funding and campaign dollars for their candidates. They can't do that. See, this is the great lesson we're learning here. All right, let me get a couple of more people in here because I know we got a lot of folks in here. And again, I want to see what the final numbers are going to be tonight because those final numbers are very significant. I'm thinking they'll get around 4,000 to 5,000, which would be very significant, and that would mean a lot. And the Democratic brass, they are looking at that, and they are nervous about that. All right, let's get a couple more people in here. Let's get, what's this? Sir Funk. Let's get Sir Funk in here. All right, Sir Funk. Hop on, brother. I can hear you, sir. How are you?
I just wanted to say I wanted to give you your flowers for, jumping in and doing what you did for Marcel Dixon. And I just wanted to also say that, no, you're right. This is not even close to a loss. The voices, they heard us. They heard us. They know what's coming. And my question, though, is this. Does he? Clyburn obviously. Does he have to run again? Does he have to run again in November, or is this it right here? Because if he runs again in November,
I don't think he does. Yeah, I don't think he is going to run again in November. I don't think, but we'll look into that. But I don't think so. But thank you for the call, brother. Let's get Beanie in here. Beanie, hop on, brother.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up, Beanie?
Hey, what's good, Tariq? Seeing that as much momentum Marcel has got is very groundbreaking, and as well as I know somebody said as far as Clyburn's age, like we got to think this long term because we need like a lot of younger politicians to go out there as well because this is something that from the grassroots, there's a lot of younger folks. So this thing that Clyburn is on is not going to be on for too much longer. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you so much, brother. Where are my LA people, man? Where are my Los Angeles people? All my LA folks, I saw something today where out there in Leimert Park, this is where we've been trying to buy property out there in Leimert Park. Esselwan Books. If you're from LA and you know about Leimert Park and you know about Esselwan Book, it's a black bookstore. They've been there for 33 years and they're about to close down this year, man. I read that story and it just broke my heart. That broke my damn heart, man. They're about to close down out there in Leimert Park. Our brother James, he owns that store. I've been doing business with James for years. Good, solid brother, man. They carry all my books, all my movies. They've been doing business with me for the longest. That has been a staple of Black Los Angeles, SO1 Books. That was the place to go. Them and Malik Books over at the Crenshaw Mall. But SO1 Books, that was a big-time staple in Black Los Angeles, man. And they're closing down this year. I saw an article about them, and they've been leasing that place for like 33 years, man. They never owned that place. And I think there's some funny style stuff going on with the people who own the building. It's real funny out there, man. That's why it's been so difficult for us to buy a building or land in that area. It is funny style, man. It is funny style because don't nobody black own none of the buildings or property out there. And when we go in there with cash in hand, they're coming up with all types of, janky excuses. And, we're playing past all that. And again, we got a deal that we're working out now with a couple of places, but, we're going to see. But just to understand it's sad. That one broke my heart. It's already sad enough that a lot of the businesses are being shut down because we don't own the damn property. That's one of the reasons why it's getting shut down. We don't own the property. And these landlords start doing these little janky maneuvers, raising people's rent and raising their leases and all that stuff. And oh man, the commercial real estate game in LA is funny style, but we playing past that. Let me get a couple of more folks in here. Let's get let me see. Let's get Divine. Divine from Brooklyn. What's up, Divine? Divine from Brooklyn. Where you at?
What's good, family? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I checked in with y'all. What's good? Tariq, what's good, family? What's going on, room? Just let you guys know that, and echo what most people have said, like, this is definitely not a loss, this is a win. The Democratic shills have heard us. They've been running scared, making rooms. We understand that our brother Marcel went up against the third most powerful Democrat that's been in office for 30 years, and he did this with just essentially the Black American grassroots backing him and having his, supporting him. So understand, like, right now he has thousands of votes. So imagine if we just get 10%, 20% of those people that organize with Marcel in days to come, how they can galvanize and magnify his message. And so as long as we stay together, stay on code, we got this. This is a bump in the road. But if we think long term, we understand that we playing chess and not checkers. They heard us, and this is just the beginning. This is the infancy of the Black American grassroots movement. So I'm just proud to be a part of it with all of you guys. Let's just keep up the good work.
Much respect. Listen, family, the fact that these Democratic shills got about 10, 15 rooms going on right now and they're celebrating, that shows the impact of the grassroots holding up our brother Marcel. Just the fact that they're celebrating that Marcel didn't win. There's about 10, 15 rooms going on right now with tethers and Democratic shills just doing victory laps that Marcel didn't win. The fact that you're so happy about that and the fact that you're making it about Marcel shows the impact that he was having, shows the threat that he and the grassroots was having. The fact that you're popping champagne with Jollof all over the place, and there's rainbow sprinkles all over the cupcakes at your victory party, that shows that the grassroots was a threat to you, which is a good thing. And the grassroots will continue to disrupt the benign neglect policy that the Democrats and the other politicians have, because we're not going to allow them to run on platforms that neglect us. That's the name of the game. That was the main thing that we wanted to promote. We wanted to promote tangibles for foundational Black Americans, no benign neglect. People coming in here from tether backgrounds, you're not going to come in and try to convince us with some kind of janky logic about what we can't get if we don't vote. We're shutting those lies down. Just like that tether who called earlier talking about we gotta vote or we ain't gonna get no tangibles. No, ma'am. There are people who can't even vote, who ain't even citizens, and they're getting tangibles. Don't come in here lying, running that same old crap on us. It's tangible time. So y'all can do all of this fake victory running around as much as you want. Y'all know that the Democrats are still in trouble because nationwide, the grassroots movement is still heavy, and we're still talking about, hey, where's our money? Y'all know you are not out of the woods as far as giving us our tangibles. You're not going to sell another agenda to us because the agenda has been magnified now. That's a win, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it twisted. Anyway, y'all, a lot of folks in here, but I'm going to have to get up out of here. I'm still on baby watch. We're still on baby watch. We're waiting on baby quote Nisha to come on out. We're past our due date, and we're waiting on our little baby princess to come on through. She's being stubborn right now. She's up in there chilling. She don't want to come out right now because she heard that Clyburn has butter biscuit crumbs all over the place, and she don't want to choke on one of them. So that's why she stayed up in her mama's womb. She sees too much cooning out here. Let's stop the cooning so my baby can come on out here and enjoy the world. All right? Anyway, y'all, man, go to officialfba.com, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is What's the 411 News, and we're going to still keep it going, man. All the votes haven't been counted yet. There are a lot of people counting out Marcel, but regardless of what the outcome is, it has already been a win, even if he loses, because he's just been in this for a short period of time. That has definitely opened the eyes up to those Democrats up there in D.C. And even though he's running as a Democrat, but it's the policies that Marcel is running on, which is very honorable. And we're going to still continue because they said all the votes might be in by 12. So we're going to at least stay there till midnight, man, and show our support. And while we're doing that, let me see if Marcel's made any other new posts. I don't think he has. And we're going to get into some other rooms because, like was mentioned, there are some other Twitter spaces already celebrating Clyburn's win over Marcel. But that says a lot right there. They have to do all of that. And like was mentioned, Marcel did a very good job, man. Very, very, very good job. All right. He definitely pulled some coattails and made people take notice that we're not out here playing these games. We're not going to be just voting to get nothing anymore. Those days are over. All right. And hopefully you'll take the same stand. So the latest post I see, it was 2 hours ago, and it's still the same post. I'm just going to click on that real quick from Marcel. And he just said it's update 36,000 early votes in his district. So they are counting those before they get to the votes from actually today, people voting for today. And so he just said, just breathe easy. Breathe, everyone. Look at what we did in barely 6 months. You know what I'm saying? It was barely 6 months since he got into this thing with his reparations platform. All right. And like was mentioned, you now see what the blueprint is, even for some of you younger folks. Hopefully you've been paying attention. Now you see what the blueprint is to be able to run. And hopefully now that we see that, some younger folks will move and will decide to run for office, because now you see how the blueprint is. Now the thing is to make sure that us from the Black grassroots finance the folks who are wanting to do things in our interest. All right. That's how you roll. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue on and let's see what's going on in these other spaces and, tap into what they're trying to talk about here and see what they're up to. All right. We're going to tap into this one. It says, why did Marcel Dixon's xenophobia? We're going to tap in and see what what craziness they're talking about. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. There's supposedly some other ones out here, but I guess these are the only 3. All right. Stand by, folks. This is What's the 411 News. We appreciate y'all. Please subscribe to the channel. This is New Black Media, part of the New Black Media movement. All right. In support of Marcel Dixon. We're going to get right back to you here in just a few, maybe a couple of minutes or less than that. All right. I'm going to try to tap into some more information, look up some updates, and keep you guys abroad on what's going on here. All right. This is What's the 411 News. Let's get it. Welcome, everybody, to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. We'll be right back shortly, and we'll get back to seeing. We'll check out some tweets. We are live. This is What's the 411, also known as WT4 News. This is What's the 411. We'll be right back. All right, we'll be right back. Right back. So stay tuned to us.
100 Ideas, Options, and Solutions Volume 1. Now available at Amazon.com. Get your Kindle book copy now.
Sit down and brainstorm potential things that can happen, all right? Potential situations that can occur. I'm giving you a list here of possible things that can happen. You have fires, you have flash floods, home invasions, hailstorms, hurricanes. A pipe might burst in your house because, it's real cold in the winter at that time. It might burst in the summer, all right? Just never know. Tornadoes, blizzards, snow, mudslides, earthquakes, etc. All right. To prepare yourself for potential emergencies, take the free course, Simple Emergency Planning in 4 Easy Steps. Did I mention free? The link is in the description. This episode has been brought to you by theproductstorecompany.com.
Go to the website below to purchase this beat. Go to the website below and purchase this beat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And what we're going to do here in a moment is tap into another Twitter live space. All right. So just bear with me real quick. And we're going to tap in here in just a couple of minutes or less, maybe a minute or less than that. All right. This is What's the 411 News. And we are live at least till midnight or maybe longer. We'll see. All right. Be right back. All right, let's tap back in. Let's tap right back in to another Twitter space.
Peace room and shout out.
We are live. We are live at least till midnight or maybe longer. So keep on tapping in. Please subscribe to the channel. Tell other people about the channel. All right. Subscribe to the channel. Tell everybody else. Share the video. Share this with someone. Share this with someone right now. All right. This is New Black Media. All right. So support New Black Media. All right. Subscribe to the channel. And we're going to tap back in right now, live.
This brother has not been running a long campaign, and he's already gotten over 10% of the vote in 2 different counties in his district. This brother is doing extraordinary. This is momentum. So this is why they're scared. This is why they're spending millions of dollars just to fight against Marcel. Now let's be strategic about this and think about in the next 2 years we can have billboards. We can have those phones ringing early. We can have him out at the community centers early. So we can go ahead and strategically get this thing set up for his next run, because if you look at what's going on now, it's absolutely extraordinary. And I'm gonna land my plane there.
Thank you so much for your words. Appreciate that, Black. Anyone else? Go ahead and raise your hand and we'll get you in the queue. And a couple of people. If you do not want to speak, go ahead and drop yourself down so that way we can phase people in and out. All right. Appreciate that. Again, if you're not going to speak, go ahead and drop yourself down. Appreciate that. Go ahead. Who I just brought on stage? Was it Mark Stevens? Go ahead.
Hey, peace to the room. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, peace to the room. Back in February, I told Marcel it would take 45,000 votes to win it in that district, and it's going to take 45,000 votes, because that's about what 40,000 what Clyburn got. So for 2 years, you think about it, all the grassroots got to do out of the 600,000 registered voters down there is find about 50,000 people to turn out that didn't vote this time. So we got a lot of work to do. And for the ground game, he gonna need soldiers on the ground down there. Like a lot of that district. I'm from Augusta, Georgia, which is right on the outside line of the 6th district. A lot of my wife's family is from the 6th district down there in South Carolina. Those folks don't have cars. They don't have, like, it's rural. I'm talking about rural. So if you ain't never been to South Carolina, it down there, they ain't shit. It ain't shit down there. So these people don't have cars. They don't have no way to get around. Most of the district don't have cell phone reception, nothing. So the only way that you're going to have to do it is have to have people go into those communities and really start knocking on doors, getting information in front of these people to turn them out. Because as long as Clyburn can do, because Clyburn only got 3 strongholds in that district. That's Orangeburg, where South Carolina State is at, Charleston, and Columbia. So the rest of the district is for the taking. So all the grassroots got to do is go to the areas where Clyburn is neglected and turn that vote out. And I'm going to land my plane on that one.
Thank you so much for sharing that information. I don't think a lot of us knew that. Mark, I just followed you. I just did. No, I just followed you. Okay, I just followed you. Thanks for saying that. I was in Atlanta for about 11 years. So I know my Atlanta 5th district, John Lewis's district. Thanks for sharing that. Just by a show of hands, give an emoji. Give me an emoji if you never knew that a lot of folks down there in that particular district, 6th district, didn't have cars, had bad cell phone reception. Raise your hand or give me an emoji if you did not know that. If you did not know that. Any sort of emoji. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know how catastrophic that is. And that's very critical to any campaign. So we're going to do a better job. Now we know, the totality of the circumstances. I think that it'll give us preparation for next time. And I'm convinced Brother Marcel is going to take it home for sure. Thank you so much, Brother Mark, for that.
Queen B, you're up next.
Hey, everybody. I have some questions. I guess the guy that just spoke, or if there's somebody in the room that knows anything about this guy, Addison, and what his numbers are. I apologize if somebody said what his numbers were, and I didn't hear it. But I was wondering what was going on with this guy, and if I'm not mistaken, this is not the first time he's run. And so I'm kind of wondering why he doesn't get any foothold. You see what I'm saying? I'm just kind of wondering about that guy.
I was away from the phone, so I don't know if they mentioned it.
Well, Addison was at like 4,000, I think, 4,000 votes. But Addison didn't campaign. He didn't campaign at all. He did nothing down there in the 6th district at all. People just know him because he's a businessman.
So he got just as much as Marcel then, it sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah, just about the same amount as Marcel without campaigning.
But is it true that he's been running every year for a while?
Yeah, he runs all the time. He runs all the time.
So why don't you think he's picking up any traction if he runs every year?
Because Clyburn got a stronghold on that district. You got it. Let me explain. So for the people who don't know, who are not from the South, the Clyburns are a dynasty in the 6th district. His daughters, both of his daughters are in the Democratic Party. Angela runs the state party. She's the party chair. Angela runs the state party, and then you have the youngest daughter who does something in the Biden administration. His son is a lawyer down there, and his family is deep. They go all the way from Charleston, South Carolina, all the way to Savannah, Georgia. They Clyburns up and down the Sea Island. So his family has big name recognition. So because of that 6th district was created for him. There was no 6th district until 1992 when they redrew the lines and they made that majority. They basically put all the black people in South Carolina in one district and created the 6th district. So that's pretty much how his district is drawn. It's where the majority of all the black folks. It's the only majority minority district in the state. So Clyburn has been in that seat. And behind him, they've already groomed the next person to, after he steps down, they already know who they want to run for that seat. It's Bakari Sellers.
I thought they wanted his daughter to run.
No, they don't want his daughter. They want Bakari Sellers.
Bakari Sellers, the CNN commentator?
Yep.
He's in the 6th district too. He's in the 6th district. He's actually a state rep and a lawyer in that district.
Oh, we got to stop all this. This is craziness.
Facts. Big facts.
It's a bunch of craziness down there. It's a bunch of craziness. So it's Marcel did good, but he's gonna need to turn out, about 45 to 50,000 people in those rural areas, in Jasper, in Allendale, in Sumter, in Walterboro, in Green Pond. The rural areas where they ain't nothing at, where the people still got well water, and their streets are still dirt roads. That's where he gonna have to go.
Well, and this guy Addison need to stop running too. That's just taking votes away from Marcel.
Right.
In my opinion.
Big facts.
I think somebody else wanted to talk. If y'all got questions for me, since I know the district, if y'all got questions to ask.
All right, I'll step in since it's quiet. What's good, Major? What's good, Wayne? What's good, Mark? Peace to the room.
What's going on?
Yeah, man. Well, y'all know I'm from South Carolina, Marlboro County. I went to South Carolina State. Same school is Clyburn. And like Marcus saying, he's telling the absolute 100% truth. Everything he's saying is absolutely true. This stuff is very deep that runs in South Carolina, especially with that district that was created for him. But just so happened, I think they created that district because it is very rural, and in the beginning, they didn't think a lot of people had a lot to say because they look at rural people as unintelligent and, unintelligent and stuff like that. They're not going to have much to say, so they'll give them the worst district. But at the same time, they put efforts in to make sure that that district stays poor, and things like that. So with the understanding of the rural mindset, big names, it goes a long way in rural areas because it's not like Atlanta or any major city or any metro. You have big names all the time. That's a damn desert. You don't really get excited, But in rural areas, you don't have big names come around every day. So when they do come around, you're really excited, and they kind of fall for a lot of what goes on, And I spoke about this in another space. Clyburn, he had a chance to do something major for South Carolina State University, and Mark, maybe you may know a little more about this with the transportation hub that was put in South Carolina State. It was going to have his name on it, but for some reason he pulled out of it. And this transportation hub, it was going to bring millions of dollars to the region, recruitment to South Carolina State, which is HBCU, and it's going to be one of the only HBCUs to have this type of hub in the state, and only one of the colleges in the country to have a transportation hub. Infrastructure is really big in America right now, so they need these hubs to really get this thing going. And so he got a lot of pushback from the University of South Carolina, which is 30 minutes up the road. That's the Gamecocks, the big PWI, because both of these are public schools, but one black and one white. So anytime South Carolina State gets any major school at the school, like school law, school of this, school of that, USC want to have something to say about it because, it's taking dollars away from them. So I think he pulled out of it because he felt a lot of pressure from him. It was a big mess. But the point I'm making is, it's a shame that he did that because it would have really raised it would have brought a lot of money to that region, similar to Mason, Tennessee, right? It would have brought money to that region for miles and miles and counties, because now everybody got jobs and things like that, and so on and so forth. And but a lot of people, they do just simply vote for him. A lot of old school people, they come around with the fish fry. The fish fry jokes are not just jokes. This is real. He do this all the time, And he said something about Bakari Sellers. Yeah, Bakari Sellers, I think he probably is the next one. I know somebody else is probably the next one too that I went to school with. Bakari Sellers, his dad went to, I think he went to South Carolina State for a while. I think he went to war. His dad was one of the civil rights, civil rights leaders. I think he led a couple of protests back in the day, but Carson don't like to talk about that because his dad was a real rock, But he kind of living off that legacy a little bit. But when it comes to Clyburn in that district, man, you're right. He's gonna need a lot of boots on the ground to really go in those communities because you're right. They don't have a lot of internet service. It's hard to get internet service out there. And it's very expensive, A lot of people don't have cars like that because it's rural. It's a lot of farms and just low country. When they say low country, they really mean low country, the Geechee Gullah and things like that. So you got to have people and boots on the ground to really go to these communities and go reach out and things like that because it's hard to get to. Marcel can't do it by himself. But in my opinion, I think he did a good job so far because he hasn't really been running that long. And when you run against a big name like that that's been a quote-unquote staple in that district, everybody knows. It's just like church. I come out of the church. Once you know a preacher, a long-time preacher, a long-time bishop, everybody just go with it. They can't do no wrong. And that's how they look at Clyburn. So when you come, you get, I'm laying here, when you come get somebody like Marcel with a lot of energy and a lot of grassroots talk, a lot of them get nervous. They do get nervous. But I think his saving grace is going to be the younger generation because the younger generation really are tired. They just didn't know a lot about Marcel. But when I talk to them about it, they be down with it. But a lot of youngers, they just really didn't know because he's new and things like that. And they just kind of voted for Clyburn. But it can be done. But Mark, I agree with you 100%. I'll land with that.
Hey, Jonathan, $2.5 million was for that transportation hub at South Carolina State. My wife went to South Carolina State too, so she a Bulldog as well. And it was $2.5 million for a transportation hub that would have basically created like a segue between his entire district and kind of connected all those rural areas so they can start, being able to get around. It was supposed to be like a big infrastructure thing, bringing in, bringing in sewers and getting away from well water and all that stuff. But yeah, Clyburn fucked that all up. He fucked the whole thing up, and the district got screwed. So Clyburn gonna do what Columbia want him to do. So that's the way they look at it. So Columbia, South Carolina, they control it. So Clyburn went with them, and I don't know. I don't know. district is 80% black. I don't know why you're not doing stuff for black folks. I just don't understand that. But
all right, thank you so much for that. Let's go to Padrino and then Black.
Peace, Mr. Dill. Yeah, man, it's I'm just tapped into this space, man. First, I want to shout out Marcel for just running for Congress in general. I mean, it take a lot of balls to run for office, and I think a lot of people, I don't really think they realize that. So I'm saying, I tip my hat off for him running for Congress in general. But the next thing is that him running for Congress was so powerful that the Democratic shields is like, they nervous. Like, we can look at the numbers, but the numbers, they say numbers never lie. That's bullshit. Numbers do lie. And numbers give you some truth. And the truth that we see in these numbers is that people are panicking and people are nervous because it's some new shit that's coming. See, they used to the same old shit, like the last boy was saying, like that fish fry, that bullshit, like that Negro vampire, that Negro vampire shit, that Boule Negro shit. Like they know young niggas ain't going for that. So, shout out to the grassroots for doing what they doing. I guess next step, we just gotta keep up the fight and start teaching this shit to to our peers, teaching this shit to as many people as possible, and maybe flipping some of these elders, because ultimately, like, if we pull back the layer and look at the numbers of the votes, you're gonna see that most of the people that voted is old as shit. Like Clyburn, probably, I seen his votes is like 38,000 or 40,000 votes or something like that. Most of the average voter that's probably voting for him is probably like 45 or 50. So somewhere along the lines, folks got to tackle and get the disenfranchised voter. And that's typically the people that's 40 and under. And, still get some of these old voters by just talking to them. Like, I'm saying? I talked to my grandma. I done flipped my grandma on reparations. So, but yeah, just, I'm saying? Just keep having these talks and shit like that with your family. But shout out to Marcel, man, for doing what he doing. We got the Democrats bitching. They scared now. So keep up the fight.
Thank you so much, Padrino. Black, you're up next.
Yes, Marcel is doing good considering the time he was in. And like the brother just said, him and the brother, that these are the older people, and probably the average age in that district is probably like 40 years old, because I'm looking at the lopsidedness of anybody else. So do you guys think we might could do some type of billboard? Because we know Professor Truth does that a lot. Jason Black does that. He'll put billboards up. And I know they have like a main road that hits a highway. You know how those rural areas are. And just to get back there, you have to hit one main drag. Maybe we can start, every so often putting billboards up to the next 2 years. Then we can do some things whereas we can throw some barbecues, fish fries ourselves, whatever these old people like. And then also we could talk about, the gentleman just talked about them leaving well water and going to sewer water. In that time, when we do these little functions that they seem to like to go out and sit around and eat, we'll do those, but at the same time, we'll talk about the things that they need and then send them surveys. It's like they don't go online because they're so old, they're living in this rural existence and they're comfortable. So we're going to have to make them feel that, hey, it's all right to be comfortable, but look at what else you can get. That's all I can say, but I know billboards always work. Okay, I'm going to land my plane.
All right, thank you so much. To respond to your question, I don't think that anyone in this space is opposed to that. I think that this campaign has created more warriors for Brother Marcel, and I think that folks in this space will do whatever we can to help him.
All right.
Let's see who else has their hand up. Tell me who to go to next. I'm Charlie. Did you want to speak?
Ms. Perry?
Hey, Major. Hello, everybody. Thanks for hosting this space, Major. Woney, Mark, how y'all doing? Well, I do want to salute Marcel, because I think he did a kick-ass job. And, you know, regardless of the outcome, well, we know he didn't win, but I think it really is a testament to reparations being the number one unifier in Black politics, right? We saw cisgender heterosexual Black men say, we don't go fuck that he's gay. Bro's about reparations and he's Black American first, right? Freedmen first. And that speaks to something the current Democratic Party is not doing. And so that really shows that we got something great going on here and we have to keep it going. And I'm glad that he allowed himself to be, I guess, the experimental lamb, if you will, right? To show that we can do this. You can be any regular person and run for Congress and make a difference and change the conversation, and don't have to be afraid of challenging the status quo. And I really want to reiterate that we have to keep this going. We have to continue to do our political tithing. We have to continue to pool our resources to make sure we can push these candidates. And we shouldn't start 2 years from now when the next election is going, right? We need to pool these funds. We need people who are going to volunteer to go out to these different places. My organization, Black Pact, we're not taking donations right now, but you can go to my website. It's in my bio. It's Black Pact, BLACKPACT.org. Make the pact. And when you do that, we have your zip code and things like that we can start now to start organizing who's going to run in which areas and actually organize that. We can actually take all the volunteers from a certain zip code, from a certain state, and pair them with a candidate. We can have these conversations. We're already doing this now in Los Angeles because we have the mayoral election. We have to continue this, and we cannot let this deflate us. Marcel's loss it shouldn't deflate us. It should really energize us and show us how we have to be consistent. Other people are doing this. Other parties like the Democratic Party, they're not going to wait until 2 Novembers from now or 2 Junes from now for the next primary, right? Let's get on board. Let's organize. Let's get all of us signed up in one place so that we can actually make something happen in our cities, because we will win some of these elections. I ran for myself in Los Angeles. I ran for city council. This is just the beginning, and it's definitely not going to be the end. We're going to motivate more people. We're going to groom more candidates. We're going to pool funds. We're going to push for our reparations candidates to not only be in Congress, to not only get into the Senate, state Senate, your state assembly, local office. What even say shit dog catcher, right? We need to start somewhere, and we want to be able to build our teams so that we can find the people who are going to run for certain things. What's up for election in this area? Who can run? Who can win? What's this district look like? What do these precincts look like? We have so many talented people in this reparationist movement, and we cannot let this deflate us. We're going to use this to mobilize us. We're going to continue to organize us, and we're just going to continue this work. We got a head start now, y'all. There's no way we can lose next time.
Thank you so much, Tara. Thank you so much. And Tara, those who did not hear, did not know, Tara actually ran for office for different positions in California. She's in close proximity to the California Task Force, Reparations on Task Force. And so California is definitely setting the example on leading that discussion of reparations, independently of NARCAN and COBRA, the sellout organization. So we got to do the work. We are doing the work. I'm extremely excited for what's to come. We are hijacking what folks have been trying to control for such a long time, and that's our voices in politics, young voices in politics, and trying to control and dominate the conversation on reparations. What I see young people doing and younger folks doing is busting through these, and this is like a
This is a different way of just running up on somebody's stage and grabbing a mic and bum rushing a politician speaking. We're doing it in innovative ways. We're doing it in ways that they cannot stop or control us. So I'm flabbergasted. I love the energy. Let's keep this stuff going. It does not stop now. This was just a template, right? So for those who are considering on running in their own prospective states, districts, this is a template. So now we know what to do. And this should just give us a little fire behind us to get this job done. If there are folks who need help with organizing, if you need Black freedmen folks to be in your city and you have a serious campaign, don't be afraid to ask for help. I know that sometimes we want to, we got egos. Now, not everybody, but some of us got egos. Some of us are just afraid to ask and don't have ego problems, but it's just afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask, because we got when it comes to this fight for reparations. Tara, you pointed something out that I thought was dope as well. We showed this country that Black folk, freedmen folk, can come together irrespective of our differences. Like we saw Black straight hetero cis. I hate these little acronyms, and Wanda gets pissed off just as I do. But these cis head and all this other stuff. We've seen all these Black folks come together for the cause of reparation. We're talking real reparations. We're not talking about this whole step and fetch sort of reparations. Right? The other thing is that we are now forcing Jimbo. That's his new name, Jimbo. Somebody's got to take a face of Clybourne's face and put it on a box of on a Quaker box and call him Jimbo.
I can do it.
Let's get that done. Let's get that going, Jimbo. So we got to show Jimbo what real reparations look like, and now we're going to start forcing his hand for the reparations that we want, not what the Democratic wants or what the Biden administration wants. We're going to start forcing them to talk about what we want, and I think we're a step closer with that. So thanks, Tara, for that. Let's go to who was that? Is that Rasheem? Rasheem, the realtor?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, man. So this is my last year in the military. This will be my last deployment coming up here in the fall. And I'm considering running for mayor of Atlanta. And I want to basically do the exact same shit that Marcel just did. I want to run on the same kind of platform or whatever. So if anybody got some pointers or anything that they can shoot my way, just let me know, whatever, DM me or something, whatever. That's all I had.
I'm glad people are getting excited. Hey, Mikkel.
Okay, let's see who else you got. Oh, Tara, you want to come back up? Come on up.
Hey, thanks for being back. Sorry, I got kicked out. I had a phone call. But what was that? Rasheem, the realtor, and not just for you, for anybody. And I think that's fantastic that you're considering running for mayor, right? I'm glad that people are energized. Anybody who's considering running for office, what I would suggest is between now and the next election, in 2 years, get involved in your community, volunteer, do food giveaways, right? Right now, start making contact with your constituents in your areas. Right now. Don't wait until you file. Don't wait until you decide to run and build a campaign. Build relationships with your community. And even if you don't win the first time, like even Marcel, he's gonna have name recognition. So that's gonna help. So be prepared to run more than once. Get involved with some of your local nonprofits. If you don't have any that speak to you, start one. Get some grants, get some funding, and do the work that's in your community that's needed. And reparations is great, but we know like you can, dealing with local causes is kind of not likely like it's going to be real effective. But whatever floats your boat, do some type of nonprofit, do some volunteer work, make contact with your community, do it now, because then that's building your actual base. And I would say start there.
Thank you so much. Hey, kind of piggyback hard. The biggest thing that like candidates, you can start doing like a back to school drive if you're in the Black community. You know, that's some things I told Marcel that he should be looking at coming up this fall. A back to school drive, giving away school supplies, and then since Clyburn has a damn fish fry, do a turkey giveaway for Thanksgiving. Start doing that, and toy drive and all that shit. Do all that stuff there, so the name recognition carries weight. Because then people won't be able to say, well, what you doing for the community? You got a track record of doing stuff for the community, and not to, people remember the last thing that you did. So if you do it quickly and you do it, they remember that stuff. But if you do something and don't do it again, then they'll forget. So this is 2 year strategy. 2 year strategy. Give yourself 2 years.
Anyone else want to speak? Simply raise your hand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is What's the 411 News, and we are live.
Queen B, did you have anything?
Not right now.
Mikhail, did you have anything you want to add? Okay. Wanda, did you have anything you want to add? All right, Rasheen, go ahead.
All right, I just have one more question. So based off of what happened today with Marcel, do you guys think that it's like possible for someone grassroots to even win an election, considering you got to go up against the Democrats and the Republicans? Like, is that even possible? Is it rigged too bad?
I will tell you that it's already happened. Cori Bush did it in Missouri. She did it in St. Louis. She went up against the Clay dynasty in there, and they family had held that same seat for 50 years, and she knocked them off. First time she ran in 2018, she lost. She lost, and then she ran again in 2020 and won. So yeah, it can happen. I mean, Marcel got, the votes he got, and he campaigned for 6 months. Think about that, and you multiply that what we could do over a 2 year time span with the right resources and the right ground game.
Can I jump in real quick? I do want to say to this guy Rasheem, I have been participating in Tamara Sheely's. She does like a little show on Saturdays, and she's been talking about Georgia, and something, they feel like there's something janky going on there, in terms of the vote counts and that sort of thing. So I would connect with her because I know she's run a few times for Senate. But what she's been doing on Saturday mornings is she's been bringing other people on her show that have actually also run in the state, and they've been talking about some of the challenges that they've been having. So I'll land there, but just wanted to let that brother know that.
Sir Major, could you check your DMs?
Yes, ma'am. To Blacksmith, go ahead.
All right, thanks for the floor. I just wanted to say, I've been trying to look this information up, but I was talking to a friend of a friend on a business tip from South Carolina, and it was a couple of weeks ago, and I was telling him about Marcel, and I was asking was he in his district. He pulled it up on the phone. He said, "I'm not in his district, but I'm with you." And one of the things he said about Jim Clyburn, he said that he worked for Strom Thurmond in his office before he got elected. He said he's so I've looked for the information. I can't find it, but I don't that brother, he was a little bit older. I'm 45. He was in his 50s, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't make nothing like that up. You know what I mean? And he was with me with on Marcel. And he said he was gonna spread the word and whatnot. But he said that Clyburn, he worked for that dude, for Strom Thurmond in his office for years as one of his aides or something. So if anybody can find any information and put that information out, spread it. We can spread the information, because I've been looking. I'm still looking. That'll be something that'll be helpful too, because we gotta beat this damn drum. And like everybody said, we get this 2 years. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Hey, look, I'm fired up. I think we can. I believe we can do this. I believe we can get all the congressional black caucus out of office. We can remove all them people, and we can get what's old to us. And I'm right there.
Thank you. Anybody else that wants to come up, feel free to raise your hand. We're gonna bring you up.
Hey, Sir Major.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna send an article to you real quick. The brother you just asked about Clyburn working with Strom Thurmond. I'm gonna send it because I don't know how to fucking share shit in the jumbotron. So Sir Major, I'm gonna send an article to you, and it's gonna outline what Clyburn actually said about that.
All right, good deal.
All right, bet.
Hey, yeah. So this is Hiram out of Mississippi. So I just want to say, first off, in Mississippi, this is the black state of the nation. I don't know if everybody knew that, but it doesn't get any blacker than Mississippi. And I just want to say, Marcel, I don't know what happened because I've been at work. I had to go back and look at the numbers based off the percentages and everything of the vote that he got. But I can say, based off of some of the elections that we have going on in Mississippi right now, in the future, if he does, hold Clyburn's feet to the fire, he can always force a runoff, which is a good thing as well too, because he's going to have to stand on his platform. And 2 years, that's enough time to look and say, this is what this individual has done, and this is what this individual hasn't done. I want to say that I think his ground game was immaculate, just for somebody that's starting off, and that's what politics is about. I'm actually glad that everybody is getting involved in politics. Myself, I actually came back to the state of Mississippi to start getting involved in everything. And that's what you have to do. You have to be able to get out. You got to get on ground. You got to talk to people. You can't just sit back on these, social media platforms and just talk. That's what you have to do. You have to go out. You have to meet the people, and you have to draw out the vote. And so, that generation is only getting older. So it's only right that we're about to move into that forefront of being able to take over. And so you're going to have to, butt heads with them, because there's an ideology mindset that doesn't fit with where we're trying to go and what we're trying to get for the future, right? And the things and the tangibles that we're trying to get for our community. So I applaud the brother. I think that you actually did something that could actually go out to every different state. And people just have to look at their ground game and say, what can I do and how do I get out? And, if you don't feel comfortable running as a Democrat, you can run as an independent, and you can expand the vote that way. But I do think, like I said, just sitting back watching the brother is what I told individuals. I think that his platform, how he came in at the money that he was able to raise, able to get the billboards in rural areas, me coming from a rural area, knowing how impactful that is, because everybody there doesn't have internet and the accessibility that other individuals have in bigger cities. And so I also think, too, lastly, that it put the small areas on the forefront, where there are more black individuals from, in smaller states like Mississippi and South Carolina, where we aren't in those larger cities, but you do have those predominantly black areas where they can come out and be able to vote for those individuals. So I just want to thank the brother for doing what he's doing. I think it changed the game, and I'm going to go back and look at the numbers myself just to see, because I've been having conversations with individuals. It's the little things that matter. You're not going to always win it right then and there, but if you can build off of that, there's a lot of stuff that you can do to change the game. So kudos to you, brother.
Thank you so much. And that link that Brother Stephen just sent me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that in the Jumbotron so everybody can pay attention and follow along. Okay, now it's up here. It talked about Biden said he found common ground with segregationists. South Carolina's Clyburn said he agreed with that statement. So it's up there in the Jumbotron.
Can I say, I would really like to implore us to stay away from this emotional bullshit, right? Who gives a fuck? Because especially back in the day, but even right, like people like pretty much had nobody else to really work for. But we know they're racist. What you gonna do for us? We got to stop getting caught up in this emotional responses to people dealing with racism, having proximity to racists. We know racism exists. We know institutionalized racism exists. We're learning to navigate around it and or confront it directly. But we got to stop having these emotional responses to little facts like that, because it takes our eye off the ball, and then we start, going down the rabbit hole of other things that are inconsequential to our goal. Like, we got to stop doing that. The Democrats do that to us all the time. That's what they did with Donald Trump. He's a racist. He's a racist. Is he racist? He said this and that. Is Donald Trump racist? Why the fuck are we still talking about if he's still racist? He's clearly racist. Now get to the politics and what are you doing for us? Or not, right? Then we move on to the next candidate. But we got to stop having these emotional responses, because we're not acting from a space of logic. This is everybody.
Well, all right. Fresh, what up, though? Get up on stage. You don't get to sit in the audience like you. Fresh. Come on, Fresh. One thing about Marcel's campaign, I like how he pulled out he had the gun strapped up on him. So I get that. And I guess, you know what? Here's another thing. Y'all, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. For the longest, I did not understand why Marcel did not put on I'm not going to say fresher looking suit, but a more up-to-date style suit, a more form-fitting suit. But now I get it. When I hear Brother Steven talk about what that district looks like and how poor that is, how dare you go get a nicer suit, right? And showboast almost like in front of your constituents, folks that are poor. Like, on one hand, you're saying it's the poorest district, but then you don't look apart. You kind of separated yourself, and it looks materialistic. So I get it now. Wani, I think I had a conversation with you. I'm like, yo, why don't he, why doesn't he look like a politician? And I get it now. Yeah. And a lot of people thought that. I mean, there was a lot of conversation around the way he dressed, the hat that he wore. But I get it now. Okay, let's go to Blacksmith.
Yeah, I just had want to respond to Tara. I think you probably got me wrong a little bit. When I was saying talking about what's his name, Strom Thurmond, what I went with in regards to Jimbo Jangles, what I was saying was basically Strom Thurmond, he was a anti-black racist. So with somebody to work for him that's black being in office, he's basically carrying on his legacy just like Biden is. So moving forward, we can let other black folks know, hey, this man hasn't been doing, like Marcel, he's saying he hasn't been doing anything for us. And we can draw that contrast as, hey, he hasn't done anything for you. And guess who he used to work for? He used to work for this guy who clearly didn't want anything to do for you guys. It's not so much me being coming from emotion place. I don't know if you're talking about me. I'm just kind of putting this out there. It's not being emotion drunk. It's like drawing a contrast between, hey, look, this is where we used to be. This is the guy who came after him. He taught him, probably like a lot of these people do in their campaigns. They talk trash about other people. And I think this is something that's valid. We can let other people know, hey, look, this guy used to work for him and he's doing his bidding. If he's black and we haven't moved anywhere since he's been in office and we've been going backwards, then what's the common denominator? He probably was working against you guys and he was taught to do this. So we got to get him out of the paint. That makes sense.
But I think even to tell people that is to get an emotional response. Like, people should vote Clyburn's ass out simply because he's not doing for their district, right? And that's what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying about, the compare and contrast. Clyburn don't have to be anti-Black to not do for that district. He could just be lazy as fuck. He could just really be in place to just maintain power for the Democratic Party. I get a lot of flack for criticizing John Lewis. You have no business running for office at 83 with pancreatic cancer, sir. Right? But he did it and dies, right, to maintain power for the Democratic Party. It has nothing to do with people's personal philosophies. We have a lot of these old head politicians who are in office forever. We got to pry these positions out of their cold, dead hands, right? Because they're doing the bidding for the Democratic Party. It has nothing to do with the personal philosophies of the previous people they worked for. And that's what I'm saying. Black people need to, or Black American, freedmen, FBA, whatever you want to call yourself, we need to start doing the politics because we're not seeing change in our community. We're not having resources brought to us. Those are the things that we need to look at. We need to be able to measure production and not emotional responses.
Tara, let me ask you this. What about if some of the constituency give their own personal testimony? So you don't, I agree with you. You don't have to talk about, Strom Thurmond's racist past and use that type of emotion, but just have the people give their own testimony about the conditions that they've been living in under, why he's been their representative. I think that's a winning message right there.
Yeah, but that's empirical data, right? We're looking at the lack of production. We're looking at that these people are not producing. Right. And that to be the reason. We need to look at the fact that our schools are underfunded or not funded at all. We need to look at the literacy rate of freedmen children. That's what we need to look at and be able to measure their efficiency. That's all I'm saying, because we don't want to fall into the same trap and utilize the same tactics that the enemy, if you will, is using, because that stuff takes us off. That's why you also have these idiots who are hosting these rooms in D space, the Marcel Dixon Lost After Party, right? And there you got the blue no matter who Black folks who don't care, right? They're not looking at production. They care that Clyburn won again. Okay, well, what's his level of production for the Black community in his district? There is none. There is none. And so we gotta stray away from all that other stuff. Like when people talk about Marcel and his anti-immigrant agenda, and they're in there celebrating, saying his anti-immigrant agenda lost. That's another emotional trope. Let's not participate in that. Let's look at production. Let's look at efficiency. Let's not look at all this other BS, because these people feel like to be anti-immigrant or to be critical of the practice of illegal immigration in this country is a bad thing. It's a bad word. And we can't ask the question, how do any of these things impact the Black American community? People never want to answer that question. They never want to answer those questions. They want to just stick with the things that are polite to say. And because we say them, and we have to stick with that. And if we deviate outside of that, then we become monsters. So they don't want to do it, even if it's a better political practice for your people. People will ignore it and continue these bad practices simply because it's the PC thing to do.
Thank you, Tara. All right, well, we got a couple of responses, folks that want to respond. Let's go to Lloyd first, and then we'll go to another speaker. Lloyd, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Hey, Lloyd.
Hello, Lloyd.
So, for purposes of transparency, I worked very closely with the Marcel Dixon campaign, and I just want to say that, I want to say I'm not speaking for Marcel. He has not made a statement. I'm not speaking for the campaign. This is Lloyd talking. So here we go. Tara, I totally agree with you in that we have to look at the data, but I want to take it a step further. We have to learn to use that data and to not just say, well, we're under where there's a disparity here. We have to say this. We have to say this is how we fix the disparity, and that we are not going to accept anything less than having the disparity fixed. And with regard to reparations, we're not going to do anything till we get reparations. And the question is, how do we get reparations? What do we do next? As far as I'm concerned, Marcel Dixon created a blueprint for 2024. And the answer is that we use that blueprint to take out the 55 members of the Congressional Black Caucus, because they are the policymakers. There are 3 seats in the Senate and 52 seats in the House. Joe Manchin, by himself, shuts down the entire Biden agenda. So if one person can do that, do that much, what could 3 do? And we don't demand that of the people that we elect. So, and they haven't done it. So our goal should be to remove them. Not talk about the data, and not talk about, because it's kind of like saying HR 40 would be has some kind of value. We know what the problems are. They know what the problems are. What we need is a solution to them. And I think that it's incumbent on us to come up with the solutions and get them implemented.
Wake it up. I just have to do that. I appreciate you, Brother Lloyd, for that. I want you to stick around, please. And if you're able to, at some point, kind of guide a conversation surrounding what we witnessed today, what's next to come, what's to be expected, that would be phenomenal for that to happen. Were there anyone else that wanted to speak that have not had an opportunity to speak?
Yeah, I wanted to say something, sir.
Go ahead,
Sir
Kurt.
Wani. I'm enjoying
What's up,
the
Brother
show.
Kurt?
Yeah, so, I just wanted to make a comment on what Tara said. No disrespect, just want to make sure, I appreciate all the value, and she said a lot of good stuff. However, like the part about, it almost sounds like, fighting clean. Like we have to take, the high road on the way that we move these candidates that's pushing, reparations. And I believe that, everything is fair, when it comes to, pushing our campaign, our agenda, our, candidates forward. I think the information about Strong Thurman is something that would reach a lot of people, whether we playing with emotional strings or not. I think that's the way that Trump got in office, by playing with, white male emotional strings. So, I just think that when we start putting too much regulation on how we operate, that's when we get in trouble. We need to do all out. We need to go all out. Worry about like whether or not we are crossing the line or we're just going off of data or facts. I believe in going off of facts, but whether or not the facts are dirty, the facts doesn't change. And I think that, we don't need to necessarily take a high road when it comes to how we push our candidates forward. We need to just get behind them, find out the facts, push the facts out there, whether it affect heartstrings, whether it affect, mindsets, whatever it affects is what we need.
Kurt, can I ask you, if I tell you Joe Biden's racist, what do you say?
I would say I know.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. But I appreciate the conversation. No disrespect taken. I'm saying I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we need to. Well, we already know this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Is the emotional response when someone reveals something like that? We already know.
When I talk to people, and I talk to people every day about this stuff, and when I mention things like what you just said, their response is, well, Trump is even more racist than Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Like, so you hear things like that, from people, and it's not emotional, but they think that, you know, one race is different than another and things of that nature. So, you know, like it doesn't necessarily, you know, mess with heartstrings, but some people don't know the relationship that Joe Biden even had with Strom Thurmond. You know, like a lot of people are really disconnected from the political process. So I'm just saying that, like, if it's a fair statement, if it's fact, you know, maybe it needs to be out there. We need to utilize that stuff. You know, if it's a fair statement, it needs to be, you know, brought up.
Yeah, I didn't say we don't need to spit facts. I said about our emotional response when someone calls someone racist or bring up the fact that someone's racist. We know this is a racist country. We built it.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, you know, you got pastors, you got people in politics, you know, they go off of, you know, heartstrings, they go off of intellect, they go off of data, they utilize everything that they have in their disposal, you know what I mean, to get in office. You know, and for some reason, as Black people, you know, the mindset of just being a better person and just being clean, fighting clean, and you know.
I never said that. I'm not a proponent.
Yeah, but
I'm not a proponent of respectability politics at all.
Can I ask a question here?
Gotcha.
Could I ask a question here, Kurt? When Tara said that, what would you say if she said that Joe Biden is a racist? My question, you said, you would say, I know. My question is, now what are we going to do about the fact that Joe Biden is a racist?
We're going to get him out of office. We're going to get somebody in office to have our interests. You know, and if he has our interests of reparations, then we keep him in office. I don't care about him being racist.
But here's the problem.
If he's racist, right, and he's trying to get reparations, like that's his number one, or that's his priority, I don't care about that.
Okay, you know, so here's
our movement is not about fixing racism.
But here's the thing, Kurt, that you got to think about. Not, you know, Strom Thurmond, his relationship with Strom Thurmond is one thing. But that did not have the same impact of the fact that Joe Biden did not support the 1994 crime bill, a law that put more Black people in prison than all of the presidents before Bill Clinton combined. Joe Biden didn't support it. Joe Biden wrote it. Yeah. Okay, so now, fast forward to 2020. And the big thing was, it was Black people that elected Joe Biden. So my question is, who is the problem? Joe Biden, who did what he was set out to do, or us, who knew what he was doing and elected that man president? Who's the problem? Because that was the only person that we had that they said, the Democrats said, to vote for Joe because Donald Trump was so bad. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm saying that we have to stop putting blame on other people because we don't do what we're supposed to do.
Well, what did you expect us to do? Like, what did you, you know, what do you think Black people should have done as a collective to get a different outcome?
We should have come up with an agenda on paper, because we always talk about the Black agenda, but have you ever read it? I haven't seen it. So put it on paper, go to Donald Trump, go to Joe Biden. Which one of you are going to sign this document saying, I will do this for you?
Well, I think the movement that we have now is unlike ever before. So, like, when you talk about the Black agenda, even the Black agenda takes on a different, you know, a whole different concept, right? We had to sort through some things, and I think we are able to actually get a real Black agenda with the people that we consider, you know, to be us, right? To have our agenda, you know, up front. So, like, I just think that, you know, the things that you're talking about, like the Black agenda, and, you know, you hear a lot of things, right? But it included a lot of other people. So once we sorted through all of those things, and we're still sorting through them, and we're still waking our people up, right? And that real Black agenda, fully wake up, I think we'll have something that's more cohesive, something that's more in sync. Right. So right now, we're still in that process of just making sure that all our people will that we understand that there's a difference. We're not all black people. It's only a portion of black people. It's Black America that have an agenda for reparations. So after we get our people to understand that we're not all one, all of these other things that we were taught as kids, and we get them through the unlearning process and understanding who they are and how we need to push a real Black American agenda forward. Like, I think that that's the path that we're on.
Okay, so
a lot of stuff from talking about how Black people should have did that. I'm giving them a pass.
Kurt, let me say this. Let me clarify. Say what?
Lord dear, aren't you on the campaign with him?
Aren't I campaign with whom?
Was it you that said that you were on the campaign with
Marcel? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so why didn't you write out a Black agenda?
We did. And here's the thing that if you go to Marcel for Congress, there is the Black agenda. There's only one item on the agenda, and that is reparations. But let me finish. So the fact that you asked me the question says to me that you haven't read the reparations plan, because we didn't say we're going to get reparations. We put a plan out there. There is an exact number. There is an implementation plan. There is an argument for it. And the whole thing is, it's like, as Kurt was saying, it is an agenda for America. It's just that it's reparations for what we did with the reparations plan is we did not go after the horrors of slavery, because you can't quantify that.
Your job is to do, and I have briefly read points that was important at the time. You were on the campaign. We have been pushing the Black agenda. B1, FBA, we have been pushing it as people. You're on the campaign. Get on there and put more than one thing under the Black agenda. You're telling us to do that. You have the right to. You already can do that.
Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to?
You're talking about Black charity.
Black charity. Okay, let me say this. What we have to understand, where we're coming from, is that if you read our plan, the money that we would receive as a community from reparations would give us the ability to recreate our communities. Because that's what we have. Okay, so Black charity. Here's the thing. So the only issue on the Black agenda at this point is getting reparations and that plan.
Well, add more to the plan. Add more to the agenda.
Let me ask you this logically. Let me ask you this. If everything emanates from reparations, what we can do with reparations, we can solve so many problems. We can fix the health disparities. We can charter school our own schools, so we control the curriculum. There is no such thing as wealth gap anymore. All those things would be solved with reparations. Why am I going to talk about anything else?
I've read the UN's International Plan of Reparations and the 5 areas of reparations. All of that.
I'm going to ask you, and that was written by somebody else. This was written. This was written by
the United States have to go by.
No, that's not true. Black charity, that's not true. Okay. We don't need the United Nations for anything to get reparations.
You're there. You're on a campaign. You upgrade and not.
Wait a minute. Can I ask you a question, Black Charity? Can I ask you a question? Are you upset that I was on the campaign? Were you?
I'm upset.
Okay, because you keep saying that. You keep saying it. And I'm sharing with you
You could have done that. You could have done that. The agenda had one item, and that's what you need to do, and working and helping him. You need to.
Let me ask you this, Black Charity. Black Charity, let me ask you this. Did you attend, back in March, did you attend the National Reparations Day event that we did?
I'm in Texas.
Okay, and it was virtual. So we put it out. Okay, Black Charity. 1,500 people from around the country joined in. We did it on we did it on Spaces, and it was we created
the Black agenda on the website and put in all the 5 points of reparations.
Okay, Black Charity. I'm gonna simply say it one more time. The Black agenda.
One item on your Black agenda. It is you that
okay, tell me something else. Okay, Black Charity, please tell me what else should be on. What would you like to see on there other than reparations? What would you like?
So you're telling me you don't know?
I'm asking. No. Wait a minute. I told you.
The 5 points. The 5
I told you. I told you what our agenda is.
Okay.
I told you that. Okay. So now I'm asking you.
We had the Black agenda. That's all we do is push the Black agenda.
So now I'm asking you. So now I'm asking you if you'd like to see. I'm asking you, number one, to go and read it. Number one, I'm asking you, Black Charity. I'm asking you to go and read it. Number one. Number two.
I told you I read the points that you had won.
Okay, so now I'm asking you, what do you feel? Rather than
Marcel's plan.
Okay, so I'm asking you to help me out here. I'm asking you if you feel that we were lacking somewhere. Tell us what it is that you felt we were. Tell us where we missed. Please tell us where. Please tell us where we. Tell me something that you would like. Something very specific that you would like to see on a Black agenda. That's what I'm asking you.
I want you not to listen to us.
Again, I said we've put out an agenda.
The 5 points of reparations. There are 5 major points of reparations that include all of the above.
And okay, go ahead. Run them down.
No, go to the UN and look at the International Union.
Black Charity. Here's the thing. You're arguing, you're not listening. You're arguing a position and you're not listening. You're not listening. All 5 of those issues are covered under reparations. Does anybody else understand that? All 5 of those things would be covered under the reparations plan that Marcel put out.
You know.
So does anybody else get that?
I get it, Lloyd.
So hold on, Lloyd.
I understand, Lloyd.
Hold on. So here, one mic, please. One mic. Here's something that I just want to, and I'm speaking out of love, right?
Sure.
What I think is this, and it's just my opinion. I don't speak for everybody. But Black, while I understand your position, Marcel ran a campaign that most people would not be daring to do. And no campaign is going to be perfect. The agenda items aren't going to be always what I would want.
Exactly.
But as long as the brother is not selling us out, and he did have a lot of things on here that was pro-FBA.
It sure was.
Such as being pro-Second Amendment, such as immigration. Those are 3 big items right there.
Exactly.
That's on one term that he's pushing all this out. Usually what the Democratic Party does, or even what the Republican Party does, they trick people. They'll only give you one item. One item that most people can get behind. That's just politics. So one thing that I appreciate from Brother Marcel is he put 3 items that we all can chew on and that we all can get behind.
Exactly.
One thing that I don't want to get in the business of is telling someone who did something that most people wouldn't do how to run their campaign. Because if you don't like one second, sis. One second. Excuse me. I don't want to speak over you. I respect you too much.
Okay.
What I don't want people doing is being overly critical of our own people when we say nothing to these white folks. When we say nothing to Jim Clyburn and ain't said shit to him in the past 30 years, but call him a coon.
Exactly.
So we don't want to be overly critical over a young brother, Marcel.
Never.
For doing what most of, well, I'm not going to say most of us in this space, but what most black folks wouldn't do or didn't do. Let's say that.
Marcel is
and if the last thing I would say in my closing is this. If you wanted it done and thought it should have been part of a package, did you sit down with Brother Marcel, strategize with him, fund his campaign?
I have sent him DMs and we've discussed things, yes.
Okay, so you had a discussion, right? Mm-hmm. But did you groom any young people to run for a seat? Let's just be honest.
No.
Okay, that's fine. And I know the answer. And I'm not beating up on you trying to talk kind of city to you. What I don't want to do in this space here, what I don't want to do on this night is be overly critical of a brother who did something that most black people, and we're talking about on the national level, didn't do, don't got the heart to do, ain't got the balls to do, because they're trying to keep
Marcel.
You see what
I'm not critical of Marcel. He is working on a campaign, and he said we don't have a black agenda. We do have a black agenda, but if he needed specifically, he said just one. I said, well, you have authority to do the website to update it.
Well, that's if the candidate wants it done. And we also have to, and I promise this last thing, I sound like a preacher. Last thing I'll say is this: we have to be strategic in how we move.
Yes.
So I'll end there.
Can I say, and that's a good question, Lloyd, about the Black agenda, right? If you look at the jumbotron, I didn't vote for Biden. I did down ballot strategy, but we knew Black people voted for Biden, right? And so my organization, we took it upon ourselves to do a march for reparations in DC. It was scheduled for inauguration day, but because of the January 6th attack, DC was shut down, so we had to move it. We moved it to Valentine's Day, right? When did he go? When was he seated? What was that? 2021, I guess. January. So if you look above, these were our demands to Biden, and it was a comprehensive reparations package. Because when these quote unquote Black leaders,
excuse me, one thing. Can you tell me how to get to the jumbotron? People are always talking about that.
If you pull your screen down, if you pull the screen down a little bit, you can see it. It's like it's the
It says Biden said he found common ground with segregationists. South Carolina's
so if you scroll through, just like when you see the little dots, it shows other posts. So if you scroll through, you can see all the other posts.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think you know what, you have taught me something. I'm an old man, and I'm learning.
That's what I'm here. I'm just kidding. But
I am really learning this.
So you'll see that we actually submitted something because when you have these quote unquote so-called Black leaders who wanted to deliver the Black vote, there was nothing that was submitted to Biden on behalf of the Black community. If it was, it wasn't public. We didn't know about it. So we took it upon ourselves to do a march for reparations. We went to the White House. This letter that you see, it says our demands to Biden. We had this printed on an 11-foot banner and put it outside. Right. So
I'm still not seeing it because I only have 3 dots.
Okay, you should have pull down the screen, pull to refresh, just like Clubhouse. And then see if it uploads, it should have like 7 dots here.
Nope. I'm getting no dots now.
Okay, well check my most recent tweet. my most recent tweet has the link. So not only did we deliver this to Biden large size, we also did a digital.
I'm sorry, who am I talking to now?
This is Tara.
Tara. Okay, hold on. Let me go to your thing because I want to see this. I want to be able to comment on this.
Okay, so go ahead. You can press my profile, press my face again, or go to my profile. Go to my let's see, tweets and replies. It's the second link. It says docs.house.gov.
We deliver. Okay, watch marchforreparations.com. Okay.
Underneath
Let's
that.
see. Hold on.
Underneath that tweet, right? That's one of our video promo reels for the event. If you go to docs.house.gov, you see that tweet right underneath the March for Reparations.
March for Reparations, the official Twitter account for the March for Reparations.
No. So if you're on my profile, you see tweets and replies?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the second tweet underneath that video.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Click that. So then you can follow along.
Okay.
All right. We good? Everybody good? Y'all with me? Okay.
I'm sorry, people, but I seriously am technically challenged. I really do.
That's no problem.
No,
look, y'all, all is not over because Jim Clyburn still has to run in November against this Duke Buckner. So we can still take a list of demands to both Jim and this Duke guy. Because Duke, he got 75% of the Republican vote. I'm looking at it now. But he only got 15,000 votes. Whereas Jim Clyburn,
but it's a solid Democrat district. Like, it's not an upset is unlikely. But yes, I do agree. We need to talk to everybody.
We don't have to wait. I mean, we need to hit everybody. All of the CBC.
Sorry, can I finish? Sorry, thanks. So I was just sorry. No worries. No, I was just talking with Lloyd about, or everybody in this room, right? How you can be fired up. You can have your agenda. We know what we've been talking about. We know what the needs of our community are. And so you create a list and you have more than one demand because you're going to want some things that you can negotiate and throw out, right? In the event that you get a seat at the table. But what we did not want was for Biden to come and say, well, the Black community didn't ask us for anything. We wanted to make sure that didn't happen. So it was a reason why we spent thousands of dollars going to DC. We made these banners. We did this, my policy writer, we did this Black agenda, this demand from Biden, because we know these quote unquote Black leaders didn't make any demands. So this is what we're going to have to practice doing no matter the election. Yes, it will be much easier if we can groom our own candidates and we can push our own agenda for these candidates that we're going to push and support and fund. But if we have to go in and lobby these people, we have to go and do it. But we have to really build the infrastructure. We have to make sure people are signed up as members and people are committing to the agendas that we're putting forward. Like when Lloyd asked Black Cherokee, what would you like to see on the agenda? You got to be willing to be in the space to contribute and say what you'd like, right? So, and it's going to be some push and pull. It's going to be some tug of war, and it's going to be at the final product. This is what we happy with, and this is what we're going to now move in unison politically. That's what's required for us to really make a dent. And we're going to have to put our egos aside. We're going to have to be willing to have conversations, uncomfortable conversations. We're going to have to be willing to contribute our thoughts and not just think that everybody is going to come and do the thinking for us and they're going to do all the legwork for us. Be ready to be a part of it. And if not, then make the vow to, hey, look, I'm going to trust y'all judgment. I'm going to go with y'all decide. Okay, cool. Then you go walk away. And once we push this agenda, you got to jump in line.
So, Tara,
going to take that level of political unison. What's up, Lloyd?
So, and 1 second, Lloyd, before you go, I want to make sure that we are able to get to other speakers too. So, Lloyd, if you can ask your question in 30 seconds, that way we can get other speakers.
I'll defer. Go ahead. I'll get back to Tara.
Right, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so let's go to folks who have had their hands up before. I want to go to Blacks. Let's go to Consume. Who's that? Consume Lately. And then Insane. And then Ty.
All right. So, in regards to having a Black agenda, I know that Dr. Clark Anderson He sent up multiple letters to the president's office, and he knows that they've been open, they've been looked at. Ice Cube even had a contract with Black America, and he even had a meeting he set up. I'm pretty sure you guys all seen that. He said, because I guess his lawyer knows Kamala Harris or whatnot, or her people, and he was saying they was playing games. And he was trying to do this in the mainstream media or whatnot. He was getting pushed back by the lunch ladies on Fox Soul or whatnot. So, in my point of view, like, we're here, grassroots, we're all talking. Like Marcel, he got a lot of his traction in the new Black media. One of the things we have to do is, we have to get with our own people and talk to everybody. Ask them, hey, what all needs to, like I know, like Lloyd was saying, Marcel had, what he wanted. Hey, that's what he wanted. If he wanted something else, he would have put it on there. But he was doing what he thought was reparations, what he thought was important, and I don't have an issue with that. But if and I'm gonna land on this. If other people want something else, then we need to come together and figure out all that we want, put together a document, and we need to push that document in all these politicians' faces that we have to that we want to go up. And run for us. And if they don't, like Dr. Carl Anderson said, if they're like, no, I ain't about that, you got to go. Kick them. You got, hey, like the Sandman on the on Apollo, and you got to get off stage. Next, over and over and over again till we find the person, and we have to keep this grassroots thing going on these Twitter Spaces, on YouTube, Facebook, whatever. And because at the end of the day, like Marcel, it was a media blackout, mainstream media blackout on him. But he wasn't a blackout here in social media. We got to make sure we keep this up so people know what's going on and inform our own people. Because a lot of our people, especially a lot of my family, they are not smart when it comes to voting. They're not politically savvy, and like I was taught when I was young, hey, vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who. I just came around maybe like 7 years ago listening to Jason Black and Tariq and them. So, and I've been trying to get my people on board. And it's a lot of them is very, very hard because they're stuck in their ways. But we have to galvanize our people, talk to them, get them to understand. The older people don't want to get it, we need to stick with these young folks and have them, everybody involved in the new Black media, in these spaces, so we can get our stuff together, get ourselves together, get our agenda, and put it up. And Tara, I know you, like you said, you're up here, you put it up in front of the White House or whatnot, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other people who did the same thing. These people are ignoring us or on purpose, and we have to make sure, because Dr. Clarence can send something up there many times and have these lawsuits and they're dragging their feet. They know we want it. They know what we want. They know what they owe us, and we're gonna have to take it from them. I'll land my plane right there.
Yeah, but Claude Anderson, they submitted an agenda for jobs, right? And I'm not saying that that's not important, especially back in 2014. This was what they submitted to President Obama. I'm talking about with this new election and with the reparationist movement, there had to be something that was specific to our needs as reparationists. And it's not about, oh, they got our letter, they're gonna comply. It's so that you close that door of an excuse for them to say, well, y'all didn't submit anything, right? That's what that's for. It's about checks and balance. It's about to make sure that, nope, we submitted something, we ain't heard from you, and there's something to hold them accountable for and not delivering. So when he tries to run again for his second term, we can hold that over his head. But it wasn't just the letter. We actually had meetings with congressional members and all that other stuff. We asked for an executive order for reparations, reparations commission, and bypassing HR 40. Yeah, we did all that. So it's all on record. And when it's all on record, you can hold people's feet to the fire.
Who did you guys talk to? Since we're going to hold people's feet to the fire, what congressional members did you talk to?
We talked to quite a few congressional members. Most of them were in southern states, North Carolina, South Carolina. Names are slipping my mind right now. There was one white guy. He actually stormed out of there. He was so pissed. The congressional member, I believe, it was in North Carolina, and we submitted it directly to the White House.
I would say we would need those people's names so we can hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. When we get there, when we get their campaign line, like,
we know who they are.
When we get their campaign wise, you have to. That's why I'm saying, if people want to get involved with an organization. It can be any organization that's committed to doing the type of work that we're trying to do. It's going to take more organizing and being, you got to be organized and we got to mobilize. We can't just be like, oh, everybody call this person right now. It's about timing. We need to know when to strike, and it needs to be in unison. Like, we're having a conversation right now. I'm sharing the work that I've done with my organization, that we've done. I'm sharing that to inspire people, to let you know that we're going to continue this. It's not just one person. It's not just one person. We all need to get involved. You want to get involved? Please sign up on blacktech.org. Make the pact, and show that you want to be a volunteer, and we'll also include you. When we have these meetings, it wasn't just myself and my policy writer. It was other folks who are reparations over everything, prioritizing reparations, who were on those calls with us too.
Moving forward, could we have those names of those, like the guy who stormed out and those people you talked to who basically turned their back on you? That would be helpful to a lot of us, so we know who those people are.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get that stuff.
Could I say this? Sometimes what you're going to do is not as important as how you're going to do it. And I'm listening about join an organization, but if the organizations, that's fine. That's fine. Great. Get out there, start working. But if the organizations are not all on the same page, speaking with one voice, then we have an issue. So I would ask that people go to marcelforcongress.com, FOR, not for, and read the reparations plan so that we get one plan. It's not Marcel's anymore because the election for Marcel is over. It is now the plan. And if you get behind that, we have something that the community, not just the activists and not just the reparationists, but the community can get behind, because it is a solid plan. It is solid. It answers every single question that anybody could have. So if we all got behind that plan. No, I admit it needs some tweaks because, the numbers, we could start talking about that, but the numbers, we could discuss that.
My brother.
Yes.
I want 1 minute on the stage. I'm so proud of Marcel, man. I'm so proud of the people. So proud of all y'all for hosting this space, because he just boots on the ground. Look, this how I feel. I feel like it was a W, even though it was a stretch, and Marcel probably lost, but neither here nor there. When you look at it, you see Marcel in second place, and that's real important, because that means that besides the coons and the people who own all the money and are putting the motherfuckers in power. I'm kind of drunk, y'all. Listen. Besides them, right? That means that we're in first place. You feel what I'm saying? If it wasn't for them funding Clyburn and all that, then who would be there to stop us? They have to put these people in power. They have to use their guns to stay in power, and I believe that they're real scared right now. They know what's happening. They see people waking up. They don't like it. You can see in Buddy's face when Marcel was talking to him. So they don't like what's going on. And the fact that we in second place means that in first place is cheating. In first place is cheating. I mean, got them out of there. We really in first place. You feel what I'm saying? So this is definitely a W. And I agree with everything Brother Lloyd just said. The plan that's set out, we need to just abide by those rules, abide by the code, and stay focused. And I land there, man. I appreciate this space.
Ty, I want to just say to you, have you ever heard the term, you're playing politics? One of the problems with our community is we don't know how to play the game. And the reason I'm saying that is Michael Addison, I think is his name, the other candidate in the race. I believe, and if I had to, I'd find the evidence to prove it. He was put up by Clyburn to take votes from Marcel. The man didn't do anything, and that is a political trick. We have to, as a community, we have to begin to learn the rules. How does Congress work? What is the committee, and what are the rules of that committee to get a bill introduced? We keep saying we go to them, we're going to hold them accountable. We've been holding them accountable since 1865, and they keep looking at and. Their response is always and. Do y'all realize they put up an anti-Asian hate bill before they put up a black one? And we're going to hold you accountable. How are we going to do it? And can we start talking about that strategy? And the way it starts is the organizations, all of us have to get on the same page. And it's got to be about us, not about us. One thing, reparations. That reparations solves every problem within less than a generation that we have in this community, if we get what we're entitled to. And on that, I'll land.
Yeah, I agree with that, no doubt. And that doesn't have no party affiliation or anything. It's just straight reparations. Because, I mean, if you're in a state and that state is a conservative state like Marcel ran Democratic because he knew what he was up against. He knew that was his best chance. But I've heard the brother say that, he actually had some conservative views. So, I mean, if a Republican's package look different than Democrats package, I think that we just, give the Democrats the ownership of reparations, and I mean, there was, Democrats that founded the HR 40 bill, and I think that we need to be more, when you speak of being strategic and Tara speaks of being strategic, I think the real strategy is not to kind of like, mix the two, because like if you're in Texas and your best chance of getting in there is to be a Republican, and you know that your agenda is reparations first, then that's what
I am a Republican, and that's what I do. I am an R, and I got an R when Donald Trump got in. I use that R so that I can reach the congressional members of the Texas state and federal Congress. I'm always on their ass. I always call the Congressional Senate and our Congressional House. And whoever is in, I leave messages. I've talked to their assistants. That's what I'm doing in Texas, using my R. That's why I chose the R, so that I can get the same message that we are talking about, reparations. I've been pushing reparations on the Republican Party.
Is that Black Charity talking?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to know who was talking.
Yes, dear. That's what I'm doing in Texas. As an R, as a Republican, that's what I do. I push the Republicans. There's a main line to the Senate and the House and your congressmen in your districts. And that's what I do.
See, can I give you some help with that in terms of making your job a little easier?
Sure.
Because I think this is a crazy discussion in terms of Republican or Democrat, especially where Black people land on conservatism. First of all, I live in a Black neighborhood in New Orleans, Louisiana, and every single one of my neighbors owns a gun, and I live in a Black neighborhood. So Black folks, the Democrats talk about gun control. But I got into an argument 2 days ago. I mean, they almost got into throwing hands when I said, I do not want a white police officer to have an AR-15, and I don't. No. So the point I'm making is black people support the Second Amendment.
Yes, I definitely support.
So that is not a conservative. That is not a conservative point. That is a black point.
Exactly.
Does anybody disagree with that?
No, because I have many guns. I'm in Texas.
But you're not the only black person that has a gun. Most black people own weapons.
Exactly. Well, all of us in.
So the idea that we don't support the Second Amendment is crazy. We don't. We only don't support it when we're talking about it, but we live it every day.
Exactly, but I do because I am a gun owner, and
so are your neighbors. So Black Charity, you hear what I'm saying? I'm saying the idea that black people don't support the Second Amendment is a false narrative.
It is.
It's not true. It's not true. So why do we even talk about it? So with Marcel saying I am pro Second Amendment, he is only speaking for what our community actually represents. Yeah. Now let's talk about his stance on abortion. When I joined the campaign, and I shouldn't be talking out of school, but I'm going to. When I joined the campaign, I was not I was not anti-abortion. Okay, but when you look at the reasons, to do the research and look at why most black women get abortions, it's not a moral issue, it's an economic one.
Exactly.
90% of it is economics. So if 90% of black women would choose to not get an abortion if they could raise their child and give that child a good life, once again, a false narrative.
Exactly. And that's why I always try to push those narratives as not being false, because I believe that the fact I'm pro, but I'm in the middle, but I really do agree with the Republicans on abortion. And I also agree.
I'm never going to put an R by my name. I'm about to take the D off.
That's why I will say this. What I like to have a weapon in Texas. I'm using my weapon. That's why I chose the R, was to use a weapon against the party that runs Texas. Democrats.
Let me say this. You know what? I started in politics years ago. I know I sound young and I look even younger. However, I'm old and I'm good with that. Here's the thing. One of the first things that I learned that somebody told me when I wanted to go one way and they said, no, we got to go this way. And I said, that's just dumb. Why are we doing that? And they said, Lloyd, you cannot play the game if you are not sitting at the table. So I commend you for putting that R behind your name because it's a smart strategy.
Exactly. And that's my only way I can work these people here, because it's so Republican that they're only going to listen to a Republican. And that's why I chose the R. I'm from Washington, D.C., so you know I'm heavily Democratic. But now I'm in Texas and I'm a business owner and I own 224 acres. So I'm pushing Department of Agriculture for black farmers, women, black farmers, gun control, because I cannot have a 220 acres and not have myself armed when I'm on my land. So I have to do that.
So clearly you understand the concept of not voting a party, but your. And if we can get everybody to understand that we have one interest right now, and that is getting reparations. Don't care who gives it to us, who signs, like when you two people are about to testify against each other, the one that says I'll testify first gets the deal. Same thing with this. Republicans, if you're going to give us reparations, sign this contract with us, that we get this, the plan that is out there, then I'm going with you. If the Democrats do it first, I'll go with them. The point is, some way it's going to get done. And do y'all know why? Let me tell you why. Because what no one talks about is that while black people in this country, I would say freedmen in this country do not have the numbers to buy ourselves, to elect a president by ourselves. We just don't have the numbers. But what we do have is the swing vote. If we vote as a block, we decide. Black people decide every statewide and every federal election because white Democrats and white Republicans are evenly split. We are 15% of the vote. Wherever that 15% goes, that side wins. And once we understand that and learn to leverage that, reparations is a done deal.
Exactly. And that's why I push 5 things. Gun control, power the Second Amendment, immigration policies that affect us as Black people. Also, reparations is my number 1 because that's where my messages and my messages to my state congressmen and federal congressmen, because you can call the congressional line and just put in your zip code and they'll find them for you. That's how easy it is to get to them. Most times they don't answer the phone, but every time I leave a message, I'm letting them know that they have several policies that we agree on as Black people. But I always push the reparations as the number 1 and add in all of the policies that they believe in, because actually there are more Black conservative people than there aren't. So that's my weapon. And I chose that arm for that weapon because I can get to my people down here that's doing what they're doing. So that's the best weapon I can have. The D's down here have no record. They don't have any record. They talking about it almost went purple. No, that got wiped away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we're going to take a super quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to this live Twitter space. All right, this is What's the 411 News.
100 Ideas, Options, and Solutions Volume 1. Now available at Amazon.com. Get your Kindle book copy now.
Nobody is saying anything. That always scares me.
No, I agreed with what you were saying. I think the white vote is worthless, and that's why nobody talks about the white vote, because it's split down the center, and most of the other groups are doing the same thing. So we do have power in our vote, and that's why they're always talking about the Black vote.
Exactly. And I live in a high-end district, and we have a lot of Black people in this district. It's probably like 45, 65. So there are a lot of wealthy Black people around me. And we talk, and the white people around us, we're like a really good community here. And it's mostly young. There's no children here. It's basically elders like me. I'm 57 and retired, but I run my businesses. My corporate office is in my office. So basically, I'm around a lot of progressive, young, white and Black in a high-end district. And you can look it up. It's called Las Colinas. So I have the power here because I talk to the people here. So when it comes to young people, our district is 90% young people, college people, but no kids. So pushing any family-oriented agendas just won't work with my district.
So Black Shirley, let me ask you. I'm sorry, Juan. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to get to some of the hands that were raised.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I don't know whose hand.
I just wanted to chime in on what Mr. Lloyd was saying about how we don't know how to play the game. Do everybody mostly know what bureaucrats are?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bureaucrats is who put the people that they want in place.
Exactly.
So all this is about check and balances. I come from a city where it's the capital of micromanagement. It's very white privilege. It's in Ohio. My thing is, at this point in time, we shouldn't care about Democrats or Republicans because it's not really about that. It's all smoke and mirrors unless we follow the history of our country. and how these things work. But at this time, I feel like how the lady said, our most important, first of all, agenda should be supporting black farmers. We support black farmers, we'll be able to feed our foundation. It is nothing to break away from what's going on now after we didn't witness or experienced a pandemic. We still in a pandemic. I don't even know how they really gonna call it off, but we just sitting back watching all these distractions. I see that the Carolina race was very important, but I mean, we can only do so much with, a guy that's fighting something down there where the guy held the seat, 40 plus years or something like that. Where I'm from, we got something similar like that. We got a congresswoman by the name of Marcy Kaptur, the longest seated congresswoman in the country, 48 years. She got to be removed. She's helping fund in Ukraine. She's helping with a lot of things.
Can I ask who's talking?
Say it again.
Who's talking?
Oh, Black MacGyver.
Okay, Black MacGyver. Okay, Black MacGyver.
But once we identify and follow the history of the country on, the political side, with all of us with the experience and exposure we didn't have in life by now, we can honestly start our own thing. We just have to be like how Lloyd said, on the same page. Not being house nigga, field nigga, literally being on the same page. I feel like we in this position because the ones before us, mothers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers, they actually didn't know. They didn't know how to keep everything as in family business, because obviously the country is ran off of a corporation status, seniority status. If it ain't broke, don't fix the status. So hearing Miss Lady talk about how she's around a lot of young, progressive, young folk, some cities just don't want to pass the torch because they caught up in being complacent in their lifestyle. And the fight we putting up with, we can obviously see it's our own people doing it, leveraging, compromising each other, and not being honest to the structure of what's going on. I done witnessed in the past 7 years, there has at least been a black woman in the room of these discussions where decisions are being made and can't speak up because we lack the knowledge of how this shit is ran. So if we just really pay attention and direct our energy towards the youth, the children, anyone younger than you, and knowing how important the future is for them to make changes that's right and collective for us all, we will be able to understand and not worry as much on all this little BS the Democrat side doing and the Republican side doing, to not know who's really fighting for what and for who. It's like, it's just a big political warfare we going through, and if the people are not paying attention to the politics by now, we just gonna be lost in the sauce. So we really just gotta focus on building us, learning how to work together and build our foundation, fix our problem, understand the country history, and then we attack the agenda. And one more thing, when we say we going about it a little wrong, I think we asking for the wrong thing when we say reparations. I think we need to be asking for reciprocity, because the work has already been done and they need to pay us for it. It's not reparations we going after. It should be reciprocity.
No,
because the
not,
work is
that's
done.
That's not at all. We're not going for. We're going for accrued disadvantage from slavery to now. It's not just unpaid labor. So you can't just limited to that.
But
so what Lloyd was saying earlier about utilizing the same language and being on the same page, we can't just go around just changing stuff.
Oh, I agree with that, but I will say this. When we're talking about reparations, is that we have to leave the part about the horrors of slavery. That cannot be the focus of getting reparations. It has to be about the unpaid labor. And I'll tell you why. Because you cannot quantify the horrors of slavery. How much is it worth that somebody got hit with a bullwhip? How much should that person be paid for that? Is it $1,000? Is it $10,000? Is it $100,000? To have that scar on your back for the rest of your life, what is that worth? Now, once we
But are we talking about slavery or the foundation of the country? Being part of something that built the country and what it is
I'm
today.
talking about a business. We did work. At the end of slavery, we were performing as a community, a collective. We were performing.
The work, Lloyd.
Let me finish.
We're fighting for the inheritance of
No. That's you're confusing the argument. That's an inheritance thing. But what are we inheriting? We are inheriting the money that our ancestors should have been paid for the work that they performed. And let me say this. This is very important. At the end, in June 19th, 1865, our community was performing 40 million man hours of work per day. And that is a conservative estimate. It's based on the 4 million people that were released on the 19th, 1865, if they only worked a 10-hour day. I live in New Orleans, Louisiana, and in New Orleans, if you go visit the plantations, take a tour, they will tell you an 18, 20-hour day was not unusual. So we're just saying 10. Multiply times the 4 million people that were working 10 hours a day, 40 million man hours of work performed per day for 256 years. That you can quantify.
That's what so this is a prime example as to how and why, right? It's difficult for us to get on one accord and have a Black agenda and all this other stuff. Like, we can't have these multiple different philosophies. And granted, it's going to take a lot of work that people will have to actually be involved, have conversations, and push through certain things, right? I'm not aware of your background, but as a legal professional, you cannot sue for unpaid wages for a family member. You can't. Right?
That's what the economists.
That's part of their game again.
Here's the thing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Who's talking?
Right?
Who is talking?
This is Tara.
Oh, Tara.
You don't know how to use Twitter?
You're not blinking. Tara, you're not blinking on my phone, but go ahead.
Okay. So, I'm saying it has a little blue thing, but okay. So what I'm saying is, there's been so much work to make sure and do the strategies to where there's a reason why they've been submitting to do HR 40 for the past 30 years, right? There's a reason why the current administration and other politicians are afraid of now the reparations movement. It's because it's been chipped down, reshaped, and strategically placed to where you cannot deny it. It's not a lawsuit, right? Because the statute of limitation has ran. You can't sue the country for it, right? The position of inheritance, stolen inheritance, does not have a statute of limitation. It can be passed down. So the language is the way that it is, and the people have done the work, Dr. Darity and many other scholars, reparationists that we use. It's important that we stick with the language that has been formulated for the way that it is, because when you start changing stuff and you start changing language, you're changing the claim. You changing the language. It is specific the way it is. It's a inheritance claim for a reason. It's not about our feelings. It's not about math. My specialty in civil rights paralegal, and so we sue the police, right? When people when there's a police killing. They can't sue the police for that person's lost wages. You have to sue for other future stuff, what they could have contributed, things like that. You have to be able to work within the legal framework of this system to use it against it. And to do that, you got to learn it. You got to know it. You can't just be pulling from your gut and saying, this is what I think it should be. You're going to have to actually follow the lead of many of the scholars who've already done the framework and who have set the strategy to be the way it is. Reparations is getting the acknowledgement that it is nationwide because these people can't fight this claim the way that it is currently packaged. And I would implore people to not deviate from the way that it's packaged. We can have conversations about the number and so on, but we can't go changing language just because we think it sounds better.
All right,
Okay, how
appreciate
can we go to
Yeah,
a
I
table?
agree with that.
Hold on one second. What I want to do is I want to get to other speakers, people who've been patiently having their hand up.
But okay, I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take
Sorry. So I want to go to Chase, and then we'll go to Chase, and then we'll go to Insane. I'm sorry, Insane was up first. So Insane, and then Chase, and then we'll go to Chess. Insane, you there? Okay, go ahead, Chase.
All right, good morning, family. I hope everybody is doing well. B1.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's 2 points that I would like to make. And, this might ruffle little feathers. I really don't care. I love y'all, and what I'm going to say, I'm saying it out of love. First point, the sister that was talking about Texas. Okay. Here's the thing. There is no Republicans talking about reparations. You can go talk. I'm sorry, excuse me. Let me finish my point, please. What I'm saying is with all due respect. There is no Republican pushing reparations for Black people. There is not one single Republican in the Senate or the House of Representatives pushing for reparations for Black people as how it was put together collectively by the Black community. Okay, that's my first point. My second point is that we cannot knit any of these people on either side of the spectrum that they fall on. We cannot let them ever discount our families being hung from trees. Do you know one of my ancestors was hung? The last thing that he heard was being called a nigger. He did not know why they were killing him. He didn't know what they were doing. So no, you can talk about the labor, unpaid wages all you want. I'm not ever going to let nobody forget what happened to my ancestor. I'll land my plane on that.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you so much. Did anybody want to rebuttal or respond back to Chase really quickly?
Yeah, I do actually. Chase,
go ahead. Who was the person that you wanted to that you were actually not really calling out, but who you responded to, Chase? Okay, go ahead, boy.
To the lady?
Yeah, I was asking what lady were you responding to.
I'm gonna put a name on it. To the lady who was talking about she's working in Texas that's got the 200 acres. In a conversation she's talking about speaking to the members in the Republican Party. She came from DC and now she's a Republican. I'm specifically addressing her.
Except
Black, did you want to respond, Black?
Yes, and I agree with him.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Lloyd, it's on you.
Yeah, Chase, let me say this. There's a difference between getting reparations done and letting anybody forget about what we suffered. That's not what we're talking about. That we all have lost. I mean, the things that all of our families have been through is the reason that I'm in this fight. But strategically,
You have to start to narrow down the argument so that the argument is bulletproof, that they can't say no, that other than all they can do is agree. So when you start talking about, again, we did this to my family member, now you're bringing in emotion and something that we can't quantify. How much is the life of your family member that was hung from that tree that had no idea why they were doing it to him? How much is his life worth? And then we would have to take that number and multiply it times the 10 or million other people that were hung from those trees over 256 years. The number becomes too big.
No, it doesn't. It's already incorporated in the California reparations plan. We have readings every Monday, and we're only on part 2. And we got 5 parts of 500 pages to go. All of that is already in there. The suffering, the pain, the lynching.
This is the point. The point. I'm sorry, sister. I apologize. This is the point I'm trying to make to you, Brother Lloyd. You can say whatever you want to, okay? But we are specifically talking. We are specifically addressing the harm that was created to our family members, to our ancestors. Okay? The Jewish people do not ever let anybody forget that they had gone through the Holocaust. Same thing with us. We're not going to let you forget the atrocities that were perpetrated on us. We're not going to switch it up and say, well, we're going to base everything on unpaid wages.
Exactly.
Hold on, brother. We're not going to discount none of that BS that this government put our family members through. Okay? So, like I said, hold on, wait a minute, let me finish. Like I said, it might be easy for you to brush that off to the side, but it's not easy for me, and it's not easy for a lot of other people. Okay? So you can say, hold on, brother, I'm not finished. You can say we're going to strategize, and we're going to do this, and we can go over here and do this. Listen, man, they got some folks that has been putting in some real work that addresses the concerns. Yes. Part of the reason why people are riding with the California reparations bill, in my opinion, is because they are addressing the atrocities that has been done to our family.
Yes.
That has to be addressed. If that's not addressed, then it really doesn't mean anything. Because we're not talking about a business transaction. We're not talking about a dispute in a labor contract. We are talking about what you people did to our ancestors. Address that.
Okay, so Chase, I hear you, and let's be clear about something. We're in agreement on the point that we'll never let them forget. I'm not talking that, but do you think that our government has 1 to 2 to even 3, not $1 trillion, quadrillion? That is 15 zeros behind the 1. They don't have that much money. Now, so if you'll go and read the plan that Marcel put out, if you go to his website and just read the plan, you'll see that under our plan, every freedman, because it's lineage based, would receive between $120,000 and $189,000 per year in perpetuity.
What freedmen are you talking about, brother? Clear that up for me. What freedmen are you talking about? Are you talking about a different reparations package?
Then whom? What? Then different from who?
From the California reparations thing.
The California reparations plan is a state-based program. Our plan goes to the federal government. Is completely different.
Okay.
It's completely different. And
who made your plan?
The theory behind it.
Did economists make that amount? What economists?
Hold on, sister. I want to ask the brother Lloyd. Who made the plan that you got?
Our team put it together. That's what Marcel ran on.
Who is your team?
That's Marcel's team. Marcel Dixon's campaign, we put it together because Marcel was running on a reparations platform. What we said was the HR 40 has been out there for 1,000 years. No one has put out a specific plan. We looked at Darity. We looked at Anderson. We looked at, when we did our national reparations, Marcel's campaign held a national reparations day, and several people from the California committee were there. The lady, I forget her name, from California that actually wrote the bill was scheduled to be with us. However, that actually wrote the California bill that got California started, but she had technical difficulties because we think that Twitter was acting crazy that day. But our plan looked at everything that was out there. And we said, this works from this one. Let's put that with this. And we came up with a plan. And all I'm asking you, before you come after me with what economist and who did that and blah, 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 read it. Read it. And then come after me, because I guarantee you, once you wait it, Chase, hold on. I'm not done now. I'm not finished. I guarantee you, you won't find one thing wrong with it. All I ask you to do before you go after it, to read it first.
All right.
Okay. I want to say this.
Okay, look, 30 seconds to respond, and I want to get to some other speakers. Please.
Okay. I want to say this piece right here. Brother, don't take it as an attack. I'm just asking you a question. All right? I'm asking you a plain, simple question. Who was it that came up with who were the people that wrote that plan? Now you're sending me off, instead of having a conversation man to man, you're sending me off to go do some research, to go and look at something. I'm asking you. You are here as the face of your plan, so you should be able to answer that question outright. Don't have me go off and go, hey, go look at this link. If you are talking about your plan, you should be able to tell me specifically about your plan, brother.
Wait a minute, Chase. I'm willing to spend the next 10 hours talking about that plan, and I can do that. What I was asked was who wrote it, and I said it doesn't matter who wrote it. I'm asking you to read it, and then if you agree with it, then we don't have to have a back and forth. I'm simply saying just read it. I'm not putting you off. I can go through that plan forever. Anything,
but even what I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Even when we're doing our scholarship and we're doing our research, the first thing you do is you want to know who was the authoritative figure. Who was in school they teach us to cite our sources, to really show your work. And so if you're gonna have somebody respectfully, if you're gonna have somebody, I mean, I work in the legal field. That's what I'm.
Who's talking now?
I'm the host.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make the blue thing isn't coming up.
No, that's cool. So what I would submit to you is that, the first thing we want to do is when we're doing any research and reading anything, I want to know who's the author. That's what they teach us in college. So,
primary sources.
Yeah, you got to cite your sources. So but now, for whatever reason, if you don't want to cite it, then that's that.
No, I don't have a problem with that, but you have to understand the psychology that we use to put this thing together. And
that's fine, but I mean, for
let me make the point. Let me point. See, one of the ways that you keep people in line is you educate them the way you want them to act. So if I know that by folks saying, well, we're going to look at cite sources, well, okay, that's fine. Before you look at wait a minute, hold on, let me finish. Before you look at the information that's in the document, you're going to ask me who wrote it. Well, see, the way I think is I'm going to read that document, and if it makes sense to me, then I'm going with it, and I don't care who wrote it.
No. Hold on, I got a family, and we're gonna move on after this. That's dangerous, and it's very harmful to have that expectation on black folk, because for a long time we've been told to shut up and dribble. We've been told to shut up and play football. To mind our business and do what we've been told, and to do what's asked of us, and that's the same old thing that has led black folks astray. I tell black folks to ask questions. I would be disappointed in this good brother for not asking who wrote it, for not asking who's the authoritative figure, for not asking where was the scholarship gotten from. Who did you collaborate with on getting this data? Who was the who gave you the data, right? And so we must ask questions, and that's what I like about your candidate is because he asks questions. Your candidate pushed the envelope. He was daring. He was daring to question authority. So we can't say do as I say and not as I do. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that.
But no one is saying that.
But
No,
you are. You are.
No, I'm not.
What I want to do is I want to move on. I don't want to be argumentative, and I don't want this to be a combative space. I appreciate your thoughts. Let's get to some other speakers. Please stick around because some people may have questions for you. Let's Jesus, let's go to Chaz. Chaz D, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First I want to apologize to Lloyd. I think people just are. The thing is, the questions that people are asking right now, those were the questions that we should have been asking before Marcel got up there, before the vote. So it's crazy to be like, oh, well, who wrote it and who like. You would have knew all of that if you was there to, if you were like following Marcel and following the space and just following the grassroots. You would have knew all that. Like Marcel has gave elaborate explanations on that. So coming at Lloyd, and for all we know, Lloyd could just be an intern on that campaign. Like he's the one that had to write everything and made the books and published everything. Like I think we are just hostile and we're coming at him as if he's the problem. And that's not the case. So I want to apologize to Lloyd if you feel like that. Another thing is, this was a vote. I mean, Marcel was a gay man in South Carolina. Now, we can all pretend the reality that none of that stuff existed, but it did. So there are 1,000 reasons why people didn't vote. There are 1,000 reasons why people didn't vote for him. The idea is that if black people love saying we're monolith, you don't put us all together, we different, yeah, but in certain things, we can't all be different. We have to be the same. And as far as reparations is concerned, we have to be on one accord. Like the thing about it is, I've been following these spaces for a while now, and we're fractured even amongst ourselves. Like FBA and B1 don't get along. Like and the only reason why we like that's not true. Okay, well, the only way that was resolved is everybody was like, all right, everybody can have a difference of opinion, but we got to keep the one eye focus. But when you go in those rules separately, it's, man, that B1 and blah, 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 and FDA is this, and the other. So we're all fractured. Yeah, we all came together for the bigger picture and said, let's put this behind. We all have one thing in common. But when you go in those individual spaces, it's not behind us. Like, we are so bent on the petty stuff, and let's be real, black people have a lot of petty stuff that we need to get past. We get so caught up on the petty stuff. Like, I believe Lloyd is on a campaign that was run politically and efficiently. Like, so now we have this a lawyer here saying that, okay, the way you wrote it and the way it's written need to be precise. We can't change stuff. You guys wrote it wrong. Like, did y'all not know what he wrote before we was up there? Before Marcel was getting being elected today? Like, it's like we're now asking questions that we should have been asking during the campaign, not after the campaign. Everybody was like, well, who wrote this and who did that, and why y'all care about it now? Why I care about it now? Okay, going forward, yes, those are the questions that we need to be asking. But a lot of the questions are being, a lot of the discussions that being have tonight is stuff like it's like almost finger blaming. Like, we can blame somebody, we just don't want to blame ourselves, and no one is going to blame Marcel, which is the correct action. Nobody can blame Marcel. Marcel did everything they had to do. Unfortunately, grassroots organizations don't. It takes a lot for grassroots to get on top. It takes a lot, and we can all pretend that black, because there's like quite a few people, and I don't know where they get the idea from. Quite a few people are under the impression that black people are the majority in this country, and we're not. This is a white-dominated country. Yes, we have to word things. We have to write things that is going to, like, we can all say fuck white people, fuck white politics, but the idea is we're not going to get anything without them. We're not. So yes, things have to be written a certain way. Things have to be said a certain way. Sure, a law student's going to be saying, no, you can't say this, and no, you can't use that, hereditous, and this, inheritance, and this, that, and the other. But an actual campaign, Lloyd is a part of an actual campaign that ran through the government standards and was able to get his reparation bill in the sight of millions of people. And now that he lost, we can't be like, well, why did he do it that way? Nobody complained before. Now it's all complaints.
Hey, low key, I don't think nobody's complaining now. Lloyd inserted his idea of a reparations plan. Like nobody asked him about, what his plan was.
But
he inserted that. Hold up,
based
low
off
key.
of what Marcel put out, right?
That's fine. Marcel's running in the Carolinas. He's not putting forth legislation. And in California, it's something that's already in real time taking place, right? And we're watching it closely, and we don't want to mess with that, taking out things. There was a bunch of Pan-Africans there, right? And Lloyd is saying that he's a part of Marcel's campaign. Now, I've never heard of this guy, right? So I don't necessarily believe that he's a part of the campaign. Like that would have to be proven to me. Right. So with him just saying he's a part of the campaign, he doesn't have me convinced, especially not the politics that he's speaking tonight. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the California thing is something that's solid, right? That most people that I speak with, that's reparationists, are in agreement with, right? For the most part, Kamala, Tara, a lot of people doing a lot of hard work, and we respect their opinion, right? There was a lot of Pan-Africans, in the process of that, California reparations that got in the fucking way with the same rhetoric that Lloyd is speaking of right now, right? They were trying to shoehorn in all people with black skin due to these exact same things that he's speaking of, right? And the only way to get it through, and make it a little more solid was to make sure that we implemented slavery, chattel slavery, as a part of it. So, I'm not an attorney, right? But I know that what they're doing in California is setting precedents all over this country, and I'm not gonna, somebody's claiming that they're part of Marcel's campaign. I could say that right now. I'm a part of this campaign. I got this much proof as Lloyd has right now, as far as how much a part of the campaign he is. I'm not convinced at this point. And whatever he's trying to, when he start talking the same talking points as these Pan-Africans was, right, in mass, trying to shoehorn another whole idea and get in the way, of that California reparations bill, like that was a red flag right there.
But listen. Even if Lloyd or whatever,
and it almost sounds like y'all working together.
Huh? So
it sounds like y'all working together, bro.
I don't know this man. Come on now. See, that's the thing I don't like. Every time y'all get some dissonance or get some type of pushback.
Well, who is y'all? Who is y'all? Because when you say y'all, you sound like you from a different, like.
Y'all don't sound like y'all together to me. I just want to say one thing. Y'all not seeing the okie doke in this? We do realize that California is the youngest state in the union and the most corrupted state in the union. They didn't even have slavery in California. So how is they coming up with a foundation of reparations? That's the okie doke. Two is I want to say is, if y'all think anti-Asian people and the alphabet flag people are getting they just due before us, why do y'all think that? Don't y'all think if we show any interest of having reconnection of who we are, as in coming together, having a full functioning economy under ourselves first, showing them that we can do this, we can thrive together without no government assistance, none of that, then they maybe can go to the table asking them for what we need. Because I don't think they doing it right in our face purposely. So it got to be some okie doke behind it, because we have not came together first.
Well, I don't think you know your history, because we've built hundreds of nations and cities that were
totally destroyed by the government. I understand that, but that's what I mean. What do you mean you understand that? You said we couldn't run our own government. We have done that, and we can do it again.
So what I want to do is I want to respect the queue, because there are folks who had their hand up and they've been waiting patiently. So people can please respect the queue. I want to finish that because Brother Black made a statement that I think many people may deem problematic. I'm going to let Sister T. Morgan respond really quickly, and then we're going to yield back to those who had their hands up.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you so much, Sir Major. I just looked at Tara's plan that was submitted by the Black PAC, and I looked at Marcel's, and both of them, they would not close the racial wealth gap by the amounts that they are asking for. I think Tara said $3,000 a month for 24 months. And I think the other one was like 240. And I think Dr. Darity said we're going to have to at least get 850,000 to close the racial wealth gap. And then in regards to Black people coming straight out of slavery with nothing, we were able to build major towns all across this country. And in the summer of 1919, these white mobs and militia and governments destroyed them all. Chicago, Memphis, Tulsa, Wilmington, I know about Brownsville and all that. Well, why did you say that we got to get together? Do it now. We got to show that we can reconnect and have our own thriving. Niggas, stop interrupting. We got to show that too.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm talking about all of us now.
So that was not asked of the Jewish community. Was not asked of the Native American community. Like they weren't given all these stipulations when they got their reparations. So let's not impose all these restrictions on Black folks.
Because
the Indians and the Jewish people came together themselves.
Thrive. You know how
they came together themselves.
We were thriving.
We're so fractured in the Black community. We will never be able to get a coalition.
You know what? Hold on. That's to be expected given everything that we've gone through. Okay, let's stop imposing all these restrictions on Black folks. Oh, well, Black folks is dysfunctional. They unorganized. I mean, every other ethnicity is. Some show more than.
So why don't we own our culture?
What I want to do is I want to respect the hand raising. So I'm gonna go to Damon. Damon, go ahead.
Hey, brother, Sir Major, I just want to say that was a great point you just made, my brother.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Hey, I definitely want to say that I'm honored to be here in the space. I'm not new to the conversation. I just jumped on Twitter, so I'm new to spaces. I'm not new to the conversation, the concept, the ideas, the ideology of reparations and Black liberation, and definitely our socioeconomic standing as it relates to who we are to America. I just want to tell everybody that this is a beautiful thing that we are, especially for millennials, younger people, to be generating this type of conversation and generating this type of energy. But we do need to be mindful and cognizant of focusing the energy in the right direction and making sure that we are applying our energy in the right way. It's so easy to interrupt the next person. It's so easy to think that the way we think and what we think is more important than the next person's thought, idea, or what they've already put on paper. But in respect to where we are and where we need to go, I think we need to first begin to look at how beautiful it is that we are generating energy, and whether the dominant society acknowledges what we're talking about and where we are in the conversation, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that anti-Black, Black people who are not African-American descendants of slaves, or Asian people who want to put their foot or 2 cents in the conversation, or East Indian people who want to put their foot in the conversation. Ultimately, the outcome of the way this conversation goes, it's really literally going to be left up to us and how we manage our energy. Now, I'm going to land the plane because I don't believe in just going on and on and on and on without landing the plane and giving us something to take away. I want us to take away how beautiful these conversations are. And even though the energy might be scattered, we have it. It's there. and I believe that we have the power to accomplish and that we have the power to achieve. I'm proud of Marcel. I've done my work in the field of politics, and I know that it is not a waiting game, but it is a game. How much can you put to paper? How much legislation can you push to paper? And not just how much energy you can produce, but how effectively you produce that energy. There's nothing wrong with getting this done in the back office, because that's going to be a big way of keeping people out of our business who don't belong in our business. I believe that this business is strictly left to those who have been impacted by slavery. And here's me landing the plane. It's not about what we lost. I feel like Black Americans are the true patriots of this country. No one has sacrificed more than us. It's about what America has lost. With Chase Bank giving that study, I don't know how many years ago, saying that our total GDP lost over $16 trillion due to reparations not being paid. We need to view this from a patriotic standpoint. Yes, there's a lot of emotional conflicts and trauma and pain that is attached to what happened to us. But business-wise, GDP-wise, American true patriot-wise, we lost $16 trillion because of neglecting to pay reparations to foundational Black Americans. And I believe that's where the conversation needs to begin, and that's how the conversation needs to be generated moving forward. Yeah, we went through it, but moving forward, it's about what we have lost as a nation in its entirety. The United States of America has literally chopped its GDP in half by what they've done to foundational Black
30
Americans.
seconds.
And I think that's a great way to take the conversation forward from a business perspective, and to move all of the emotionalism and the rising ideologies out of the way. That's where I stand with it. Hey guys, be one. Love the conversation.
Thank you so much.
That's
Appreciate
like cash money, not no fucking reciprocity. The hell?
What happened? All right, so thank you, Damon, so much for your words.
Cash money, not no reciprocity.
Go look up what reciprocity is,
listen,
bro.
Man, shut up, dude.
Hey.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We're not gonna do that on this stage. Sorry about that. Thank you, Damon, for your words. Appreciate that. I'm gonna be dropping folks down as they wrap up their final thoughts. So don't take anything personal, guys. What's up, DJ Big Ass? My guy, man. Shout out to you, dog. Yeah, so this is nothing personal. Man, this is all out of love. We ain't got to be cussing each other out, dogging each other, or trying to slight somebody, or just undermining. We ain't got to do all that in this space. This is the family. We're supposed to have disagreements. We're not supposed to agree on every single item, right? Because how do we become? I can't even talk. How do we become critical thinkers if we don't challenge each other's thoughts? So that's to be expected. Let's go to Irie, and we'll go back to Mr. Waiters. Go ahead, Irie.
All right, I appreciate it. First and foremost, Brother Major, I just want to say I appreciate you for carrying the room. My brother, I took a nice nap and I'm up, charged and ready to get back to it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with some more of Twitter Spaces Live. We'll be right back.
The thing I don't like sometimes is that we done been in this downtrodden position so much. It's like you abuse a woman, right, and you keep her abused, and then all of a sudden you give her little trinkets to make her feel good about the abuse you've been enduring towards her, so that way she don't feel the neglect, the totality of the situation.
Go to the website below to purchase this beat. Go to the website below and purchase this beat. Ideas, options, and Solutions Volume 1. Now available at Amazon.com. Get your Kindle book copy now.
Welcome everybody to What's the 411? This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to return back to the Twitter Spaces Live in regard to Marcel Dixon, marcelforcongress.com. Check out his plan, his policies. You can go to marcelforcongress.com as we get back into the discussion on Twitter Spaces Live.
Tops most countries' GDPs around the world. Countries, not just 2 or 3 countries, but multiple ones. And that's just in our military budget. So when we have the amount of money that can go towards the military budget and it be unchartered, untopped, uncapped, and then we have the notion to think that paying back our descendants for all of the hate, atrocity, and slavery and murder, death, rape, robbery, pillage, taking of our inventions, the doorknob, the dustpan, the light bulb, all of our patents that was never able to pass down to us so we could pass it down to our lineage because we were sought as property, and it's therefore owned by the possessor of us because they said property can't own property. Therefore, now we're looking at that reciprocal value of those losses in the form of monetary gains. So Newsweek has done an article, and it is definitely a study that has been untouched. Nobody has complained against it. Nobody has said anything disparaging towards it because it was very in-depth and it is very detailed. And the thing about it is that $2 million for 75.5 years completes the task. But $2 million a year is just a start and a down payment towards the quantitative amounts that they will have to pay. But $2 million a year for each and every one of us foundational lineage-based Black American Negroes makes it very attainable, very easily, and all of the money preceding that, and I'll land with this, can be formulated into a trust that has a credit value that can go straight to the Treasury Department or to a Freedmen's Bureau. Saying, for instance, if I want to go ahead and purchase a home, I don't need to bring the cash. I could simply write the invoice to the government. If I go and want to procure a land and I want to get that cat or that skid steer or that front loader or that tree or that agriculture equipment or that arborist equipment, I can literally front forward all of the invoices to the department, saving me a headache or hassle of having those cash changes going to and from a bank. But the $2 million in cash per year can be paid in cash, $500,000 every 3 months, straight directly deposited, and $2 million a year. There's multi-millionaires a year. So we're not a whole new class of millionaires because 2 million doesn't even have the same type of power that it used to have. But I believe that type of model going forward is very easily, it cuts the jargon of percentages and this and that bourgeois out the way. And I think we can get it, and I know we will get it. And we're going to get that 151 million per slave descent, because that's what our ancestors worked for, and that was their value was in our land. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Could I say something, please? A couple things.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, first I want to address Mr. Taylor, Kurt. Sir, I would.
Well, no. If you want to.
No, I'm responding to something that he said. I want him to give Marcel a call and ask him who Lloyd Kelly is. Because the man said that he doesn't believe, he said that I was lying in this space. That's what he said. So I would like him to do.
No, he didn't say you were lying. What he said is
he said I don't believe. Wait a minute. He said I don't believe that he worked on the campaign after I said that I did, which would mean that he called me a liar.
Well, his belief isn't reality.
Okay, right? And I'm simply saying that if he's going to say this in front of all these people that are on this case, he should at least check it out.
Well, okay, so since you brought it up, right? I was going to ask you when you first said it. I was like, nah, let it go. I wanted to know in what role or capacity did you work on the campaign?
I was his policy director.
Okay.
And the question was asked: who wrote the?
So you wrote it.
I wrote it, but here's the thing that is very important. Marcel put it out. It's his.
said, Marcel. Don't blame the good brother.
No, wait a minute. Did you? No one has even read it, so I'm not blaming him. I'm explaining the reason why I would not say that I wrote it, because we put Marcel's campaign on it, and that's what you do.
I get it. No, I get it. Again, I don't want you to think that anyone in here is indicting you on anything. I think that freedmen folks are being freedmen, and they're asking questions because that's what we're supposed to do.
The man said, "I think you're basically. I think you're lying."
Here's the deal. Here's this. We all have to understand that everyone. There's a lot of cap on the app. I mean, you look at people's bios. The bios say a whole lot, and they don't do half the shit they claim to do. Right, and I think that when we talk about campaigning, when you did pop out, you didn't say in what capacity. And I think so, and then you got to understand there's a lot of trolls that come on here. There's a lot of folks, and I'm not saying that, I'm not making an excuse for Kurt, but just have some grace. And I think,
I'll take the grace.
Let me finish, Lloyd. On both sides, let's have grace for one another. Okay,
and I 100% have grace for him and what was said. However, and when I first got on, I said we have to learn how to play this game. And part of that is that I came on and I said, I am not speaking for Marcel. I am not. You did. I am not speaking for the campaign because Marcel has not put out a statement. That meant that there were certain things I can't go into. But for someone to challenge my character, oh no, we can talk all day long and we can go back and forth. But I have never gone personal on someone.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And brother Kirk, I don't think he meant it with any disrespect. But I understand your position as well. So did you respond to Irie?
Basically, I just want to say thank you so much. I would again reiterate, please, people, go and read the plan that Marcel put out.
Okay, if you give me the link to that plan.
MarcelForCongress.com. FOR.
No, I'm asking you just because I got a lot of stuff to do. If you would mind just sending me the link to what you want the plan to be discussed, and then we can have a conversation on that.
Oh, when?
Appreciate that. No, I'm just saying, send me the link and we'll have a conversation tomorrow.
Okay, I'll send it to you. Hold on.
That can be a room title there.
Great.
All right, let's try to get to these last few speakers. Let's get to what is it? Rashawn, go ahead.
Okay, what's up, everybody? I'm hearing a lot of things. So I actually helped with the campaign too. I knocked on doors, gave out flyers. I was in I've been through Florence County, Williamsburg County, Orangeburg, Richland, and as far as the campaign go, as far as the messaging or whatever, I don't see anything we could have done any different. I mean, from what I see, it's like 600,000 people in the district, and the people that came out to vote was the people who normally came out to vote, and they voted how they normally voted. I mean, you can put the information out there, but you can't. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't see anything different we could have done.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Rashawn. Appreciate you being here as well. And those are the words that I want to kind of echo is that, well, I think this was a phenomenal run. This is the time to uplift and to build each other up, to inspire one another to run for office and to do more. Not everyone in this space is eligible or in position to run, right? We can do things on the back end, like helping with the research, helping with the policy, helping brainstorming, challenging ideas and thoughts. And so we also want to be mindful that there's certain conversations we should not be having in the open public, right? So there's that. I just want everybody to be strategic, all right? Insane, you're up next.
Hello, I want to say thanks to you for hosting the space and for everyone that put in work for Marcel's campaign, and it was a valiant effort. I'm sorry Lloyd appears to have left, but I was concerned about a retweet that Marcel put out regarding possible conflict of interest between the Clyburn campaign and the South Carolina Democratic Party. And I wondered what was the purpose of the tweet, and is there any desire to address it?
Well, yeah, we brought Brother Lloyd back on up. Go ahead, Brother Lloyd.
Question. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Well, yes. I saw a retweet from Marcel. He retweeted a tweet of Dr. Mike Addison, I believe it was, questioning the possibility of a conflict of interest between the Clyburn campaign and the South Carolina Democratic Party, that being Angela Clyburn working for both entities. So I was wondering, obviously, there's some concern about there. How deep is that concern? Is there an intention to address it further, or is it just something that was put out there to make the general public aware?
So, how can I say this? Okay, so obviously we discussed that. There was really nothing we could do about it because the Democratic Party is entrenched in and Clyburn is the Democratic Party in South Carolina. Okay, third most powerful person in the United States House of Representatives. So we really didn't, Marcel wanted to make people aware about it. And here's the thing. The question is, our race is over for now. The question becomes, what are people in this space and other spaces and in that community going to do about it? Because it is true. It is true. How is she going to be? I think she is the community director or
She's
something.
The political director.
Political director for the Democratic
South
Party,
Carolina.
and her father is a candidate.
So we
Nice
actually,
lady.
Let me jump in real quick, Lloyd. So that information was brought to our attention during the room that we hosted. It was the room that we hosted that I hosted, the Wani and the organizer, was not a do nothing room. We actually made calls, and everybody in the space that was here know that to be true. We got the runarounds. We called the FEC. We contacted the South Carolina Elections Commission. We contacted the South Carolina Democratic Party. I actually physically spoke to Ms. Clyburn her damn self and called her out on that. And what they submitted was that it was not a conflict of interest because they don't support any candidate in the primaries. They only support the actual contender, if you will. So there's that. But I still believe it to be a conflict of interest if any candidate. But then it was told to us that it would be a local rule by the political party. So there's that. They see it as the Democratic. They see that any Democratic nominee or potential nominee would fall underneath their House rules, and that they have to say so anyway. At the end of the day, there was a gentleman that came in our room earlier that gave us some sort of some tips or whatever on how to debunk that and how to fight that and have the political party change their bylaws, and that's really how you really fight that. Or you can make it a state ethical issue, and have the state put ethics rules in place that will safeguard those issues.
And that's a local issue, and what we have to do is remove the people that make policies that allow those kinds of things to happen. I'll share a quick story with you that I don't think will get me in trouble. But here, so Marcel was doing they had all these county conferences. So where all the candidates could come, or they have their meetings or whatever. Well, we went to the first or second one that we went to. The chairman of that county party, Democratic Party for that county, was on a Zoom. He was sitting behind him.
You about to get in trouble, y'all.
No, he didn't. I mean, it was like
your phone kept going out, so we didn't hear some of the stuff you said.
Oh, I said that Marcel, not just her, not just an issue with Clyburn's daughter, but we did a meeting with the Democratic Party of one of the counties, and I can't remember which one because stuff just runs together. But the chairman of the party did this Zoom meeting with a poster for vote for Jim Clyburn behind him. The chairman of the party has Clyburn's, we're running in a primary. You're not supposed to endorse anyone, but you're the chairman of the party, and this big sign saying vote for Jim Clyburn's behind you. So so it's incumbent on the people in the us to
Did y'all get a snapshot of that?
Oh yeah, we have it.
Okay.
I mean, but see, the thing was, it wasn't a big deal. That's why I said our people, we have to learn how to play the political game and understand when they put these policies in, there's a reason for it. So that when we have to understand, Marcel, to actually win this thing, Marcel needed, I think we came with 1,300 people to work today because we didn't have anybody watching the polls. So we didn't have anybody, when the counts were done, we didn't have anybody there to watch the numbers. So now I can't make any kind of accusation, but when we're talking about how are we going to make a change, is that all of us have to come together, understand we have to learn how to play the game and put the work in and the money that it takes. Jim Clyburn had $2.5 million. We raised under 200,000. But I'm sorry, I'm very proud of what we came back with, and I know y'all are all supportive, and I'm very thankful. But I'm gonna let Marcel tell you. But we have to look to 2024, and the beauty of what Marcel did is he gave us a blueprint to take out every member of the Black Caucus that has done nothing for us since its inception. We can take them all out.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Chase. Chase, I think you'll be one of the few speakers. Go ahead, Chase.
All right, good evening. Like I said earlier, man, much love to everybody in the room. Brother Lloyd, I'm going to give you a semi-apology, okay? If you think I was coming after you, I wasn't. You know, brother, toughen up.
You're in the matrix, bro. You got to fix your phone.
Okay. Now, brother, I can agree with some of the things that you're saying. Some of the things that you said, I can't agree with. But that doesn't mean that I won't support you in your cause. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. We're in agreement that Black people need some help. Okay. The thing that I want to point out is that we have an untapped resource, Dr. Claude Anderson. The brother is old now. And I think I haven't heard anybody that talked about that they went to go tap in for his knowledge, you know, and as far as reparations based, you know, we should be firing on every cylinder. We need to be tapping every resource that we could. And, you know, I don't know if, you know, what you guys went with your policies, if y'all tapped into Dr. Claude Anderson or not. That at this point right now, it doesn't matter. What matters right now is that, you know, we need to go ahead and start solidifying as a community and getting together. All of these, you know, differences and stuff, there's got to be put by the wayside. And I would just ask, man, you know, this is like to the room. If you don't agree with somebody particularly, you know, that don't mean that you should just go and just call them out of their name or anything like that. You know, we have enough that's fighting against us anyway. You know, support each other. We'll be able to get a lot more done. So I'll leave it at that, man. Much love to everybody in the family. I love all of y'all, and we just got to keep on fighting.
All right, thank you so much.
Chase, thank you for saying that.
All right, next we're going to go to Gwen.
Thank you to the host for hosting this platform. Thank you for giving me a mic. I have been in this actual space for a minute, and I wanted to ask Lloyd and Ms. Tara about the BLM that's in their actual profiles, and do they have any actual associations with that organization, or is it just some sort of mantra? But I did want to talk a little bit about what I'm hearing. I think Black people kind of forget that politics is a money game. And I don't know if we're ignoring it. I don't know if we're just trying to transcend it in other ways, but it's a money game. And we talked a lot. I heard a lot of talk about the anti-Asian hate crime bill. And I don't know if anybody's very familiar with state.gov and about the different treaties and policies that the United States has with other countries. And because they have all of these treaties with the actual continent of Asia with different countries, that's why they would actually put forth an anti-Asian hate crime bill before they would actually look towards its own Black American citizens that do not have what? They do not have their own country. They do not have any type of resources, anything available for trading. But we do have something called, a $1 trillion spending power? But we're not willing to exercise pulling back that money and those resources and saying, hey, we're not going to be a financial entity for your economic growth if you don't do this for us. We're not disciplined enough to say, hey, I'm just going to stop shopping and not do this and not do that. We won't do it. We're too busy trying to live our life how we see fit, a life of luxury. So I wanted us to think about that when you're talking about trying to get the government to do something for you. I mean, I tell everybody all the time when people are always trying to tell Black Americans that they need to go forth and pull themselves up by their bootstraps. When you look on state.gov, when every other immigrant has set-asides for them when they come to this country. And I don't know if people know that, but go and read it. It's very, very in-depth. They're already getting their reparations, millions of dollars in work grants, school visas, all of these different things for them to actually have a start. They get business loans and A1 credit when they come here. These are things that we have to make sure that we say, okay, when we're doing reparations and we're talking about reparations, it is lineage-based. It is something specific for us. And then I think that the wording in the California reparations was really great. Now, whether or not it's a trick bag or whatnot, the language in it was something suited for Black Americans specifically and to actually close the wealth gap. So I did want us to think about that. And the other thing too is that, I just think that we definitely need to make sure we play the game using our economic power structure that we have with our spending power, and make sure that we're saying, okay, maybe we can come together and finance someone, because I don't hear a lot of talk about that. And then also with Marcel's campaign, I did want to ask the question, did you all specifically try to go after Clyburn loyalists? Like he's been for 30 years. So for 30 years, people have been absolutely loyal to him. So in that, did you go to them specifically? Not just new voters, but go to them specifically and try to flip them? I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you, and I'll land my plane with that.
All right, thank you.
Are those questions she wants me to answer, or?
I think one question was, I know when she first led, there was a question for you and Tara not here.
Okay.
Yes, the question about the BLM Association was directed to you, Lloyd.
Okay, so let me start by saying this. I have never been to a BLM march or rally or anything like that. I do support the concept of Black Lives Matter because they do, and people act like they don't. So I support them in from that perspective. I also support them because of whether they did it or they started it. Things have changed in this country. If y'all remember when Ahmaud Arbery, the claims were arrested, it was because those the people did not march in the streets, our city hall, our police departments. They went to those people's houses. The message was either you take them out or we're going to. And I think that Black Lives Matter created the impetus for that to happen. So I support Black Lives Matter. Final point is I understand the scandal that's going around about them, but that is scandal was started by white media that I don't always believe. So we don't ask Wounded Warriors what they did with the $750 million they've taken in over the years. Nobody asked them about that or how many buildings or what buildings they've...
Or the NRA.
None of that. So I'm not going to kick BLM aside. Like I said, I've never participated with them, but I certainly support their mission. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And when it comes to Black Lives Matter, it's not about kicking them. It's about ensuring that if people are going to take money in the names of victims, that somehow, even if, you're going to take some money and do whatever, but those families should have been well taken care of. That's my only thing. Like, you can take up donations. You're correct. American Red Cross, all of them have people that are sitting on their boards that are pocketing this money. That's why I don't give to them. I absolutely agree with that. However, if you are going to take up actual monies in regards to a specific incident like Hurricane Katrina, could you please make sure that some of the victims get some of this money? You just can't sit on top of the heat and there's people that are actually suffering and you're not going to do anything for you. I'm talking about with BLM, you had specific victims' parents that were calling them out as for not actually helping them. And that is actually the problem when you have people using such large sums of monies for personal gains, but none of the families were seeing any of that. Maybe people wouldn't have had much to say about what they were doing if they were somehow giving the same amount of money to the families and the victims. Somehow they were benefiting from some of these donations because that was the reason that people were actually given. I'm definitely not on this thing where I don't think that Black people aren't able to behave and operate the way that other people do. But the thing about it is they don't have unhappy constituents that are inside of their whole group. That's what we don't learn. We go and we take, but we don't give back. You gotta keep the people around you happy. And with BLM, it was very embarrassing for us as a community for that to happen, because here we go again with the whole stigma surrounding the Black community, and we have this now thing over our head where now it shows, okay, well, now we have these Black people that ran this whole organization, or they were the faces of, because I'm very aware of who funded it and where it came from. I'm very aware. However, the faces of it were the ones that are actually being drilled, they're being sued and possibly can go to jail for it. We have to be careful of what we actually stamp, also trying to move forward. It shows some sort of connection to our honesty.
So Gwen, I think he answered. Hold on. I think respectfully, Lloyd has made it clear that he does not really get, he's not with the politics necessarily with the particular organization, but he does support the movement, like many of us in this space. So I think that's been asked and answered respectfully. Lloyd, I don't think it really warrants a larger response. But go ahead, 30 seconds, please.
Okay. So here's the thing. I agree with everything that you said. My position is it should have been handled, as Sir Major said, some things you don't talk about in public. Black folks should have handled that situation. We let white media take it and take down one of our organizations that is extremely powerful in getting change made. It's for me, it's the way we approach things. We should have handled that internally.
I definitely agree with that. Thank you for answering my questions respectfully, and I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for being here, Gwen. And you're going to spark a whole rabbit hole of BLM stuff. Because, Lord, I can just Google me, girl. Google me and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff. And it just comes with, and I didn't mean to call you girl because actually, we don't do that. But no, definitely BLM is problematic to say the least. There's been a whole lot of stuff in there that's going to spark up whole nother conversation sometime this week. So make sure you follow me, and we can really tap in. Let's go to Ishmael. Ishmael, what's up? What's happening? Welcome to the space. Mia. Okay, maybe she's asleep.
Oh, apologies. No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I can't see you. Okay, now I see it. What's going on, Miss Mia?
Yeah, peace, brother. How are you?
Peace to you.
Yeah, I'm just getting here to the room a little bit late, and so I'm not sure of whatever.
I got you. You learn. I got you. DJ Big A, what up? Okay. All right, cool. All right, we'll do the last few. Tara's back. So when you asked the question, Tara, speaking of the devil, Tara happened to mosey on back in here. Did she leave? I don't think she just ran. Not ran like that, but I think she just left. All right, cool. If Tara comes back, well, I'll let you ask that question for her. Okay, cool. Blah, 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 blah. All right, to the brothers, let's try to do these ones quick. We'll go to Blacks, and then Rashad, and then we'll wrap it up here. Oh, and then saying, go ahead, Black.
Yeah, I was going to touch on a little bit what Miss Gwen was saying. Yeah, we be getting compromised, man. Compromise is a lot of got to do with holding us back and us finding the common ground on things. Like she said, or someone said about the Clyburn dude got $2 million in funding, and then Marcel only got 200,000 to check who his loyalist is. I guarantee you, his loyalist is the white. They're white because they see the years he's been there and being complacent to keep doing and keep recycling what our people been lacking: change, true leadership, and questioning the authority. So a lot of this stuff is we've been compromised, like believing that BLM is for us. Once somebody do a shady intent, they shady. It ain't no doubts about it. It ain't no media that control that. They show they shady hand. And that's what's keeping us back. And I want to say, Mr. Major, appreciate you for holding this panel, this chat room. Thank everybody. Like the one guy said, it's the energy. We got the energy here. Now let's go with the fight, because our kids' future is on the line. Thank you, everybody.
I appreciate you, good brother. Shout outs to it's a long running joke. The Supreme Leader, Tariq Nasheed, what up, though? All right, we'll go to Rashawn. Rashawn Waiters, go ahead.
Okay. So as far as Jim Clyburn, I guess a lot of people, if you ain't from South Carolina, you really don't know just how powerful he is. The luncheon he had, which was supposed to be for the Democratic Party, basically was an ode to him, right? Which that was not supposed to be. That money supposed to go to the Democratic Party as a whole, right? But it was basically a celebration for him. And as far as the media here in South Carolina, okay, so where I live at, I can catch the media from the Midlands, I can catch the media from the PD, and I can catch the media from the Low Country, right? When I say all of Clyburn's competitors, like a complete media blackout, like I'll put it to you like this. The only mention I heard on any of the news stations was that there were Republican contenders, and they didn't even name them.
All right, copy that. Got you. All right, Insane, you're up next.
Thank you for letting me speak again. Back to Lloyd, you touched on a lot of good points, and I just want to thank you so much, and thank you, Sir Major, for hosting this space, and everyone who's put in input and work for Marcel. I'm largely concerned about strategy going forward, and I noticed that you said you had 1,300 people today that you pulled together, Lloyd, making calls and stuff. That's wonderful. It's wonderful to do that in the heat of the moment. When I discovered this question of ethics or conflict of interest, I took it upon myself to call the top TV stations in South Carolina. I chose the Fox network for obvious reasons, but I called all 5 of them and got good. I either talked with someone or left messages at most of them except 2. I think I talked with someone at 2 of the stations. As a matter of fact, I called, I think it was WACH, and the guy called me back while I was calling him. He called back from another number, and I talked to him, and he said that he would suggest he would pass my information on to someone else. And he was a young brother, you know, and for what it's worth, he sounded sincere. And he said he would pass the information on to other people. My question is, theoretically, if this had come about, say, 5 days ago, you know, certainly 1,300 people calling the stations is, if you call all 5, that's roughly 6,500 people. If you do that over a number of days, say, for instance, 5 days, that's 32,500 calls, you know, to a TV station that's always looking for viewers. If you do, and exponentially it grows. So, you know, ideally, you know, it would have been great if that could have occurred. I think bringing the press into this might not be a bad idea. You know, again, it's just an idea, but certainly 5 days devoted to that. If there is going to be a response and an intention to address that, I would think that you know, any number beyond 1,000 people simply picking up the phone and investing 2 or 3 minutes to express concern and outrage and a need to question that, that might have some kind of effect. I don't know if there are any plans to deal with that, but certainly if it's an ethical question, shining a spotlight on it would be a good idea. And again, the more people that call over a certain period of days, you know, the more liable that TV station or radio is going to respond to that, because they're always looking for viewers. So that's what I have to say about that, and I'll land my plane with that.
All right, that was a mouthful. Lloyd, you care to respond in 30 seconds?
Sure. First, I want to make a clarification. I did not say that we had 1,300 people making calls today. I said we needed 1,300 people on the ground today. And we didn't have that. I would say, and so I just wanted to make that clarification. Finally, what I'd like to say is that I hope that everyone on this call will either call Marcel, email Marcel, DM Marcel, but inspire him or encourage him to start for 2024. And let him know that we are all very proud of him and everything that was accomplished here, that he has set the foundation for us to really get political power in this country. So let him know that you guys know that, because we tell him every day, but y'all need to tell him.
No, definitely.
I have a quick question. And it's sort of piggybacking off what Insane said. Aren't television spots and radio blocks, aren't there a certain amount of money that actually comes along with you having to, wanting to actually take up that block of time? Isn't there something that has to come along with that, with some sort of commercialism or some sort of advertisement spots? Don't you have to sort of have some sort of monetary value, or that you want to contribute to the stations in order to get it, to get yourself featured on these casts? I just know that from like an artist standpoint of being a manager in the entertainment industry, that comes with money. Isn't that the same thing?
Every 30-second spot that we ran in local, and I didn't work in this part, but I, sat in on meetings. It's my understanding that every 30-second spot that we ran in local media, local meaning the Low Country, Savannah, Charleston, Columbia, those markets was $500 a pop. Every time it ran, $500. To do billboards are $3,000 to $5,000 per board. So No, that you get nothing. The only money you have when you are a candidate is the money that you raise.
No, I was saying no. It's kind of what you know. I think you misconstrued what I'm saying. You answered my question though. I thought I was saying to the guy, he's gone now, but it does cost money. It's not about. He was saying more or less do like an activist call. You know, make the radio station put the person on because they're looking for more viewers or listeners. And I was saying no, you actually got to pay for those actual spots in order to get on those stations. That's what I was saying.
Exactly. We're saying the same thing.
I appreciate that. Let's see, alrighty, cool. Me, did you have anything you want to chime in on? Big A? Yeah, Renee? Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody in this space. It's about 137 people here. Appreciate everybody rocking out with us. We've been doing this room since 9 o'clock this morning. Not the same exact room, but we've been on this app all doggone day, stumping and campaigning and getting the word out and being a social media army for brother Marcel Dixon, trying to combat disinformation, working these phones, campaigning, making these phone calls to these political heads. So we've been doing a hell of a job. Shout out to each and every one of you all who's still in here with us from earlier this morning and all of the afternoon. Thank you so much. You guys make the work so much easier. Earlier this morning when we woke up and begun the room, this campaign felt like it was our own campaign. This was somebody we really could get behind, someone we had total confidence in. Irrespective of what the end results were, we knew that we still won and we did a hell of a job. So everyone should be patting yourself on the back, thanking each other. So thank you. It couldn't be done without Marcel. Couldn't do this by himself. And so we are a team. We got to keep momentum going. And this is the blueprint. This is the template. So shout out to everybody else. Lloyd, appreciate your hard work, your tenacity with helping run this campaign and helping advise and doing the work. So we appreciate you for that. Again, family is, we family. So we're going to disagree. We're going to strategize together and we're going to, put our creative juices together to produce some great tangibles. So with all that said, I'm tired. I'm fatigued a little bit. Wani is already asleep. Organizer who started off with me earlier, they're already tucked away in bed. So I've got to be up at 8. Oh, actually, I got to be up at 7.
All right. Looks like he closed out. Let's see if there's anybody else before we get out of here. All righty. I don't think there's anybody else. It looks like there's one available, but tap in just for a few seconds or so.
We heard it. I wish I would have recorded it, but we got information. We got inside info and it's good to know that they know what's going on. They're ahead on everything. They know what's up. So yeah, y'all can't pull the wool over their eyes. So too bad for y'all. Let me post this and rub it in and let them know I passed 1K. I just hold on.
I got a video for you. Trim and there's one here, and I don't know if I could.
This is the Twitter space that is showing more or less. It appears that they're showing more disrespect towards Marcel. So we just tapping in, seeing what they're talking about. You always got to check out your opposition. So, because what we are seeing here on the screen, it says today South Carolina ended the scammer at Marcel for Congress in District 6. All right, so it looks like they have some type of hate for him. Marcel, please, with laughing emojis. FBA B1 secure the tribe. Powerful interview, 1987, Martin Burnell. Bernal, how the Black African Egyptians, okay. People like Tariq Nasheed and Marcel will forever be remembered as the biggest anti-African terrorists. So this is the group or the people in this Twitter space that apparently have some type of dissension. And there goes T.S. Tizelle. I've seen her in spaces, so she's against. Let me see. Looks like the infighting has began. She's part of that infighting. Imagine calling yourself Pan-Africanist while supporting someone with anti-Black immigrant sentiments. So you're always going to have these, I would say, agents everywhere at some degree. So again, we'll tap in for a few more minutes and then we're going to get out of here in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and tell everybody else about it. We'll tap in for a few minutes.
This is their home. And they don't feel the sense that they can leave it. But that umbilical cord has got to be weakened, if not just cut. It's got to be so that you can be free. It's a place of captivity in the same way like the Caribbean for me, regardless of my parentage, for me, it's still a place of captivity that, yes, we've had we've built it, we can transform that perhaps, yeah, because we've got a majority of Black people in place, but you haven't got a majority of Black people in America. You're going to be always outnumbered for the foreseeable future, at least. And that's, when you've got, it's a place of captivity for you, and you're outnumbered there, so you haven't got control of it the same way, or not even potentially control of it. That's a different prospect. You need to have a strong connection to your actual motherland, and that will give you a sense of freedom and a sense of purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'll force our systems. That'll really force them to confront a lot of shit. But it's a no-brainer. I feel like that is a no-brainer. I mean, just the justification behind that, could be that if we are teaching CRT, and it's so important for us to talk about critical race theory and all of that stuff, we need to allow African Americans to learn about the African heritage. They're talking and having to confront their lives as Americans and the racism in America. They should be able to connect with that part of themselves if they choose to. It should be available to them. This is why we're in the shit we're in now, where the FBA saying, "You guys never came to get us." Right? How do we do that? Right? Like, how is that something that nobody can do that for you? Your system has to do that. Your system. Why is Tariq not sitting there talking to you guys about that?
Well, this is it, or it's even the system has to do it, but better yet, your community has to do that. Black people need to organize wherever they are, and for me, I wouldn't even make it optional. When it comes to our children, it's not even if they want to; they need to be reconnected. This is a part of immediate repair and reparation. Our children, our young people, must be made aware that they are as African, at least as African as they are American, if not more African. And that has to be the case. And having this ridiculous rhetoric that comes from Tariq and all of these people, authority, all of these idiots, is actually, they're talking about reparation. It's actually making the worst damage even worse to us, to remove their sense of where they originate from, the glorious origins, rather than saying that you came from a slave. Please. God, it's a literal no-brainer.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
All right, you heard that. I'm going to close it out with that. As you see here, you have other groups who have some type of vitriol for foundational Black Americans. This guy that just finished talking is talking about basically, and put in my own words here, is that don't worry about you having ancestors who were slaves, and what is owed can go to the descendants of slaves. Focus on you being from Africa. When you look at this thing and you really, it's all about being honest when you look at it and be honest about it, and pull out the facts, which is plain and simple. There were people that were taken by force, and there were people who were already here in the U.S. that were dark skinned black. Those were black Indians. There was black people that were taken by force, not came over by their own will. They were forced. It's just like if I went in your house right now, snatched you up and said, I'm going to bring you over here. And then I wear you down, wear your mind down, everything. And I strip everything from you mentally as much as I can. And now you're going to live a way of life that I want you to live. That and plus more things happened to slaves when they brought here. Yes, slaves were brought on in different countries, probably more in other places than the U.S., but nonetheless, some were brought to the U.S. Those people and the Indians, black Indians, not the Mongolian or the $2 Indians that people are familiar with, the real black Indians who were already here when Europeans came, they said, some of them documented, we've seen these black people here already there. So those black people that were already in the U.S. and the ones who were brought as slaves at some point connected and formed a different culture here in the U.S. All right. And at some point, they began to get forced, even the ones who were already here and free at one point, they were made to be into slaves. Now you have the Black Seminoles, the American Maroons that mainly based in Florida, some I think in Georgia. They lived in the swamp areas because the white people didn't know how to live in the swamps or couldn't survive in the swamps. So they took the black people, those Maroons in the U.S., took advantage of that and started fighting for their freedom. That's the American Maroons. And so you have a specific culture that groomed itself out of that. So foundational black Americans have a specific culture. Apparently they must have been smart people to come up and have something stripped from them, and then began to come up and be creative and say, well, we're going to start developing this culture. We're going to turn into this. And then you had inventors groomed out of that created inventions that people still use to this day. So apparently we have a smart DNA in there somewhere from all those years back to create stuff, even having these inventions stolen or claimed by the slave masters as theirs that they didn't make. But we have minds to do that. There was minds of people who couldn't read a book, taught themselves how to read. There were people who represented themselves who were slaves, represented themselves, some who were free at some point or escaped to some northern cities or whatever, taught themselves or knew how to represent themselves in court and didn't necessarily have a law degree, a law education. All right. So you're going to have these agents, you're going to have these haters that's going to still put things in and try to crowbar stuff and try to, if they can't claim anything monetarily wise, then they're going to try to call you names and make you think you need to be with them. And as you heard the guy say, he claims that FBA was saying, well, how come you didn't come and come get us, right? And he didn't even say like, we tried to fight for y'all. No, he was saying that, well, y'all got to do it. So isn't that what we've been doing all along? We're doing it for ourselves, right? We fought in every war in the U.S. We created billions and trillions of dollars for the U.S. with no compensation. So now it's time to just cut the check. And being that now that a lot of us are coming to that realization, like, wait a minute, nah, we really ain't getting nothing. We keep getting beat down and beat down and beat down. We try to support the Democrats over and over and over and over. You're giving money to this group, that group, people overseas, you're bringing them over here, giving them more money. You're supporting this one, you're giving this group money, that group money. And we the ones that keep on bringing y'all in to win these elections. And then you just turn your backs on us and just tell us, well, just wait, we'll wait to, we'll be able to see if we can do better. Them days over. People get tired at some point, So that's where we at with that. And thus, you're going to have these type of people in these spaces, in these groups, that's going to be putting out this type of nonsense to try to distract and cause dissension. All right. And of course, they're talking about Marcel. And I understood that everybody's been talking about how Marcel's gay or LGBT, but notice that even straight black men supported him. So now what's interesting is nobody in that community can say anything about straight black men or straight black women, because Marcel is part of that group. I guess I don't know if he's really claiming them or not, but he did say he's gay or LGBT, but you had straight black people supporting him. And I understood that there were some LGBTs that wouldn't even support him. That's real interesting. All right. So anyway, appreciate y'all again. Support the new black media. Support this channel here. Check out our other channels, the podcast, Thoughts of the Week podcast, Special Report, and subscribe to those channels as well. And maybe we'll be back a little bit later on in a few hours and maybe come up with some polling percentage results if possible, or at least get a little bit news about that. And we definitely appreciate y'all coming in, man. We definitely appreciate y'all for the coverage. I know I've been on here for about 7 hours now. And so I want to say, if this ever gets out to him, appreciate you, Marcel. I'm not in South Carolina, don't live in South Carolina, but we still try to do what we can over here to give you support. And again, that's just the battle. That's not the war. You know what I'm saying? You get a few little battle wounds. You learn from what took place, and you prepare for the war to win the war. All right. And also, it's all about having ideas and innovation. All right. And it's also about taking action. All right. So ideas and actions move things, not just talk all the time. It's good to talk and discuss ideas, kind of break them down, get the pros and cons, and then work out the kinks. And then it's time to take that action, because that's where you're going to get results. You don't get results just sitting down thinking. It's good to plan. I'm very much into planning too, but after taking them plans, some people just get in plan mode and they never execute on that plan or execute on an idea. So you got to learn to come up with ideas, at least examine them for the good, the bad of them, come up with plans, and then execute once you get everything sorted out, because that's going to give you your information on which direction you need to go after that. All right. It's when you take the actions. And sometimes you're going to, along the way, as you taking actions, you're going to run into obstacles, and you got to learn how to deal with obstacles as you come across them on the fly. All right. So with that being said, again, I appreciate everybody for coming in. All right. Support new black media. Subscribe to this channel. Tell the people about it. All right. Let me see here. This thing has been acting kind of weird. There we go. Support the channel. Yes, we are on. We're live right now on Twitch and Twitter. We'll be coming up with a Facebook page pretty soon. All right. And we're liable to be on any 3 of those. It's definitely be YouTube for sure. Anything live we do will be here on YouTube. And then it's just a toss up between whether we also will be live on Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch when we do come up with the Facebook page. It will be pretty soon. And it just be a toss up on which ones between those 3. But YouTube, we definitely will be live on anything we do lives. All right. Again, shout out to Marcel Dixon, man. Salute. I think he can still be supported through donations here on his website. I think he even put on, or somebody, I think he even mentioned on his Twitter page, because somebody wanted to donate and they wasn't able to. And then Marcel said something about people were donating so much that it crashed the site. So you might want to check on that. Check the site out and see if you're able to donate, and help build up the money for them to get ready in 2 years. You know what I'm saying? That'll be pretty good. All right. So again, this is What's the 411 News, man. We're going to get out of here. Again, thank you for your support. Thank you for coming in and viewing. I see a lot of people have been coming in. I'll be checking here in a little bit, see how many new people subscribed. Right. Welcome everybody to What's the 411. This is the place that brings you news, observation, interpretation, and news commentary. Let's get it. And thank you everybody for your comments, the live chat comments. All right. Again, salute Marcel. If you get a hold of this, or anybody you connected to you gets a hold of this. This is What's the 411 News, and we are out of here. Peace.